This guy came from a humble background, but wanted to pursue the martial path. Yet his fate was dreadfully bleak. After 3 years of entering the martial hall, his cultivation was only at the second level of body tempering. He ranked first among the young generation of the martial hall, counting from the bottom up. With no background and no powerful support, he moved about alone, enduring all sorts of humiliation from others. But he unexpectedly awakened the law of immortal life and death. He transformed it into a primal divine ability. From then on, he concealed the wheel of life and death of all heavens and took charge of reincarnation. He created the supreme yin-yang divine ability and comprehended the ultimate sword Tao, beginning his journey to become a great emperor, looking down on all of history. And now, let's get into the story. The story opens in Qinyan City, where a young man named Latu, of humble birth and ordinary talent, was sitting and cultivating in the martial hall, sighing to himself. It's been 3 years since I enrolled, but my cultivation is only at the second level of body tempering, making me the bottom-ranked piece of trash in the entire martial hall. If I can't break through by the end of the semester, I'll definitely be expelled from the martial hall, doomed to be a lowly commoner for the rest of my life. Latu clenched his fists in determination. I can't get expelled from the martial hall, or my life will be ruined. Suddenly, a young woman named Lu Yusin, surrounded by a group of people nearby, shouted, "What do you want?" Startled, Latu instinctively looked toward the noise and blurted out, "Is someone out there?" That sounds like Lu Yusin's voice. On the other side, a man named Zhang Hao and his lackeys stood looking at Lu Yusin with cunning, arrogant smiles. "I've been pursuing you for 2 months. Don't pretend to be so cold. Just give me a chance." Lu Yusin turned her head away and raised her voice. "Zhang Hao, I'll say it again. I'm not interested in you. Get out of my way." Seeing Lu Yusin about to leave, 2 of his underlings blocked her path. "Whoa, don't be in such a hurry to leave." Zhang Hao also stepped forward, grabbing Yusin by the waist, and said, "Lu Yusin, I'm already at the 4th level of body tempering. Won't you show some respect to a 4th level body tempering expert?" She angrily broke free from Zhang Hao's grasp and shouted furiously, "Get your filthy hands off me. If you dare do anything to me, my Lu family will not let you off." Latu, witnessing the event from the side, felt indignant. "Damn it, how dare these bastards treat senior sister Lu like this?" Zhang Hao sneered contemptuously in response. "The Lu family? Others might fear your Lu family, but my Zhang family does not. Today, I'll take you to a secluded place and make things irreversible. Your Lu family definitely won't dare to make a big deal out of it. By then, you'll have no other choice but to marry me." Although Lu Yusin was at a disadvantage, she refused to yield. "I in your dreams." Zhang Hao was still smirking and laughed out loud. "Quite a strong personality, aren't you? But I like you that way." Then he ordered his underlings, "My boys, tie her up for me and take her away." Latu shouted, "Stop!" But he hesitated inwardly about stepping forward to protect Lu Yusin, as he was the one with the lowest cultivation in the martial hall. Lu Yusin, as if grasping a lifeline, thought joyfully, "I'm saved. There's someone else here." Zhang Hao turned and saw it was Latu, his tone turning sarcastic. "Dado, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's our bottom ranker." One of the underlings added, "I heard this guy has a secret crush on Lu Yusin. Does he want to be a hero, saving a damsel in distress?" Lu Yusin's face showed clear disappointment and worry as she looked at Latu. "Why is it Latu? A weakling like him can't possibly help me." Zhang Hao smirked smugly, pointed at Latu, and ordered his lackeys that second-level body tempering piece of trash dares to meddle in other people's business. "Lihai, show him the consequences of meddling." The underling cracked his knuckles, limbering up, and immediately followed Zhang Hao's order, advancing on Latu. "Little trash. Let your grandpa here see how many punches you can take." Then he lunged forward, unleashing a move that sent Latu flying back into the wall, even as he tried to block. Lihai looked at his fist with contempt. "Seriously? You can't even block one punch? And you dare to play the hero, saving a damsel in distress?" Zhang Hao walked over to where Latu lay face down on the ground and said loudly, "A piece of trash like you will be expelled from the martial hall at the end of the semester. You'll spend your whole life as a lowly commoner. What do you have to fight me with?" Latu lifted his head, his face darkening. Then he gathered all his strength to launch a counterattack at Zhang Hao, shouting, let Liu Yusin go. Seeing Latu still stubbornly fighting back, Zhang Hao grew angry. You still dare to fight back? Today, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Quick as a flash, he kicked Latu, sending him flying into the back wall, causing it to crack. He then sneered, "You don't know your own limits." Although Latu was beaten so badly his body trembled uncontrollably, he still angrily slammed his hand against the wall, determined to fight back. Zhang Hao was surprised by his stubbornness, his face darkening with malice. Well, you lowly piece of trash are quite stubborn, aren't you? Today, I want to see just how many moves you can take. Suddenly, a person appeared. It was Elder Wang, who spoke in a loud voice. What are you all doing here? Fighting without permission. You think your cultivation is high enough? If you have time for this nonsense, why don't you scram and go cultivate? Zhang Hao obediently listened, bowing to Elder Wang, but not forgetting to glare at Latu. Consider yourselves lucky. Then he turned and left with his lackeys. Latu snorted in contempt. Elder Wang glanced at him once, then turned and walked away. Liu Yusin looked at Latu, hesitating. She coldly said a word of thanks, then turned and walked out. Only Latu remained in the martial hall, sitting in silent thought. Latu, oh Latu, you've had a secret crush on her for 3 years. The one time you mustered the courage to step forward, this is the result? I'm afraid if Zhang Hao had beaten me to death today, she would have forgotten about it in no time, right? Heartbroken, Latu gritted his teeth. You're truly pathetic. Then he cried out in pain. The jade pendant around Latu's neck suddenly merged into his chest. Latu squeezed his eyes shut. When he opened them again, he found himself in a space surrounded by a multitude of lights. From a distance, Latu saw a large light opposite him shining directly into his chest. Latu screamed in pain as the streams of light continued to surround him. A Bagua symbol appeared, along with a book titled The Life Meridian Chart. Latu clutched his head, gritting his teeth against the pain. A flood of information about the supreme treasure, the life and death pearl, suddenly appeared in his mind. What is the Life Meridian Chart? Did that life and death pearl bring me this information? But what exactly is this supreme treasure, the life and death pearl? Isn't it just an ordinary bead that my father found in the mountains that year? Why are some meridian points quite good? It seems they're the places where Zhang Hao injured me. It seems that by circulating my internal qi to heal the dark spots on the life meridian chart, I can recover from my injuries. Returning to reality, Latu tried circulating the qi he had just learned, feeling the meridians run through his body. Latu clutched his injured body and struggled back to his room. Although he had completely exhausted his internal qi, his injuries were more than halfway healed. If my cultivation weren't so low, I might have been able to recover completely. It's truly miraculous. Latu opened the door and entered his room. According to the information from the pearl, not only can I recover from injuries, but I can also use the life meridian chart to improve the low-level cultivation techniques I've learned. He returned to his seat to cultivate. His yin-yang eyes absorbed energy, forming a bagua bipolar qi of life and death. Latu opened his eyes, overjoyed. Success. This is the bipolar qi of life and death. My destiny has changed now. At the Martial Hall's training ground, while everyone was sparring, Latu strode in confidently, cracking his knuckles and warming up his body. My injuries have fully recovered, and the effects of my cultivation are incredibly clear. I feel like I can break through to the 3rd level of body tempering at any moment. Everywhere Latu went, he was met with contempt from the crowd around the training ground. Didn't Zhang Hao and his men beat him unconscious yesterday? Another person sneered. I heard that kid likes Liu Yusin. He saw Zhang Hao pestering her and rushed out to be a hero, saving a damsel in distress. Just him, a poor kid from a lowly background. He should take a good look at himself, a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. The more they talked, the more sarcastic they became. Liu Yusin is the precious daughter of the Liu family. How could she possibly look at a lowly person like him? He truly doesn't know his place. Latu endured it and continued walking toward the martial arena, thinking to himself, if the cultivation technique can improve martial skills, which is also a way of circulating internal qi, I wonder if it can be enhanced and improved. He let out a breath and unleashed a powerful move. First-grade martial skill, rushing bull fist. Indeed, martial skills can also be improved through the life meridian chart. His first-grade rushing bull fist was like a powerful dragon, rushing out and shattering a pillar of the martial arena, sending splinters flying everywhere. One of the pieces fell into his hand. Latu caught it, his face grim as he said, "This is made of black ironwood. It would take at least a 4th level body tempering cultivator to damage it, but I'm clearly only at the 2nd level. Has my strength increased this much after improving my cultivation technique and martial skill?" Suddenly, Zhang Hao's lackeys approached, shouting, "Get out of the way. Are you blind? Can't you see young Master Zhang has arrived?" Latu's face filled with annoyance upon seeing Zhang Hao. The nearby crowd fearfully stepped back to make way. Zhang Hao stepped forward and continued his taunts. Well, you lowly piece of trash, you still dare to show your face in front of me? Wasn't yesterday's beating enough?" Zhang Hao pointed down at his raised right foot with an arrogant tone. "Kneel down, crawl around here 3 times like a stray dog, and then lick this young master's shoes clean. Otherwise, this young master will give you another beating today." Li Hai cracked his knuckles, his face full of malice, and said, "Kid, are you mute? Young Master Zhang is talking to you. Didn't you hear? Kneel down obediently." Then Li Hai extended his hand, ordering Latu to comply. But Latu grabbed his wrist and, using his power, broke it, causing him to scream in pain. "You lowly thing." Latu's face was filled with indignation, his voice majestic and powerful. "You bite anyone you see, your mouth full of filth. To call someone like you a dog would be an insult to dogs. Scram!" Latu kicked him, sending Li Hai flying. Zhang Hao and everyone else present were astonished that someone ranked last in the martial hall could possess such power. Zhang Hao shouted angrily, "You dare to strike my man? You're finished today. Even if the heavenly king himself came, it would be useless. Let a piece of trash like you taste my 3rd-grade martial skill, Eagle Claw." Then he unleashed his move, but Latu didn't back down and fought back. "All you can say is trash. Today, I'll let you taste what it's like to be beaten by trash." The 2 moves collided, and Zhang Hao was caught off guard by Latu's strength, which was so much greater than he expected. But he was still stubborn. "You insolent fool. Do you think I'm like that idiot from before?" Seeing him at a disadvantage, but refusing to admit defeat, Latu grew angry that you're the insolent one. Then he showed him the true power of the rushing bull fist. His strength overwhelmed Zhang Hao, injuring his hand and causing him to cry out, clutching it and saying, "My hand." Everyone present was stunned by what they witnessed. What's happening? Zhang Hao was pushed back by Latu. Meanwhile, Latu, still full of fighting spirit, continued to challenge Zhang Hao. Latu stood proudly, feeling triumphant. "The bipolar chi of life and death not only improves my cultivation technique and increases my combat power, but it also creates the bipolar chi of life and death. The life chi can nourish and restore the life meridians, while the death chi can damage and destroy them. In this battle, I'm practically invincible." Zhang Hao, severely injured, trembled and backed away in fear. He couldn't believe Latu's power was so formidable. Latu had no intention of letting him go. He leaped up and delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Hao's chest, breaking 2 of his ribs. Then Zhang Hao was also kicked far away, just like Li Hai, leaving him sprawled on the ground, shocking everyone into a flurry of discussion. "Oh my God, am I seeing things? Is that really Latu? Did he just defeat both Li Hai and Zhang Hao?" It's always been them beating up other people. Although Zhang Hao was beaten so badly he couldn't stand, he still fiercely cursed at Latu. "You little bastard, you dare to hit me? You're finished. You lowly commoner, I'll definitely make you pay a heavy price." Threatening me? It seems I wasn't heavy-handed enough. Latu fearlessly advanced, kicking him again while saying, "Stay down for me." He ground his face into the dirt, knocking him unconscious. He turned and walked away confidently. This Zhang Hao guy is used to being arrogant and domineering because of his family background. He'll definitely seek revenge. However, as long as my strength and cultivation increase quickly, the martial hall will surely value and nurture me. By then, even the Zhang family wouldn't dare to confront the martial hall, because everyone in Yunlong County knows that behind the martial halls in the major cities is the free and unfettered sect. Although the fight was over, the crowd behind was still in shock. How is this possible? Zhang Hao is at the 4th level of body tempering, tempering tendons and forging bones. Latu is only at the 2nd level of body tempering. It seems Latu took down Zhang Hao in just 2 moves. Back in his residence, Latu sat down again, thinking and planning for the future. I only defeated one Zhang Hao. I can't get complacent because of this. If I remember correctly, Zhang Hao has an older brother at the 5th level of body tempering, which is why he's so arrogant and unruly. That guy will definitely seek revenge. But hiding is not a solution. I must find a way to quickly increase my strength. Besides, the annual examination is in 3 months. Latu closed his eyes and began to cultivate the bipolar chi of life and death. Comprehending the bipolar chi of life and death might help me overcome this difficult hurdle. Then he rejoiced as he successfully cultivated to the 4th level of body tempering. Without the life and death pearl, I wouldn't even dare to dream of this cultivation speed. But after reaching the 4th level of body tempering, the speed has slowed down. It seems the effect of the 1st grade cultivation technique is too poor. Even after being improved, it's still limited. To quickly raise my cultivation, I need a higher grade cultivation technique. According to the martial hall's rules, martial apprentices who reach the 4th level of body tempering are eligible to enter the library pavilion to choose 2nd grade martial arts. It seems I have to make a trip. Just as he stepped out the door, Latu met Zhang Hao's older brother, standing outside with his arms crossed, waiting. "Lowly commoner, you finally dare to come out." Latu replied decisively. "Where did this dog come from, barking all over the place?" This enraged him. "You dare to curse me?" Latu pointed at him mockingly. "You must be Zhang Hai, Zhang Hao's older brother, right?" He was defeated by the trash he spoke of and trampled underfoot like a dog. As his older brother, you're naturally a dog too. Zhang Hai's face turned purple with rage. "Are you looking to die?" Suddenly, a stream of chi shot out from behind him, surprising Latu. Internal chi radiating outwards, he must be at least a 7th level body tempering martial apprentice. He used his hand to block Zhang Hai's blow. Feeling the power of a 7th level body tempering cultivator, Latu had to admire it inwardly. As expected of the 7th level of body tempering, both his speed and strength are much greater than mine. Zhang Hai was also a bit surprised that he wasn't much affected. "I didn't expect you to not be knocked down. You lowly commoner, injuring my useless little brother. It seems you do have some skill. The martial hall has a rule against killing. Since you crippled my brother's 2 hands, I will cripple your 4 limbs and shatter all your tendons and bones." Latu's face tensed as he calculated inwardly. The 7th level of body tempering is indeed difficult to deal with, but I can directly damage his life meridians. It's not impossible to fight him. Another group of people came to watch and began to gossip. That seems to be Zhang Hao's older brother, Zhang Hai. Just now, his body was radiating internal chi. Could it be that he has broken through to the 7th level of body tempering? I heard that martial apprentices at the 7th level of body tempering are qualified to enter the library pavilion to choose 3rd grade martial arts. I'm so envious. Another person recognized Latu. Isn't that Latu? He injured Zhang Hao 2 days ago. This time, Zhang Hai is taking action personally. Latu is in for some bad luck. He's finished. That's the 7th level body tempering cultivator. Zhang Hai stepped closer to Latu and pointed at him. "Wait until I cripple you." A cripple who can't practice martial arts will surely be expelled. Once you're out of the martial hall, it will be as easy as crushing an ant from my Zhang family to kill a commoner like you with no martial realm. He lunged forward, about to start a proper fight with Latu, but was interrupted by someone's voice. "Stop right there." Zhang Hai froze and turned to look. It was a beautiful young woman exuding a powerful aura, Lu Mengjiao, who was approaching. Everyone present bowed respectfully. Zhang Hai was no exception, bowing and greetings, Teacher Lu. She walked over and criticized Zhang Hai. "That you're Zhang Hai, right? As a 7th level body tempering martial apprentice from the intermediate class, you come to the beginner class to show off your strength and bully the weak. Is this what a martial artist should do?" Zhang Hai hurriedly explained. "Teacher Lu, you've misunderstood. It's because this Latu injured my younger brother. As his older brother, I naturally had to come here to seek justice for him." Lu Mingjiao glanced at Latu, puzzled. He has reached the 4th level of body tempering. Just a few days ago, he was still at the 2nd level. Could it be that he accumulated for a long time and has just now burst forth, unearthing his martial talent? She crossed her arms and said in a loud voice, "As a teacher, I shouldn't interfere in fights between students. But the justice and fairness of the martial hall cannot be violated by anyone. If you want to spar with Latu, I have no objection. If Latu can enter the intermediate class after the examination in 3 months, I won't ask any more questions. But for now, you can scram and go back to your diligent training. Zhang Hai felt indignant, thinking to himself, the martial hall has always turned a blind eye to fights between apprentices. This Lu Mengjiao is clearly favoring that bastard. But he had no choice but to agree, saying resentfully, fine, I'll let you live for another 3 months, before turning and leaving. The surrounding crowd was still gossiping. Oh, admirable. This Latu is truly surprising. Even elder Lu has started to pay attention to him. Another person chimed in, admirable? Fine, then you go and pick a fight with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hai is at the 7th level of body tempering. In 3 months, even if Latu reaches the 7th level and enters the intermediate class, he will definitely not be able to win. It's still a dead end. Latu ignored their words and bowed to thank teacher Lu for what just happened. Lu Mengjiao smiled warmly and replied, to be able to accumulate and burst forth at a critical moment shows that you have some potential. Focus on training and strive to pass the examination in 3 months. Then she turned and walked away. Latu watched her go, but his intuition told him something feels off about teacher Lu's life meridians. Then he put a hand to his forehead, deep in thought. A Chi-Si realm martial artist is countless times stronger than a body-tempering realm martial apprentice. I can't help her right now. It's better to quickly choose a cultivation technique and improve my strength. Inside the library pavilion, Latu was examining the books and evaluating them. The variety of martial arts manuals is immense, but they can basically be divided into 3 types: cultivation techniques, martial skills, and movement techniques. These 3 complement each other and are the foundation of a strong martial artist. I must find a cultivation technique that suits me. Latu touched a row of books and analyzed them. 2nd grade cultivation technique, tendon changing and bone forging art. 2nd grade martial skill, dragon tiger fist. 2nd grade movement technique, inch step. The first floor only has 2nd grade martial arts. Higher grade techniques can only be obtained after I enter the intermediate class. Latu looked at the book and spoke his true thoughts, but even a 2nd grade one was something I could only dream of. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Latu turned around and recognized the familiar person. It was Lu Yusin. Lu Yusin showed concern for Latu. She asked, Latu, are you here to choose a cultivation technique? Latu turned his face away, ignoring her. Seeing this, Lu Yusin pressed forward, saying in surprise, your cultivation has already reached the 4th level of body tempering, but just a few days ago you were still. Latu turned his head back and said to Lu Yusin, Miss Lu, thanks to you, I had a fortunate breakthrough during my fight with Zhang Hao. Hearing this, Lu Yusin raised her hands and waved them, wanted to clear her name, saying that day, thank you. I thought you were fine, so Before Lu Yusin could finish, Latu turned to leave, saying, no need for thanks. I want to go back to cultivate. Farewell. Lu Yusin quickly ran to Latu, not letting him get away. Hey Latu, don't be in a hurry. This year's examination is coming up. Do you have any plans? Latu replied, of course, to break through to the 5th level realm and then enter the intermediate class. Lu Yusin didn't seem to have much faith in Latu's ability. She said in a gentle tone, but Latu, already 16 this year, right? With only 3 months left, isn't that a bit? As if not wanting to continue, Lu Yusin skipped that sentence and said the next. How about this? If you don't pass and have nowhere else to go, you can come to my Lu family. I'll arrange for you to be a guard. What do you think? Latu seemed to mock the idea of being a guard for the Lu family and couldn't help but think if it were the old me, I would definitely consider it carefully. But now, when I was still at the 2nd level realm and stood up for you, I didn't see you care this much. Then he said to Lu Yusin, thank you for your kind offer, Miss Lu. However, you don't need to worry about this matter. I will definitely pass the examination in 3 months. At this moment, from behind Lu Yusin, Su Fei's voice rang out. Did I hear that right? You think you can reach the 5th level of body tempering in 3 months? Lu Yusin, don't you know this guy is a well-known martial arts failure? After so many years of cultivation, he's only at the 2nd level realm, becoming a laughingstock for so many people. He gets a lucky breakthrough, and now he's here spouting nonsense. How ridiculous. Latu heard all of this, but he didn't even know the person in front of him and asked, do I know you? Su Fei's tone was still full of contempt as he replied, of course you don't know me, because you're not qualified to know me. Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better be aware of your own status. Yusin can't have any involvement with a lowly commoner like you. Lu Yusin couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Su Fei, stop talking. Latu is someone who helped me. Don't talk like that. Then Lu Yusin said to him, Latu, if you can't pass the examination in 3 months, I can write a letter of recommendation for you. Take the letter to the Lu family, and someone will make arrangements for you. Latu ignored Lu Yuhan's pity-filled letter, turning away from the scripture pavilion and saying as he walked, no need. I have to go back to cultivate. Farewell. Tu Fai watches retreating figure with utter contempt. Given an inch, and he takes a mile. Yuhan, you should pay less attention to this kind of lowlife from now on. If fighting wasn't forbidden in the scripture pavilion, I would have definitely taught him a lesson today. Leaving the scripture pavilion, La Tu thought as he walked, I have the secret technique manuals now. But if I could use medicinal pills and borrow the power of formations like the disciples from prominent families, then in 1 month, I could at least reach the 6th level of the body tempering realm. But both pills and formations require a huge amount of money. Perhaps after I master these 3 techniques, I should think of a way to earn some money. He arrived at the Demon Hunting Guild. As soon as La Tu entered, he realized there were too many experts. 8th and 9th level martial apprentices were a dime a dozen, and there were even Chi Si realm martial artists. In a corner La Tu didn't notice, a group of people were whispering about him, their eyes filled with disgust and contempt. La Tu went to the counter and said to the senior sister there, Hello, I want to register to become a demon hunter. Mocking laughter came from behind him. Hey, this kid isn't mistaken, is he? At most, he's only at the 5th level realm, right? That's even lower than the last guy. Another student from the martial hall? What's with these kids? The senior sister at the guild didn't seem to trust La Tu either and asked him, Little brother, registering as a demon hunter is no joke. You must pass a test before we can grant you the qualification. Hearing this, La Tu said confidently, When does the test start? I want to participate. The senior sister said with a serious face, Little brother, the demon hunter test isn't just about cultivation level, but also actual combat ability. What you'll have to face is a level 1 demon beast, not a wild animal. You should wait until your cultivation is a bit higher before coming back. Zhao Yang came up from behind and said, Oh, this fellow student of mine is so confident. Just let him participate. If he wants to throw his life away, don't stop him. La Tu couldn't help but frown and ask, And who are you? Zhao Yang said haughtily, Remember, my name is Zhao Yang. I heard you've offended young Master Zhang, haven't you? La Tu looked at his strength and thought 7th level realm. It seems he's from the advanced class. Hearing him, La Tu immediately knew why he was being approached as, Oh, you're also one of Zhanghai's lackeys? You really do bite anyone you see. Hearing this, Zhao Yang immediately retorted, You piece of trash are quite arrogant. I heard young Master Zhang was going to teach you a lesson last time, but Teacher Lu stepped in to save you. Otherwise, you would have been crippled long ago. His eyes darkened. This time, there's no one to protect you. If you have the guts, take the demon hunter test with me. What do you say? Do you dare? La Tu looked at Zhao Yang fearlessly and said, All right, what's the wager? Zhao Yang thought to himself, This poor kid from a lowly background has at most cultivated a 2nd-grade martial skill. His cultivation is also lower than mine. There's no way he can win. So he said, Considering a poor kid like you has nothing to bet, how about this? The loser kowtows and apologizes to the winner. How about it? La Tu agreed. All right. Zhao Yang spread his arms and said loudly, Good. Everyone here has heard it. Don't you dare be a coward and back out. The crowd in the guild gathered closer to watch the drama. Hey, students from the martial hall fighting amongst themselves. This is going to be a good show. Right, we all heard it. Neither of you can back out. The senior sister heard their exchange and, having no objections, said to them, All right then, follow me. When they arrived, an old man sitting on a high rock asked, How many? The senior sister stopped and explained, For the demon hunter test, even for the lowest qualification, you must face at least one simulated 1st-rank demon beast. Its strength is comparable to a 5th-level body tempering martial apprentice. But in a real fight, even a 6th-level body tempering martial apprentice with no killing experience is no match for a demon beast. I'll ask one last time, are you sure you want to take the challenge? Zhao Yang said confidently, I want to. The crowd from the Demon Hunting Guild watching the show wouldn't stop chattering. Wow, as expected of a Marshall Hall student so bold. I bet he doesn't know that 2 days ago, 7th level guy was almost bitten to death by a simulated demon beast, does he? Although his hair and beard were white, the old man was still sharp. He observed the situation below, seemed to ponder something, then pointed to the arena and shouted, "Just get up there." Zhao Yang jumped up confidently. A flame appeared in the old man's hand as he prepared to set up the formation, saying, "After the formation is activated, everything you encounter will be basically no different from reality. If you don't want to die, shout out immediately. As long as it's within 3 breaths, you can leave the formation." Zhao Yang punched his own palm and shouted confidently, "Let's begin." After he shouted, the flames in the room burned brighter. 2 ironback demon wolves appeared from the formation. The people below recognized these 2 monsters and began to whisper incessantly. Someone said with a bit of surprise, "Oh, this simulation is 2 ironback demon wolves?" Someone who had fought these demon wolves before said, "Well, this Marshall Hall kid is in for a tough time. This demon beast is not easy to deal with. It's incredibly stubborn." The demon beasts from the simulation formation are almost identical to real ones, extremely cunning. He's surrounded from the front and back. Let's see how he handles it. Everyone was interested in this match. Seeing this, someone suggested a bet. Anyone want to place a bet? Bet on whether he wins or loses. After that, the sounds of betting rang out endlessly, starting with 200 taels of silver, 100 taels on him losing, betting on him to win. Lot 2 stood below with his arms crossed, analyzing the situation and thinking it has no life meridians. It seems there's no way to use that to deal with it. On the arena, Zhao Yang had the upper hand. He fought the 2 demon wolves alone, using the Luo Guang fist to land a nearly fatal blow on the head of one demon wolf. Seeing this, the second one pounced from behind, but Zhao Yang managed to dodge, only getting his shirt torn on the back. Seeing Zhao Yang's strength, the crowd exclaimed, "Not bad. This kid must have at least a 3rd grade martial skill. No wonder he dared to fight 2 demon beasts." No matter how much they chattered, it didn't affect the situation inside. The beast that Zhao Yang had just dodged continuously shook its head and pounced towards him as he was fighting the other demon wolf. Everyone became more excited, and the atmosphere grew lively. In the end, Zhao Yang delivered a fatal blow that shattered the 2 demon wolves. The crowd cheered continuously, "Amazing! Amazing! Pay up, pay up! Damn it, what bad luck! I didn't expect this kid to have such a high-grade martial skill." Then came the congratulations from the Demon Slaying Guild staff. "Congratulations on passing the test. I'll get you the Demon Hunter's medal in a moment." Of course, Zhao Yang was very arrogant. He jumped down and gloated at Lot 2. "Trash, it's your turn. Get ready to kowtow and apologize to me." Lot 2 paid no mind to those words and jumped onto the arena. The old man asked him how many he wanted. Lot 2 replied, "I want to challenge 3. Hearing this, the crowd below began to mock him. "Point 3? Did I hear that right? So young, so impulsive. Isn't he only at the 6th level realm? If he can really pass, I, Wang Yun, will twist my own head off and let him kick it like a ball. I bet 500 taels of silver that he'll lose." Zhao Yang said contemptuously, "Even at the 7th level realm, I found it difficult to deal with too. Kid, just wait to kowtow to me." Looking at the 3 ferocious demon wolves growling in front of him, Lot 2 used the fierce tiger stance, rushing forward and knocking back the demon wolves, causing an explosion. This left the crowd below in astonishment. What's this situation? Is it the dragon tiger fist? How can it have such great power? Zhao Yang was endlessly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? That's just the 2nd grade dragon tiger fist. Yet its power is even stronger than my 3rd grade Luo Guang fist. 2 demon wolves flashed past La Tu, pouncing on him relentlessly, showing their anger, but La Tu dodged them all with ease. The onlookers recognized this movement technique. Could that be the inch step? Moreover, it seems he has cultivated it to the point of mastery. The inch step? Isn't that a movement technique famous for being difficult to comprehend? He cultivated the ordinary dragon tiger fist to such a formidable level, and now the inch step too. Could this kid be a martial arts genius? He watched the fight and exclaimed in amazement, "That's not all, look. He clearly has the ability to attack again, but he's not making a move. He's using the demon wolves to train his martial skills." La Tu recalled his arduous days of training and sighed to himself, "A level 1 demon beast is only this strong. It seems my desperate training in martial arts this month was not in vain." Latu struck the wolf's chest with one move and said, "Then let's end it here." Then, Latu used the soaring dragon stance towards the demon wolf. "Break for me." The battle was now decided. The people below who had mocked Latu wouldn't stop discussing. What? He actually won. Quick, pay up, huh? Zhao Yang was stunned, unable to believe reality, saying, "Impossible. He's clearly only at the 6th level realm. How is this possible?" The old man on high said, "Test passed." Latu walked down and said to Zhao Yang, "Senior brother Zhao Yang, according to our agreement before the fight, shouldn't you be kowtowing and apologizing now?" Zhao Yang gritted his teeth and replied, "Kid with the surname La, don't push it too far." Latu held out his hand and said, "You were the one who proposed the bet. Are you going to go back on your word? Everyone is watching you." The onlookers who went wherever the wind blew had just been praising Zhao Yang, but now they turned to support Latu, saying continuously, that's right, kowtow, quickly. Don't go back on your word. We've been waiting for you for half a day." Of course, Zhao Yang wouldn't actually kowtow because of this. He felt anxious and annoyed, saying, "When conducting yourself, you should always leave a way out for future interactions." Latu, don't push your luck. Zhao Yang's lackeys also chimed in, "That's right, Tuesday. Since you've already won, why must you push him into a corner? We're all students of the martial hall. We'll definitely see each other again. Do you really want to make Zhao Liang kowtow and apologize? Isn't that going too far?" Latu immediately retorted, "If I were the one who lost, would you have let me go?" As expected, he had hit a nerve, and those students fell silent. Someone who had been speaking loudly just now only dared to whisper this. Latu didn't let Zhao Yang off, saying, "Kneel down and kowtow to me right now." Zhao Yang gritted his teeth and asked him, "Do you really want to be my enemy to the very end?" Latu's lips curled into a sneer. "Why didn't I see you considering this problem earlier? Stop talking and kneel down and kowtow." Unable to bear the humiliation, Zhao Yang rushed forward to attack Latu, shouting, "I'll cripple you." Latu nimbly dodged, then used the soaring dragon stance to punch toward Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang was still in shock. "You can dodge that." Then he met Latu's attack with a punch that had little power. The result was indisputable. Zhao Yang was sent flying far from the arena. Latu grabbed his head and pushed it down, saying, "Kneel for me." Zhao Yang cried out as Latu continued to criticize him. A man must dare to take responsibility for his actions. Then he walked away with his head held high. The people behind him went up to Zhao Yang, constantly chattering around his ears. Zhao Yang lost so completely. The public humiliation was a heavy blow, causing his eyes to flash with hostility. He slammed his fist on the ground and said, "Latu, if I don't get revenge for this, I swear I'm not a man." At Shui Wu Mountain, I never expected there to be a place with such beautiful scenery outside the city. Latu stood on a high branch observing and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is my first time hunting. I hope I can gain something." Suddenly, he felt a killing intent from the bushes and became alert. There's killing intent. Latu didn't care what it was. He just slashed at it and the surrounding trees. "Whatever it is, take a strike from my sword first." With a swish, the head of a spotted venomous snake was cut off. Latu held the snake's head in his hand and assessed it that a black spotted venomous snake. Its poison sac and snake gall are a decent harvest. The life and death pearl can easily help me detect life forms around me. It really saves more than half the effort when hunting. I'll have to work harder in the next few days. And in the subsequent hunts, Latu continuously reaped spoils. He stood on a tall tree, summarizing his 2 days in the forest. "I've earned several taels of silver in these 2 days, and my cultivation has reached the 6th level realm, but still not enough. I have to work harder." Suddenly, a loud noise from a corner of the forest caught Latu's attention. He sensed a formidable demon beast. This commotion seems to be from no ordinary demon beast. Latu was not afraid and leaped across the rocks, quickly arriving at the scene to see an iron-tailed demon tiger, and it was fighting with a group of people. The demon tiger swiped its claws. One of them dodged, but he was still pinned to the ground by its paw. The others cried out in alarm, "A fey." The demon tiger whipped its tail at the remaining people, sending them all flying. Then it approached the man holding 2 axes, who stepped forward and warned, "Big brother, be careful." Latu rushed up and launched a palm strike at the demon tiger. The man with the 2 axes looked at him and said, "Many thanks, little brother. My name is Yuan Daesan, but we have to deal with this demon tiger first. We can talk later." Immediately, the demon tiger charged at the two of them, but they both dodged. Yuan Daesan brought down his two axes using the mountain-splitting axe technique, and La Tu used the fierce tiger stance. Both of them inflicted damage on the demon tiger, momentarily dazing it. At this moment, La Tu's soaring dragon stance rushed forward and collided with the demon tiger's head. Yuan Daesan was surprised to see the demon tiger being sent flying and praised La Tu. "Little brother, you're truly formidable." Then Yuan Daesan analyzed, as expected of a peak level 2 demon beast. "It took 3 of my strikes hitting the same spot to kill it. I still need to continue cultivating harder." La Tu was startled and looked towards the distant foliage, discovering an archer aiming at him. The man named Wang Yun said to his big brother, "This kid is only at the 6th level of body tempering. A Fei died because of this demon beast. We can't let someone else take the demon tiger's corpse." La Tu put his hand on his hip, not yielding at all, and immediately retorted, "I killed the demon tiger. Why should I give it to you?" The ungrateful Wang Yun snorted contemptuously, "You just delivered the final blow. Without our big brother, could a mere 6th level body tempering practitioner like you defeat an iron-tailed demon tiger?" Seeing Wang Yun being so arrogant and rude to the person who had just saved his life, Yuan Daesan shouted at him to shut up. "If it weren't for this little brother, I would have died under that beast's claws just now. Little brother saved my life, and I, Yuan Daesan, will remember it in my heart. This demon tiger is for the little brother to handle as he pleases." La Tu remained silent, watching Yuan Daishan's group leave and thinking to himself, "This Yuan Daesan has a good character, unlike the others." Then Yuan Daesan ordered his subordinate, "Let's go." On the way, the man named Wang Yun was reprimanded by his big brother. "Wang Yun, stop that thought of yours right now. That little brother's strength is extraordinary, and his background is likely not small. Besides, he saved my life. We cannot be ungrateful." Although he was displeased, he had to suppress it and say, "Big brother's teaching is right." Night fell, and Yuan Daishan's group sat by a fire. But it seemed someone was missing, so Yuan Daesan asked, "Where are Wang Yun and Zhang Han?" A subordinate replied. Wang Yun said he wanted to go see if there was any prey, and Zhang Han went with him. Yuan Daesan sensed that something bad was about to happen, his face full of worry. "This is bad. Those two bastards must have gone to find that little brother. Something big is going to happen." On La Tu's side, he was carrying the demon tiger's corpse on his back, thinking as he walked, "It's already so dark. It seems I can only find a safe place to spend the night." Suddenly, a streak of light flew towards La Tu as if someone was trying to assassinate him. But luckily he was nimble enough to dodge it, causing it to hit the base of a tree with a loud explosion. La Tu turned to look in the direction the light came from. 2 men were standing in the distance with swords, and he said, "What is the meaning of this, you two?" The man named Wang Yun spoke with an arrogant and conceited tone, "Kid, don't play dumb. You know what we want. Drop the goods and get lost." La Tu's face darkened, but he replied without fear, "And what if I don't?" The man named Wang Yun pointed at himself and said, "Then don't blame us for being impolite." La Tu snorted with contempt. "You want my things? Just based on 2 ungrateful pieces of trash like you? Are you worthy?" Wang Yun lost his patience and pointed his sword at La Tu, annoyed. "Kid, if you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us for being impolite." At this moment, whether by coincidence or intentionally, Zhao Yang was also there. He stood from a distance and said, "I didn't expect it to be so lively. How about adding me to the mix?" La Tu, oh La Tu, it seems your social connections are really poor. I'm not the only one who wants to deal with you. I don't need the goods. I just want this kid La Tu's life. La Tu didn't hesitate to crack his knuckles and warm up his body. It seems another person is eager to throw their life away. The man named Wang Yun shouted, "Attack." Zhao Yang immediately rushed forward, while the man named Zhang Han shot his bow. Many arrows were shot, but La Tu nimbly dodged the rain of arrows without a single scratch. He used a phantom sword and did a flip, meeting Zhao Yang, who was rushing over, shouting, "La Tu die." The 2 streams of power collided. However, La Tu's power was still far superior to Zhao Yang's. La Tu quickly jumped back, causing Wang Yun, who couldn't see him clearly, to exclaim, "Such fast lightness skill," and think to himself, "Why is this kid's speed so fast when he's only at the 6th level cultivation. Take a strike from my sword. He spun around and slashed behind him, but missed. Latu jumped behind him and launched a fierce tiger stance, knocking the sword out of his hand, sending it flying far away to hit a tree trunk. Latu leaped high into the air, descending upon Wang Yun's head, and said proudly, "You think you can ambush me with just your skills?" He somersaulted, dodging 3 arrows shot simultaneously by Zhang Han in a sneak attack. Seeing Wang Yun killed, he broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Wang Yun is dead. My arrows are completely useless. Run, I have to run fast. Zhao Liang flew over and punched at Latu, but before he could even touch him, Latu had already dodged, leaving him surprised and bewildered. Why has this Latu's strength increased so much? His confusion turned to fear when he saw Latu rushing towards him with a sword from behind. "Don't come over here." Before he could finish his sentence, Latu had stabbed him through the chest, causing Zhao Liang to die at his hands. Latu looked at his sword and said, "I've just killed someone, but this isn't over yet." In the forest, the man named Zhang Han was running for his life. He was a coward who clung to life, running in fear while wondering, so scary. How can a teenager be so formidable? Could he really have an extraordinary background like Big Brother said? Then doesn't that mean? Before he could finish his sentence, Latu's sword had caught up and ended his life. He plunged the sword into the ground and said, "It's all over. I've been out for a few days. Time to go back and cultivate for a while. The exam is about to start, and after the exam is my duel with Zhang Hai." At the martial arts arena, all the students of the martial hall were present. Latu stood below the stage, looking up at the crystal ball placed solemnly on the table. Everyone was feeling uneasy, not knowing if they would pass this exam. However, Latu was not worried at all. Recalling the time, he bought a set of formations. "Give me a set of the first-rank spirit gathering formation and a chi nurturing pill." And Latu had cultivated very diligently in the forest. Latu looked at his hand and said, "By relying on the life and death pearl to improve my body, my cultivation speed has increased dramatically, allowing me to break through to the 7th level of body tempering in such a short time." 2 other guys approached Latu and jeered, "Isn't this Latu? He's Latu, all right. He's got some real nerve." The other one also leaned in and whispered, "Zhang Hai is a genius of the intermediate class. I heard he broke through to the 8th level of body tempering during his closed-door cultivation a while ago. If Teacher Liu hadn't protected Latu back then, he would have been crippled by Zhang Hai." Another one said, "I heard Zhang Hai isn't planning to take the exam for the advanced class. It's because he's waiting for Latu to get into the intermediate class. Then he'll avenge his younger brother and teach him a lesson." Latu said nothing and stepped forward. An elder standing above ordered everyone to be silent. Those participating in this year's test stepped forward. Among them were Latu and the man named Zhang Hao. The people behind them all sneered and mocked him. The man named Zhang Hao turned to his older brother and said, "Brother, once Latu passes the exam, he'll be a student of the intermediate class. At that time, when you duel him, the martial hall teachers will have no reason to interfere." Zhang Hao said, full of confidence, "Don't worry. I'm skipping the exam this time to avenge you. I have to teach that kid a lesson." Soon after, the test began. The first person was Yin Tong, who passed the test. In the following turns, many people failed. When it was Latu's turn, the people below continued to badmouth him. "I heard he's a student from the primary class with an ordinary family background. Yet he dared to provoke a descendant of the Zhang family." Latu disappeared without a trace before. He probably got scared and ran away. It'll be a good show to watch when he embarrasses himself in the test in a moment. Even if this kid is lucky enough to break through to the intermediate class, Zhang Hai is still waiting to teach him a lesson. Latu ignored their words and seriously placed his hand on the crystal ball. A great power suddenly erupted from the crystal ball. Even that elder couldn't help but be surprised and said, "9th level of body tempering." Everyone below heard this and was so shocked their jaws dropped. Then the elder composed himself and said, "It's not the 9th level of body tempering, it's the 7th level of body tempering." Such pure internal chi. A 7th level cultivation that can rival the 9th level. Even I almost misjudged it. The people below were stunned and said, Is this fake? Just 3 months ago, this guy's cultivation was several levels lower than mine. When did La Tu reach the 7th level of cultivation? And his internal chi is as pure as a 9th level's. Lu Yusin also couldn't believe it, thinking to herself, no wonder he didn't accept my recommendation. After all, how could such a genius lower himself to be a servant and act as a bodyguard for someone else? Zhang Hai stood below, resentful. So what if you're at the 7th level of body tempering? Today, I will still cripple you to let you know the difference between a descendant of a great family and a commoner like you. It was the next person's turn. After La Tu finished his test, he jumped down. The test then concluded and the sphere was taken away. Full of anger, Zhang Hai jumped onto the stage and shouted, La Tu, last time teacher Lu stood up for you. Now that we are both students of the intermediate class, do you dare to fight me again? That group of people, still full of malice towards him, sneered and said, serve him right for drawing so much attention. Just a poor kid from a commoner background. What's the use of having a high cultivation level? Zhang Hao's cultivation is even higher, and he has better martial skills provided by his family. That's right, that's right. Besides, who knows what special tricks La Tu used to raise his cultivation. As before, La Tu ignored their words and leaped onto the stage where Zhang Hao was standing. Zhang Hao, still very arrogant, reminded him, La Tu, don't think you can compare to me just because you have a 7th level body tempering cultivation. I will let you know how vast the gap between us is. Before, I told you to accept your punishment and you refused. Now, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I won't let you off. From now on, you can live out the rest of your days in bed. La Tu, his face as cold as ice, asked Zhang Hao back. You mean you want to cripple me? Zhang Hao immediately replied, correct. For a lowlife like you, as long as I don't kill you, the martial hall can't do anything to me. La Tu beckoned with his hand, challenging Zhang Hao. All right, if that's the case, then come on. Trash! Don't be so arrogant. Zhang Hai rushed forward, throwing a punch at La Tu, but he dodged it as quick as a flash. The two engaged in a fight. The more Zhang Hai fought, the more ferocious he became, but La Tu dodged all his attacks. Below the stage, everyone's eyes were opened as they marveled. Is La Tu's movement technique that exquisite? Could it be that he has already reached minor mastery? No, Zhang Hai can't even touch him. I'm afraid it's already at major mastery. Ridiculous. He only knows how to dodge and doesn't dare to fight Zhang Hai head-on. Seeing that La Tu only dodged and didn't fight back, the enraged Zhang Hai's face contorted as he struck again. Damn it, you only know how to dodge, you cowardly lowlife. He raised his leg to kick, but this time La Tu didn't dodge. Instead, he directly blocked it with his hand, causing Zhang Hai to rejoice inwardly. This kid isn't dodging anymore. Then he unleashed the mountain's severing palm, striking straight ahead, but La Tu immediately countered with another move. Zhang Hai sensed that something was wrong. Just as he thought, La Tu unleashed the soaring dragon form, sending Zhang Hai flying backward. La Tu walked over, stood in front of Zhang Hai, raised his fist, and asked challengingly, "You're gonna cripple me like this?" Zhang Hai, as if unable to believe reality, couldn't believe he had been defeated by someone he had always looked down on. Impossible. How could I lose to a lowlife like you? You die for me. Saying that, he rushed forward with both hands, but was grabbed by La Tuesday, truly overestimating your own strength. Zhang Hai suddenly became terrified. How can this be? Could his internal energy really be comparable to the 9th level? La Tu broke both of Zhang Hai's arms with a series of cracking sounds. His arms hung limply, the bones within shattered. Then, he punched him, sending him flying several meters away. As he punched, he said, "Do you understand the gap between you and me now?" Zhang Hai lay sprawled on the ground and asked in fear, "La Tu, what do you want to do?" La Tu stepped on his chest and said, "Of course, an eye for an eye. I'm going to do to you what you wanted to do to me." Although his arms were crippled, Zhang Hai still had plenty of strength to shout threats at La Tuesday. "You dare. My father is the head of the Zhang family. If you dare touch me, you will definitely not die a peaceful death. Even if your father were the heavenly king himself, I wouldn't be afraid." La Tu replied, then stomped hard on Zhang Hai, causing him to scream shrilly in pain. Above, two people stood watching, witnessing everything. The Hall Master asked Elder Zhuang, "You said this Lot 2 has a 7th level body tempering cultivation, but his internal energy is on par with a 9th level." The Elder confirmed to the Hall Master, "Over 3 months ago, Lot 2 was only at the 2nd level of body tempering. A commoner background, but with such a cultivation level. A rare genius. He can be nurtured as a key prospect." The Hall Master gave the order, and the Elder immediately complied. Over at Zhang Hai's home, the father of Zhang Hao and Zhang Hai slammed his hand down in a fit of rage upon learning his son had been beaten, such a vicious heart, to actually sever all of Hai's meridians. "I must avenge my son's grievance." Zhang Hao, kneeling on the ground, said to his father, "Father, you must seek justice for my older brother." His father, furious, kicked him in the chest and yelled, "You worthless thing! Isn't this the result of your arrogant and domineering behavior at the martial hall?" Guards. The scene changes to the 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion. Latu walked while listing the 3rd grade martial arts in his head: mountain splitting and cliff breaking palm, green dragon sword technique, swift wind sword technique, willow moon family technique, Chinquan staff technique. The quantity is much less than the 1st floor. 3rd grade martial arts are truly precious. Every single scroll is incredibly appealing, but what I need most isn't these types of martial skills or sword techniques, but an internal cultivation method. Only an internal cultivation method is the most fundamental foundation. A peak 3rd grade internal cultivation method is even better than the improved muscle tendon changing and bone forging. This is it. Suddenly, an elder walked over and reminded him, "Are you sure you want to choose this cultivation method? Young man, your talent is not bad, but this cultivation method is extremely difficult to practice. In the past 800 years, only 3 people in the martial hall have successfully cultivated it. Don't waste this opportunity to choose a martial art." Latu bowed to thank the elder for his reminder. "However, I have already chosen it. If I'm going to practice something, of course I'll practice the best." The elder had no other choice. If you were so determined, then it's fine to give it a try. Returning to Latu's residence, he was cultivating the method he had just chosen in 800 years. Only 3 people have successfully cultivated it, but it only took me half an incense stick's time. He was overjoyed at his successful cultivation. Relying on this cultivation method, plus the Dragon Tiger Fist and Inch Step with my movement technique at Major Mastery, I can even fight against cultivators at the Chi-Hai realm. Arriving at Baki Mountain of Qingyan City, Latu rode his horse with a serious expression, thinking to himself, "My strength is greater now. High mountains and deep pools are no longer dangerous to me." He dismounted and took out a map. According to the map I bought from the Demon Hunter Association, the yellow area is suitable for those at the 8th level of body tempering and below. The red area is suitable for a Chi-Hai realm expert to lead a team, and in the black area, even a Xianyan martial artist must be careful. Latu looked up at the sky-high mountain, which was the red area. Although this Baki mountain is a red area, it has many level 1 demon beasts. Deeper inside, there are level 2 demon beasts. As long as I'm careful and don't go too deep, nothing will happen. Then he led his horse and set off. A group of people walking in the opposite direction passed by Latu's day. The leader turned to look at Latu with a murderous look on his face and snorted, making him raise his guard. Who is this person? His gaze doesn't seem friendly. And so they passed each other. The leader said to all his underlings, "Brothers, this kid is our target this time." Another man asked about Latu's day big brother. "What's this kid's background that the Zhang family in the city would pay so much to hire us?" The big brother explained, "I heard he crippled the second son of the Zhang family head. But these things have nothing to do with us. We just need to kill the person and take the money." But he was worried. That kid is a student of the martial hall. If something happens, before he could finish, the big brother spoke up, crossing his arms and saying in a serious tone, "Then handle things properly. As long as you don't let any information leak, a body tempering cultivator like him being targeted only has one path, death. No one will know we did it unless..." The underling understood. Understood, big brother. Rest assured, we all know the rules. On the mountain, a strong wind blew. Latu hid in the tall grass, looking at a wild beast eating another animal. Its eyes were wild and wary. It ate while looking around. Latu activated his technique, seeing through to the beast's vital points. The weaknesses are clear now. He leaped up, bursting out of the bushes, and charged down from above with his sword. The wild beast had already detected him and leaped up to bite Latu, but he dodged it. The wild beast swiped at La Tu with its sharp claws, forcing him to block with his sword. Then he kicked it straight in the abdomen. It's really tough, as expected, but this isn't enough. Just as he thought, the wild beast was almost unharmed and growled as it jumped back. It gathered momentum and charged ferociously, intending to make him its meal for interrupting its lunch. Then the wild beast leaped up, but La Tu ducked and slid underneath it. He slashed at its weak point, causing the wild beast to collapse to the ground dead. La Tu stared at it, thinking compared to humans, the cunning of wild beasts is indeed limited. They basically fight on instinct. After the beast died, La Tu pulled out all its claws and teeth. He put them in a cloth bag and slung it over his shoulder. Just as he finished, he suddenly sensed something. It's that group of people again. From his dragon's eye, La Tu could see from a distance that the group he had passed at the foot of the mountain was approaching his location. Ever since I entered the mountain, they've been circling around. It seems they really are here for me. The big brother flew over, but was too late. La Tu had already hidden behind a tree. Then the man approached the beast's corpse and stabbed its head, snorting angrily. The underling also caught up and said, "Big brother, I don't see the kid." The big brother warned all his underlings to be on high alert. "This kid can kill a black-armored wolf. His strength is not bad, so you all be careful." Then he ordered his most capable underling, Yuan Dashin, "You go collect the spoils." That kid definitely didn't run far. "The rest of you and I will split up to search. The moment you find him, fire a signal immediately." Yuan Dashin immediately obeyed. While Yuan Dashin was checking the situation where the wild beast died, La Tu sat in the bushes, thinking, from what this person said, it's probably not Yuan Dashin wanting revenge for his brother, but someone hired them to kill me. Someone who has a grudge against me and wants me dead. It must be Zhang Hai and the Zhang family of Qingyan City, right? I'm a student of the martial hall. It seems this group of people are desperados. La Tu continued to look through to see where they were, and he saw that the group was splitting up. It's him. I'll capture him and get the full story. Seizing the opportunity, La Tu rushed out like a gust of wind, but was discovered by Yuan Dashin, who turned with his weapon. "Who's there?" "So it's you." He recognized La Tu from a distance. La Tu had to act quickly, rushing forward with his sword. "I must subdue Yuan Dashin in the shortest time possible. I can't let him fire the signal." The two's weapons clashed, creating sparks and a cloud of smoke. Yuan Dashin lost his footing and stumbled back a distance, causing him to shout, such powerful force. As if knowing he couldn't beat La Tu, he intended to fire the signal flare. But unexpectedly, La Tu was faster and pointed his sword at him. "If you dare to fire that signal, your little life will be over." Yuan Dashin stood still, not daring to move, his face sweating with fear, but he had to admit such a fast movement technique. He then put down the signal flare to save his own life. "I'll ask you, who told you to follow me?" La Tu had just asked, and before he could hear Yuan Dashin's answer, someone suddenly attacked him from behind. But luckily, he managed to dodge in time. It turned out to be the big brother, who had brought all his underlings and said arrogantly, "Kid, I knew you were hiding around here." La Tu realized he had fallen into their trap. They returned so quickly. This person left Yuan Dashin behind as bait. On a high branch opposite La Tu, a man was already waiting. When the big brother said, "Kid, there's no escape for you now," a volley of arrows shot towards La Tu, but he quickly dodged each one and ran. "The prey's at our lips. We can't let it get away." The big brother immediately ordered after him. "We can't let La Tu escape." Not only was the group chasing him, but a rain of arrows was also flying towards him, but not a single one hit La Tu. Chun, who complained as he chased, "Why does this kid run so fast? Even though I'm a Chi-Hai realm martial artist, my movement technique isn't my strong suit." He ordered all his underlings, "Quick, split up and find him for me. Everyone, maintain your distance and be ready to fire a signal at any time." La Tu hid in a tree, using his see-through ability to pinpoint the location of each person in the group. There are 5 left. Only Chun, who is at the Chi-Hai realm. The others are all at the 9th level of body tempering. Perhaps I could defeat them one by one. Since you've made a move against me, I won't be polite anymore. La Tu leaped from tree to tree and landed behind one of the big brother Chun Hu's underlings. The man was completely unaware, resting his sword on his shoulder and sighing. What bad luck. A mere 7th level body tempering kid. Why is he so hard to deal with? Suddenly, he sensed something suspicious in a tree in front of him. Then, a single slash cut a snake's body and head in two. He had thought it was La Tu and snorted in annoyance. Turns out it was a snake. Oh no! He suddenly realized he had fallen in a La Tu's trap. and turned to block his attack with his sword, but it was chopped in half. Latu pointed his sword at the man. "How can you be so fast?" he said with difficulty and trembling, then collapsed dead. Latu looked at him and the sword in his hand that had ended so many lives. Among all martial arts in the world, only speed is unbreakable. That saying is indeed true. For people left, his eyes were as sharp as his sword, anticipating that another massacre would befall that unlucky group. The sky suddenly began to pour with rain. The big brother, Chunhu, looked up and said, "I can't believe it's starting to rain at a time like this. A death sign. A mere 7th level body tempering kid, wasting so much time and still haven't found him. What a bunch of trash." Out of nowhere, an arrow was shot right next to Chunhu's foot, making him realize immediately this is Chun Ping's silver iron arrow. Then he turned to look in the direction the arrow came from, which was also where Latu was standing, and said, "You've killed him." Latu, with an indifferent face, looked down at where Chun, was standing, and replied, "Not just Chun Ping. Now, you're the only one left." Chun, was not afraid upon hearing that all his underlings had been killed, but instead said arrogantly, "Kid, you're brave. But not running away and coming to find me is just seeking your own death. Then let me see the strength of a Chi-Hai realm martial artist." La-Tu landed gently on the ground. The big brother also charged with his spear. "Then I'll grant your wish." The weapons of both Chun-Hu and La-Tu clashed, but it seemed La-Tu was at a disadvantage and was knocked back. As expected of a Chi-Hai realm martial artist, his strength completely suppresses me. Chun-Hu pressed his advantage. Seeing this, Chun-Hu said smugly, "You want to fight your grandpa with just this movement technique? Saves me the effort of looking for you." Chun-Hu attacked relentlessly, leaving La-Tu only able to dodge without a chance to counterattack. Then, his sword was struck and broken in two. The big brother retracted his spear and laughed loudly, boasting about his weapon. "This wind-piercing spear is a low-grade human rank weapon. Die for me." He then slashed towards La-Tu, but he dodged it. For the first time, he truly retaliated, unleashing the fierce tiger form. Chun-Hu, underestimating him, sneered, "You think you can injure me to survive? You've miscalculated. I also have a low-grade human rank protective treasure. You think a mere 7th level body tempering cultivator like you can injure me." But he never expected that La-Tu's fierce tiger form would send him flying. Then La-Tu knocked the spear from his hand and unleashed the soaring dragon form, striking Chun-Hu straight in the abdomen, causing him to fall backward in surprise. Chun-Hu, not believing reality, said in shock, "This is impossible. My protective armor, my Chi-Hai protective barrier. How did he do it?" Chun-Hu lay sprawled on the ground, taking his last breath in astonishment before La-Tu ended his life. La-Tu smiled, wiped the blood from his mouth, and looked into the distance, finally dealt with the last one. At the weapon shop, La-Tu walked up to the owner's counter, proudly carrying Chun-Hu's spear. He slammed it hard on the table, leaving the owner stunned and bewildered as he looked at La-Tu's day. His face was dark and full of anger, which frightened the owner into silence. He could only give a forced smile and scratch his head, waiting for La-Tu to leave. Then the owner picked up Chun-Hu's spear with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, La-Tu returned to the forest where he often cultivated. La-Tu sat on a large rock, cultivating the spirit-gathering formation. Streams of green chi swirled around him, emanating from his body. Suddenly, La-Tu's eyes flashed as the formation grew stronger, as expected of a peak 3rd grade internal cultivation method. After I modified it using the life vein visualization diagram, the cultivation efficiency of the pure yang art has become stronger. Combined with the spirit gathering formation, chi nurturing pills, and absorbing the potent essence of the mountain's plants and trees, this is the 2 poles of life and death chi. After I reached the 8th level of body tempering, my cultivation has also become pure. Adding these 2 poles of life and death chi, no one below the Chi-Hai realm can defeat me. After finishing his cultivation of the formation, La-Tu stood up, looked into the distance, and wondered to himself, "I wonder how I compare to the elites of the Martial Hall's advanced class now." The scene changes to the Zhang family mansion in Qingyan City. The Zhang family head, furious, smashed a vase and roared, "Trash. A bunch of trash. Isn't Chun-Hu a Chi-Hai realm martial artist? He failed to deal with a mere body tempering realm kid." The family head's subordinate reported the situation, Not only did Chunhu fail, but he also lost his life on Baki Mountain. His wind-piercing spear was sold to a weapon shop, and his body was found on Baki Mountain. Hearing this, the Zhang family head became even more furious and thundered, "Trash! This matter has already leaked out." The subordinate replied, "There has been no movement from the Marshall Hall these past few days. There probably isn't a problem." Latu returned to the Marshall Hall of Qingyan City. As he walked, he thought, according to the Marshall Hall's rules, now that I've reached the 8th level of body tempering, I can choose another 3rd-grade martial art, just like when I was at the 7th level. The people standing near him also started discussing among themselves that it seems Latu's strength has increased again. I can even feel a sense of pressure. Another person chimed in, "Don't tell me he's already reached the 8th level of body tempering? I've only ever felt this kind of pressure from an 8th level martial artist before." The other guy couldn't believe what he was seeing and said, "Impossible, he was only at the 7th level a month ago." As usual, he paid them no mind and walked on. Suddenly, an elder appeared, startling him slightly. He thought, not a Qihai realm, but a Xiantian realm martial artist. Student Latu pays his respects to the elder. As he greeted him, he thought to himself, this person isn't just an elder of the Marshall Hall. He's probably the one who was in charge of the assessment at the Demon Hunter Association. The elder smiled warmly, pointed forward, and said to Latu, "Follow me." He obeyed and replied yes. In a magnificent residence, the elder sat down opposite Latu and invited him, "Have a seat. I'm an elder of the Marshall Hall. We've met before. I heard you chose the pure yang art in the scripture pavilion." Latu immediately replied, "Yes, elder." The elder smiled kindly and continued, "I see your cultivation has reached the 8th level. To break through once a month is not simply a matter of good talent. It seems you have successfully cultivated the pure yang art." He said nothing and just nodded. Elder Zhuang seemed very pleased, as shown on his face, and said, "Excellent, excellent. To be able to cultivate it within a month. In this Qingyan Martial Hall, no one can compare to you. You could even rank among the top 10 students in Yunlong Prefecture." Then the elder's expression changed, as if he wanted to tactfully ask him, "Are you confident about the martial arts grand tournament in 2 months?" Latu scratched his head, looking a bit hesitant, and said humbly, "I've only just entered the 8th level. I'm afraid I can't compete with the senior brothers from the advanced class." Elder Zhuang tried to persuade him, saying, "With your talent, the Martial Hall will focus on nurturing you. However, if you want better cultivation methods or more resources, you must rely on your own strength to seize them." After the conversation ended, Latu walked away, his mind full of thoughts. The annual martial arts grand tournament is an opportunity to be seized. Within these 2 months, I've chosen the rushing thunder sword technique. However, I must first choose a good sword. Latu went to the weapon shop. He quickly chose a sword he was satisfied with and said, 600 origin chi stones to buy one. Not bad. Now to buy some pills. He continued to the pill shop to choose his items, but then Latu put his hand on his chin, pondering the price. The pills are not bad, but the price. While he was thinking, someone approached and called out, "Shopkeeper, do you have any ice spirit pills?" It turned out to be Lu Mengjiao, the Martial Hall teacher who had saved him once before. The shopkeeper rushed over, his face a bit hesitant, and said to Lu Mengjiao, "3rd-grade pills are only available at the Formation Arts Guild. My small shop at most only has 2nd-grade pills. Please forgive me, miss." Lu Mengjiao's face was full of disappointment. Unable to buy a 3rd-grade pill, she turned to leave. "Forget it. I'll try looking elsewhere." Suddenly, Lu Mengjiao felt a headache wash over her, causing her to lose her balance and sway, about to fall. Not good. Latu stepped forward in time to catch her before she fell. When he touched Lu Mengjiao, he felt that her body was too hot. Lu Mengjiao, uncomfortable, said in a weak voice, "Latu, take me away." As quick as a flash, Latu picked Lu Mengjiao up and leaped outside. "Teacher Lu, where are we going?" Lu Mengjiao replied, "To my residence." Latu obeyed without delay and carried her, running as fast as the wind, surprising everyone around them. Latu's eyes flashed. He could see through every acupoint on Lu Mengjiao's body and thought, the extremely hot aura in her body isn't quite right. Arriving at Lu Mengjiao's small courtyard, she had already been lying on the bed resting for a short while. Then she woke up, looked towards the standing Latu, and said politely, "Latu, thank you." Latu replied, "Miss Luke, no need to be so polite. It's what I should do." "I wonder what happened to Miss Luke just now?" Lu Mengjiao shyly covered her face, thinking, I almost didn't make it through today. The ice spirit pills are all used up. Then she explained to La Tu, I was born with fire yang, sever meridians. Every 7 days, I suffer from searing pain. Since I was young, I've mainly relied on ice attribute medicinal pills to suppress it, but its effect is getting weaker and weaker. I've used up all the pills, and even if I had more, I would only have 2 years left. La Tu clasped his hands and offered to help Luke Mong Jiao. I have a way. Miss Luke, could you let me help you take a look? Luke Mong Jiao recalled when La Tu carried her back and asked him back, you can't cure my illness. I don't need your help. La Tu hurriedly explained, Miss Luke, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of offending you. Besides, your meridian illness is an incurable disease, right? How did you know? Luke Mong Jiao frowned and asked, then thought back to when La Tu brought her back and took care of her, tucking her in. Although my mind was hazy just now, I could still be certain. He didn't use his internal chi to check my body. So how did he know? La Tu explained, I know a little about medicine. Just now, I noticed a scorching aura emanating from Miss Luke's heart meridian. I think Miss Luke has already sought medicine from some martial Dao grandmasters or great doctors, but to no avail. Why not let me try? However, I need to think it over carefully. Luke Mong Jiao agreed to his request, but didn't forget to warn him. All right, then I'll trouble you. La Tuesday. However, you're not to get handsy with me. La Tu said, Teacher, please sit firmly on the bed. Then he pulled Luke Mong Jiao's hand, touching the hand of someone of the opposite sex. La Tu felt a bit shy, looking at Luke Mong Jiao and thinking, it's no wonder Miss Luke's attitude towards me changed just now. Her current state is truly soul-stirring. Then La Tu calmed his mind and sat down to take her pulse. But one look was all it took for Luke Mong Jiao to know that La Tu had no experience in healing, and she thought to herself, this movement looks unprofessional at a glance, but forget it, I might as well let him try. La Tu turned to stare at Luke Mong Jiao, his flashing eyes making her a bit shy. La Tu said to her, Miss Luke, there's a scorching aura accumulated inside your heart meridian. I can't guarantee a cure. I can only give it a try. La Tu held Luke Mong Jiao's hand and began the treatment, his 2 poles of life and death emanating just like that. Luke Mong Jiao was still a bit shy and just replied with a waiting for La Tu to treat her. He thought, my 2 poles of life and death are absorbing the scorching aura in Miss Luke's heart meridian. Luke Mong Jiao looked at La Tu treating her, feeling a bit hesitant and worried for him. As long as the flame is completely absorbed, I could be free from the yang, severed meridians. Even a Chi-Si martial artist like me can't withstand it. How can a newcomer at the body tempering stage like him endure it? Should I stop him now? Suddenly, a stream of fire chi escaped, scorching the entire room. Luke Mong Jiao's body suddenly felt tired, her eyes a bit dazed. Then she unconsciously lay on La Tu's lap and fell asleep from exhaustion. After La Tu absorbed the flame power from Luke Mong Jiao, he spoke again. I'm sorry, teacher, I have absorbed a portion of the flame power from your heart meridian, but my cultivation is too low, so I still can't completely resolve it. Luke Mong Jiao's face was sorrowful, a bit disappointed, but La Tu reassured her and continued, but it will be fine after I absorb it a few more times. Hearing this, Luke Mong Jiao regained her spirits and happily asked him back, really? La Tu confirmed with her, it's true, but not today. My cultivation is too low, and just now I couldn't control the flame power that leaked out. Luke Mong Jiao remembered when she was tired and lay on La Tu's lap, which made her blush beet red, and she said, I'll go call someone to repair this room. La Tu, you go rest in the room next door. I'm going out to buy you a cloak. Although your clothes weren't burned by the flame just now, they were still slightly damaged. After that, she went out to buy things. La Tu watched Luke Mong Jiao's departing figure and said, Teacher Luke is not only beautiful, her figure is also beautiful. She's even more beautiful when she smiles. Then he thought again, just now, absorbing Teacher Luke's erupting flame gave me an epiphany, which is the law of the great Tao of life and death. Fire is the source of life and also the source of destruction. Rebirth from fire is life. Burning the sea is death. And then he was joyful again, but I'm already at the 9th level of body tempering. Moreover, I've even awakened the internal chi, the fire attribute true chi of a Chi-Si martial artist. And body tempering has no attributes, Only upon reaching the innate realm can one awaken them. Furthermore, because I just had an epiphany about the great Tao of life and death through this flame, it has also split into the fire of life and the fire of death. Latu controlled the two poles of life and death in his body and continued to calculate and think, my body can't absorb anymore. I must refine the flame power absorbed from Teacher Luke before I can continue to absorb more. The fire yang sever meridians are an incurable disease for Teacher Luke, but for me, it's a great help, even better than taking medicinal pills. When Luke Mong Jiao returned from her shopping, Latu said to her, Teacher Luke, in 7 days, I will come again to help you with your treatment. Hearing Latu keep calling her teacher, Luke Mong Jiao didn't like it and turned to the other side, saying, I'm only 21 years old, not much older than you. Latu blushed and asked her, then should I call you Sister Luke or Sister Mong Jiao? Luke Mong Jiao also felt a bit shy when Latu called her sister, but her tone was cold as she replied, call me whatever you like, just don't call me Teacher Luke. Latu scratched his head and said, I understand. The conversation between Latu and Luke Mong Jiao ended. On the way back, he thought, helping Sister Mong Jiao with her illness allowed me to break through to the 9th level of body tempering. But in these 2 months, I still have to hone my skills to increase my strength, at least to the great completion stage of the rushing Thunder Sword technique. Latu arrived at Baki Mountain and stood before the gate of Baki Village. On another side, in front of the Zhang family's gate, there was a commotion. A subordinate of the Zhang family saw this and shouted loudly, who is so bold as to offend the Qingyun sword clan? It turned out to be Captain Han of the Green Armor Guards. His face darkened, his tone resolute as he said, the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaoxiong, is suspected of murdering a student of the Martial Hall. The Green Armor Guards are on duty. Unrelated personnel, step aside. Zhang Xiaoxiong stepped out and said, Captain Han, without any evidence, what is the meaning of barging into my Zhang family's residence? Captain Han didn't waste words and gave the order. I am here under Elder Zhang's orders to arrest Zhang Xiaoxiong. If he resists, kill him without trial. While Zhang Xiaoxiong was being arrested, a man stood watching and said, I've finally waited for this day. It turned out to be Zhang Xiaoxiong's younger brother. His face turned cunning as he sneered and said, I must let this good older brother of mine take the blame for this crime, and no one can protect him. Then he gave an order. Men, send someone to pretend to be my brother's subordinates and go capture Latu's father. The scene changes to the martial arts training ground of the Martial Hall. All the students are gathered below. Latu stood behind, listening to the crowd talk. If you get into the top 10, there will be rewards of medicinal pills and origin chi stones. The top 5 can be taken as disciples by an elder. The top 3 can even receive guidance from the Martial Hall's master and also have the qualification to choose a 4th grade martial art. Another person wondered, I don't know who will be number 1 today. Latu just listened in silence, then walked closer to the martial arena, thinking, in these 2 months, I went to senior sister Mong Jiao's place and absorbed the power of the flame a few more times. My internal chi has been purified to the peak of the 9th level of chi refining. Moreover, I've been constantly honing my skills at Baki Mountain. After modifying it, the rushing Thunder Sword technique has been cultivated to the great completion stage. I'll see if I have the qualifications to be number 1. Suddenly, the crowd shouted excitedly, the Hall Master is here. A foot standing on a cloud flew over. It was the Hall Master, riding a cloud to the upper level. The crowd below discussed, flying through the air, a legendary technique. He has already surpassed the innate realm. The elder who had spoken with Latu before was already waiting for the Hall Master and said, Hall Master, you've arrived. Latu stood below, full of admiration, wondering when he would have such strength. Then the elder said, silence. The auspicious hour has arrived. Remember, in a martial competition, swords and sabers have no eyes. You can injure people, but you cannot kill them. Otherwise, your qualification will be revoked, you will be expelled from the martial hall, and imprisoned for 10 years. The competition will be by drawing lots for pairs. Those with the same number will go to the arena to compete. I now declare the grand martial competition has begun. Another person in charge of the lots said, all students, draw your lots one by one. A long line of students waited to draw their numbers to compete in the arena. In the stands below, everyone cheered for all the competing students. Everyone do your best. Latu drew number 98, Martial Arena number 3. He looked up at the arena and saw that the match for number 97 was about to end, thinking it's almost my turn. After that match, it would be his turn. The elder shouted, "Martial Arena number 3, number 98, to the stage." The person with number 98, who was also La Tu's opponent, was a tall, thin man with brown hair. He flew up and jumped on the martial arena, crossing his arms arrogantly. The crowd below praised his good movement technique and cheered for him. La Tu lightly jumped onto the stage, not as ostentatiously as the other guy. Then he asked him, "You're La Tu, the one who crippled Zhang Hai some time ago, right?" La Tu said nothing, just gave a nod. Number 98 went up to fight La Tu's day. His cultivation was on par with his, so he thought, this La Tu guy thinks that just because he defeated Zhang Hai, he can look down on me? We're both at the 7th level of body tempering. I don't believe I'm weaker than you. Number 98 rushed at La Tu, using a move he was confident in, but he just lightly dodged his move. Then La Tu rushed forward to attack, punching him and sending him flying, saying, "I've already seen through your movements." At this moment, the elder shouted loudly, "Martial Arena number 3, La Tu wins." After hearing this, La Tu left with a cold expression, while the guy he just fought was unbearably angry. He was still sitting on the arena floor, cursing, "Damn you, La Tu. If it weren't for your luck, my flying dagger would have hit." The martial hall master and the elder observed from above, talking to each other. Look, great completion movement technique, reaching the subtle realm. In the following fights, La Tu easily gained the upper hand, continuously defeating his opponents. But the martial hall disciples below were unconvinced and jealously badmouthed La Tu. "You brat, you're too arrogant. Just relying on good movement technique, huh? Wait until he meets a real expert. Let's see how useless his good movement technique will be." Elder Zhang announced from above, "The 3rd round of competition begins." Another elder in charge of the lots said, "Prepare to draw lots." The bell rang, and the judge said, "Martial Arena number 2, Martial Arena number 13. Facing La Tu this time was a spear-wielding expert. Below, they endlessly mocked La Tu's day. Haha, this La Tu guy is really unlucky to have met Lin Jie in the 3rd round. Hearing this, Lu Yuhan spoke up to defend him. At least La Tu dared to participate in the competition, and he has already won 2 rounds. Tu Fai was naturally unconvinced and said to Lu Yuhan, he just got lucky last time, meeting 2 weak opponents. Then he gritted his teeth angrily and thought, that detestable Lu Yuhan daring to mock me for not participating. Sooner or later, you'll marry into my Tu family. We'll see how I deal with you then. The scene changes to the elder and the martial hall master. The elder said, "I didn't expect La Tu to meet Lin Jie so early." The martial hall master took a sip of tea and said, "Don't underestimate him. La Tu is not that simple." Luke Mong Jiao from behind also spoke up, "I also agree with the hall master. La Tu can win." Hearing this, the elder turned his head and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, could be that this brat has a secret I don't know about." In the stands, the crowd was chattering, "Lin Jie will definitely be number 1 this year. Lin Jie, defeat this brat and let him know that our senior class is not comparable to Zhang Hai." Lin Jie stood with his arms crossed and said, "You are not my opponent. If you don't want to suffer, get down on your own." Hearing this, La Tu was not fazed at all and continued to walk forward. Seeing no reaction from him, Lin Jie shouted, "It seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Then he rushed up to attack first, thinking to himself, does this brat think I'll exhaust all my strength in one punch? Or is his movement technique truly miraculous? It seems La Tu is not simple. Then he unleashed the overlapping shadow fist towards La Tu, forcing him to retreat. Seeing this, the crowd shouted, "Lin Jie is amazing," as expected of a top expert from the senior class. How can this brat La Tu compare? The hall master said, 2nd grade inch step cultivated to great completion. Movement technique reaching the subtle realm. Not bad, not bad. However, Lin Jie's strongest is his perilous spear technique. I wonder how La Tu's rushing thunder sword technique has been cultivated. Below, Lin Jie had already rushed towards La Tu with his spear, striking first, but La Tu countered his attack. He sent him flying, leaving the crowd in utter shock. 9th level of body temper, what? How is that possible? 2 months ago, he was only at the 8th level. Even more terrifying, 5 months ago, he was only at the 2nd level of body tempering. This cultivation speed is a miracle in Qingyan City. The elder also said in surprise, But if it were in Yunlong Prefecture or even the free and unfettered sect, it's not unheard of. Lukmong Jiao and the Hall Master both showed faces of admiration. Amidst everyone's surprise, La Tu reminded the judge, "Teacher, you should announce the result." The judge, still not believing his eyes, shouted, "La Tu wins." La Tu jumped down from the martial arena, thinking to himself, after this grand competition, I will definitely catch the eye of the higher-ups, or I will be specially admitted to the elite class and receive the benefits of martial arts resources. The judge announced, "The written test is about to begin. Contestants, please prepare." As La Tu walked by, he heard a group of people discussing the match, saying, La Tu's strength is stable in the top 5. I wonder how he compares to Zhao Qishuang, who is ranked 4th. I feel Zhao Qishuang is more formidable. La Tu's martial arts grade is not good enough. Another group was also talking about him. La Tu can probably become a Qi realm martial artist at 18. He's qualified to participate in the competition, and if he passes, he can become an outer disciple of the free and unfettered sect. Why don't you say he's even more amazing and will become an inner disciple before 25? Two-Face said to his cousin, "Cousin, I will definitely avenge you. This La Tu guy made me lose face in front of Lu Yuhan before." Two-Face's cousin, who was La Tu's next opponent, said, "His fist and movement techniques are not bad. I just don't know about his sword technique. He still hasn't used the sword on his back in the grand martial competition so far." Two-Face said jealously, "His sword technique is definitely no good. Cousin, go a little harder on him later." That cousin of Two-Face was also extremely confident and said, "All right." Hearing this, Two-Face put on a show of loyalty and said, "Cousin, don't worry. When I become the family head, I will definitely not forget your good deeds." Two-Face's cousin laughed out loud, but inwardly sneered in contempt. "Wait until I become a Qi realm martial artist. Even if I don't become an outer disciple of the free and unfettered sect, I can still join the city armor guards." Was your Two family just relying on a good-for-nothing who depends on his status as a direct descendant, spending money on pills to reach the 7th level? Two-Face also made a powerful entrance onto the martial arena like the red-hair guy before and said, "I heard you cultivate the rushing thunder sword technique. Do you dare to fight me? But under my 7 stars saber technique, you have no chance of entering the final round." Then Two-Face's face twisted into a cunning, contemptuous smile as he continued. But La Tu replied with an ice-cold face, "You want me to draw my sword? Let's see if you have the ability first." Two-Face snorted and got into a fighting stance. He started to make the first move, unleashing the saber drawing technique, which looked powerful, but it didn't affect him at all. La Tu lightly dodged to the side. The crowd below couldn't stop praising La Tuesday good movement technique, as expected of La Tuesday. The movement technique he has shown in this grand competition is too miraculous. Do you think you can escape just like that? Two-Face continued to execute his sword technique, 7 stars, seizing the water, a move he was always proud of, and rushed towards him. He smiled arrogantly, watching to see how he would dodge, and thought to himself, "This is my strongest slash." La Tu, even if you don't die, you'll be severely injured. But he had underestimated him too much. La Tu lowered his body and dodged Two-Face's move with ease, causing him to say in surprise, he dodged it. After that, La Tu unleashed the soaring dragon form. Perhaps he combined it with the flame he had absorbed from Lukmong Jiao's heart meridian. So his soaring dragon form became a valiant fire dragon, rushing forward powerfully and knocking Two-Face off the martial arena. His sword also flew from his hand, spinning in the air. The crowd surrounded Two-Face, praising him while mocking Two-Face. This La Tu's movement technique is not his only strength. He remains calm and composed in the face of danger. Two-Face's 3rd-grade martial art is at great completion. If not for that, he probably couldn't have done anything against La Tu's movement technique. Two-Face seemed unable to believe reality, unable to believe that he had lost, his body trembling uncontrollably. Impossible, impossible. La Tu looked up at the martial arena and thought, then the only ones left with any real strength are. He looked at 2 people, one holding a large saber and the other a spear. Then he turned to look at a white-haired young hero with his hair in a bun, looking scholarly, standing in the middle with a sword, and thought, it seems it's these few people. The final round of the grand martial competition. I hope the three of you don't disappoint me. First up is the match between the one with the saber and the one with the spear. One of the two weapon wielders rushed forward first, but was met with a move from the spear wielder, forcing him to only defend. Then the saber wielder was hit, causing him to cough up blood and accept defeat. Latu and the white-haired man stood below watching the match. Then the elder said, Feng Xianju, Lot 2 to the stage. The two of them jumped onto the martial arena at the same time. Feng Xianju raised his fist towards Latu and confidently declared, I will defeat you within 3 moves. Latu replied with a provocative tone, then I'd like to see how you defeat me in 3 moves. Then open your eyes and watch closely, he said as he raised his sword, then drew it and rushed at Latu's day. The crowd below exclaimed in surprise. Such speed, third-grade movement technique, form shifting, and shadow swapping. But Latu was not fazed at all, smiling lightly with a smug face, and said, what's the use of being fast? Then, as he advanced, he observed all of Feng Xianju's movements and dodged all of his attacks. The Hall Master, sitting high above and observing Latu's match, had to jump to his feet and say, what a Latu, second-grade martial art. For him to cultivate it to a level comparable to a third-grade one, this talent is truly monstrous. The crowd below watched and couldn't help but doubt, is he really only cultivating a second-grade martial art? Why do I feel that Feng Xianju's third-grade movement technique is not as good as his? On the martial arena, Latu had blocked his sword. The Hall Master said in surprise, great completion sword technique. He mastered it in 2 months? After that, Latu was victorious. He pointed his sword at Feng Xianju, who stammered in fear, I admit defeat. This made even the Hall Master praise him admiringly. Cultivated a peak pure yang physique from the 2nd to the 9th level of body tempering in 5 months. Great completion of the rushing thunder sword technique in 2 months. Great completion of a second-grade movement technique, invincible below the Qi-Si realm. After the previous match, Feng Xianju lost, so he had to fight the saber wielder who was also defeated by another, and the result was that Feng Xianju won. Both of them were panting and sweating, as they were almost evenly matched. Then the final match to decide who would be at the top of the list took place. Lot 2, Su Qiuxing, prepare to enter the arena. The two of them immediately went up to the martial arena without any delay. Su Qiuxing was not as arrogant as the previous ones, but he also exuded the air and bearing of a gentleman. On the arena, Su Qiuxing raised the spear that had defeated many of his opponents and said, I am already 18 years old. This is the last time I will participate in the grand martial competition. I hope you will not disappoint me. Latu was just as confident as Su Qiuxing and drew his sword, saying, I won't disappoint you either. Moreover, I also want to experience your spear technique. Then the elder shouted, the competition begins. Su Qiuxing rushed forward with his spear and said, make your move, I won't hold back. Latu gritted his teeth and used his sword to block a powerful blow from Su Qiuxing, and couldn't help but exclaim, what a formidable spear technique. While Latu was distracted, Su Qiuxing struck from above, causing him to say in surprise, not good. He didn't have time to block, and had to use the internal energy from his hand, releasing it to block Su Qiuxing's spear technique. The two streams of power collided, but Su Qiuxing was at a disadvantage, so he was sent flying backward. Su Qiuxing said angrily, damn it, such powerful internal energy. The Hall Master also couldn't stop praising him. Such strong internal energy. Even if Latu has cultivated to the 9th level and cultivated a 4th-grade internal energy technique, he shouldn't have such strong internal energy. The Hall Master stroked his beard and thought to himself, it seems his pure yang art has been successfully cultivated. The battle between Su Qiuxing and Latu was still very dramatic. Latu fought while thinking and calculating. Although I can rely on my internal energy to suppress him, I choose to use Su Qiuxing's spear technique to temper my movement and sword techniques. Su Qiuxing used the glazed cold light spear to fight him, but Latu did not yield and met his moves. The two streams of power continued to clash, unable to determine a winner. This made the crowd below sigh, They're just fighting with all their might for over 40 rounds. Both sides have abundant internal energy, and it's already the 60th round. The match lasted for more than 60 rounds. Finally, La Tu caught an opening and knocked the spear from Su Qiusheng's hand, saying, "Hand." He was surprised that La Tu could defeat him, so he asked him, "How can your internal qi be stronger than mine unless you cultivate the pure yang art?" La Tu replied politely, "That's right. Senior Brother Su's spear technique is very strong. I was only able to defeat you by relying on the internal qi of the pure yang art." The onlookers heard this and were surprised, chattering among themselves. What? La Tu cultivates the pure yang art? In 800 years, only 3 people have successfully cultivated that third-grade cultivation technique. The Hall Master stood up and announced the result. La Tu wins this match. The first place in this grand martial competition is La Tu. Everyone present cheered and congratulated him. Long live La Tu. La Tu, well done. You are a role model for us commoners. Luke Mong Jiao stood behind, smiling happily for him and thinking to herself, La Tu has become a prominent figure in all of Qingyun City. It won't be long before he will surely venture beyond Qingyun City to Yunlong Prefecture and even the entire Tianwu Kingdom. The scene changes to La Tu walking deep into the martial hall, following the guidance of the elder to meet the hall master privately. Then he knelt down and greeted. Student La Tu pays his respects to the hall master and the elders. The hall master said to him, La Tu, you won first place in the competition. This is your reward. Bring it up. Immediately, 3 handmaidens, carrying something covered by a red cloth, walked before Luo Xiao. The first handmaiden unveiled a command medallion. The hall master told him this was his reward. With this medallion, you can enter the 3rd floor of the library pavilion. You may cultivate any 4th-grade martial art you wish. He rejoiced, thinking to himself, I can choose freely? Then I can cultivate my internal energy, martial skills, and movement techniques all to the 4th grade. The handmaiden unveiled the second item, a vial of qi pills. The hall master continued, this is your second reward, a 2nd-grade qi condensing pill. After taking it, your cultivation can break through to the peak of the 9th level of body tempering and enter the qi realm. This second item was of great value, causing Luo Xiao to break into a wide, unconcealed smile. He eagerly wanted to take it, thinking this single 2nd-grade pill is worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. And for an ordinary martial artist to break through to the qi realm, besides accumulation, they must spend half a year to a year continuously assaulting their dantian. With this pill, I can succeed in one go. The hall master gestured for him not to be hasty. There is still a 3rd reward. This is a 2nd-stage spirit gathering formation, which will increase your cultivation efficiency 4-fold. Luo Xiao clasped his hands and thanked the hall master for the rewards. The hall master replied, this is not my doing. You deserve it. There is one more matter. The hall master ordered for the person to be brought up. 2 people brought up the bound head of the Zhang family. The moment he saw him, he became angry and upset. The elder standing below said, he is the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaoxiong, who sent people to hunt you down. He also sent people to capture your relatives, but they were stopped and apprehended by the martial hall. Luo Xiao, filled with indignation, turned to look at Zhang Xiaoxiong and said, you deserve to die. Death would not be enough to atone for your crimes. But the hall master stopped him and reminded him, Luo Xiao, I understand your anger, but there is something I must remind you of. Although Luo Xiao was angry, he remained calm and listened to the hall master's advice. The Zhang family has an ancestor who is an outer sect deacon at the Xiaoyao sect, and with your talent, you will surely enter the Xiaoyao sect, therefore. Although the hall master did not say more, Luo Xiao understood the meaning and continued, therefore, that Zhang family ancestor will surely seek revenge. But even so, if I let Zhang Xiaoxiong go, will he remember my kindness? Won't Zhang Xiaoxiong take action against my family after I leave? Hall master, I have thought it through. I don't care what background he has. I will not forgive anyone who wants to harm my family. His eyes were sharp, filled with hatred as he made his resolute decision. Hearing this, the hall master agreed, then ordered, very well, drag him out. Although Zhang Xiaoxiong was gagged, he still tried to cry out as if he were greatly wronged, but it was to no avail as he was dragged away. The hall master continued, but you must be careful in the future, especially when you join the Xiaoyao sect. Our Qingyun City Martial Hall will no longer be able to protect you. Luo Xiao thanked the hall master, and he himself knew what he had to do next. At Lu Mingyao's small courtyard, Luo Xiao was still absorbing the absolute fire-yang meridians as usual. The flames still escaped, making everything around them hotter. The clothes of the two were also slightly singed. Lu Mingyao suddenly said, "It's once every 7 days, but I feel shy every time. I'm going to change my clothes." After changing, Lu Mingyao opened the door and entered to see Luo Xiao still sitting on the bed cultivating the fire qi. She smiled and thought to herself, "Once my absolute fire-yang meridians are cured, I should also return." In just half a year, he broke through from his 2nd level to the 9th level of body tempering and even mastered the divine yang art. In the future, he will have the chance to cultivate Xiantian arts. The pure yang art is a complete 8th grade martial art. By then, he will surely be able to secure a place for himself in the Xiaoyao sect. After getting the fire qi under control, Luo Xiao opened his eyes. He suddenly saw Lu Mingyao standing there, who knew for how long, and she even turned away, making him wonder why she was reacting like that. As for Lu Mingyao, it was as if she had been caught peeking at him, so she turned away shyly. Luo Xiao got off the bed and said to her, "Mingyao, wait until I cultivate to the Qi Si realm. It will probably take 2 or 3 more times to completely cure your absolute fire-yang meridians." Lu Mingyao was surprised to hear this, because what Luo Xiao said meant that she and Luo Xiao could only meet a few more times, and she blurted out, "So soon." Realizing she had misspoken, she corrected herself. "I mean, are you that certain?" Her face clearly showed sadness and disappointment, and she thought, "Is my heart in such turmoil? Because once I'm cured, I can't be with Luo Xiao like this anymore." Luo Xiao reaffirmed to Lu Mingyao, "Of course I'm certain. What's wrong? Is something amiss, sister?" Lu Mingyao tucked her hair back and said shyly, "Nothing's wrong. I'm just a little tired." Luo Xiao didn't suspect her strange behavior and replied, "Then you should rest well. I will be going into seclusion for the next few days to break through to the Qi Si realm. Sister Mingyao, I'll be leaving first." Then he waved goodbye, leaving Lu Mingyao behind. Watching his departing figure, she said, "All right." Now that Luo Xiao had become the top-ranked person in the martial hall, he also had a new residence. He sat on a large platform, cultivating his technique. Then Luo Xiao picked up a glistening golden pill and said joyfully, "It's time to break through to the Qi Si realm." He then swallowed the pill he had received earlier. Immediately, the pill took effect, emitting rings of light that surrounded him. Luo Xiao recited the incantation, "Pure Yang unites. 100 meridians communicate. Open for me." Reopening the Dantian, the first step is complete. But what is this? This is the Qi Si realm. He wondered if he had truly reached the Qi Si realm, because his 2 poles of life and death felt a bit different than usual. But then he knew he had succeeded. Luo Xiao clutched his chest and said joyfully, "The life and death pearl is miraculous. From the moment I obtained the life and death pearl until now, it has been a great help, whether in battle or cultivation." Suddenly, there was a loud noise from outside the door. A hand using a Qi technique opened the door and stepped in with great solemnity. Seeing this, Luo Xiao thought, "What is the hall master's attendant doing here?" Then the old man smiled and said to him, "Young Master Luo, the hall master requests your presence at the martial hall for a moment." Luo Xiao stepped down from the bed and asked the hall master's attendant, "Why is the hall master looking for me?" The attendant replied with a wrinkled face and a forced smile, reporting to young master, "The hall master of Xinshu City's martial hall has brought a young female genius for a visit. Several people from Qinyan City have already been defeated by her." "I understand," Luo Xiao said as he rested his chin on his hand, thinking, although we are all geniuses nurtured by the Xiaoyao sect, it's normal for different martial halls to compete with each other. As the top-ranked person in Qinyan City, I do indeed have the duty to face this challenge. At the Qinyan City Martial Arts Arena, a duel was taking place between a student of the Qinyan Martial Hall and the Xinshu Martial Hall. The hall master of Xinshu City saw that his student had the upper hand and had defeated many opponents, so he arrogantly wanted to make a bet with the hall master of Qinyan City. "I heard that your Qinyan City Martial Hall has produced a genius who cultivates the pure yang art. Why don't we make a bet?" The hall master, looking very displeased, said, "What do you want to bet?" He then slyly tried to win back his item from the hall master, replying, "How about we bet the blue star bracelet you won from me 3 years ago?" Nie Xiaodai had already defeated many students in Novatsuya, Qingyun City. She placed a hand on her hip arrogantly, causing all the students below to say with dissatisfaction, "This is too much. She keeps hitting people in the face. Once or twice might be a coincidence, but 4 times in a row is clearly intentional." The student defeated by Nie Xiaodai, though filled with indignation, could do nothing but tremble with anger, saying detestable. The crowd of students below also spoke up in protest. "It's one thing to win, but to humiliate others on top of it? Does she think our Qingyun City has no one?" The hall master, seeing this scene, had to remain silent, deep in thought. Nie Xiaodai was a beautiful young woman, like a flower, yet full of personality. Her tone was provocative as she said, "Doesn't the Qingyun Martial Hall have any experts? A bunch of trash can't even defeat a girl like me." The hall master of Xinshi City turned and said to the Qingyun hall master, "The young ones don't know any better. Don't be angry." The hall master suppressed his anger and said, "You dare bring someone to challenge Qingyun City? She's a 17-year-old genius who became a Qi realm martial artist, right?" Then he looked down at where Nie Xiaodai was standing and thought worriedly about Luo Xiao. "I don't know if Luo Xiao is a match for this girl." Then, the hall master's attendant led Luo Xiao to the martial arts arena. Seeing him arrive, everyone around said joyfully, "Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao is here. Luo Xiao is the top-ranked fighter of our Qingyun Martial Hall. He can definitely do it." Nie Xiaodai turned to look, then pointed at him and asked arrogantly, "You're the top-ranked fighter of the Qingyun Martial Hall? I wonder if you can even withstand a single move from me." Luo Xiao understood why she was so conceited and said, "A Qi realm martial artist. No wonder she's so arrogant." Seeing Luo Xiao arrive, the hall master was a little pleased and asked him, "Luo Xiao, are you confident you can face this genius girl, Nie Xiaodai, from the Xinshi Martial Hall?" Luo Xiao replied decisively with a single word, "Yes." All the students behind him were also proud of him and praised him. "Luo Xiao has broken through too. He truly is the number one of the Qingyun Martial Hall." Seeing Luo Xiao step forward, the hall master confidently asked the hall master of Xinshi City again, "You wanted to make a bet with me just now?" "I agree. If Nie Xiaodai wins, I will give you the blue star bracelet." The hall master of Xinshi City snorted contemptuously and replied, "If Luo Xiao wins, I will give you a bottle of Xiantian pills." Both hall masters were very confident that their students would win, so they made a big bet. On the martial arts stage, Nie Xiaodai said in a slightly surprised tone, "I didn't expect a Qi realm martial artist like you to appear among the trash of Qingyun City." Then she drew her spear and said arrogantly, "Not many can make me draw my spear. Luo Xiao, you have that qualification, so you can be proud even if you lose later." Then, Nie Xiaodai rushed forward as fast as the wind, making Luo Xiao exclaim, "Such fast speed." Then the two rushed into battle, clashing with each other. But Nie Xiaodai was struck in the chest by Luo Xiao's palm, catching her by surprise and knocking her backward. Luo Xiao taunted Nie Xiaodai, "With just this bit of strength, you dare to cause trouble in Qingyun City? You're not even worthy of me stepping forward." The students of Qingyun City below laughed heartily, cheering for him. "Ha, well said. Isn't she just a Qi realm martial artist? What's so great about that? Luo Xiao is worthy of being the number one of our Qingyun Martial Hall." Nie Xiaodai, feeling humiliated faitors of everyone, became enraged and said, "You dare to look down on me? Take this." Nie Xiaodai once again rushed at Luo Xiao. She used her sword, but he countered with the dragon tiger fist technique, causing everyone below to gasp in surprise. Luo Xiao's body can actually withstand blades and swords. Nie Xiaodai was no exception and thought to herself, "Such powerful true qi." After that, she was hit by a continuous barrage of attacks from Luo Xiao, leaving Nie Xiaodai only able to defend, unable to fight back. The tables had been turned by Luo Xiao. He smugly asked Nie Xiaodai, "Prodigy, are you still not admitting defeat?" She could do nothing but curse, "You bastard." Immediately, Luo Xiao unleashed a palm strike that sent Nie Xiaodai flying off the martial arts stage. The hall master of Qingyun City saw Luo Xiao went so quickly. So he also laughed smugly, glancing over and saying to the hall master of Xinshi City, well done. Thank you, hall master Xian, for the gift of Xiantian pills. Xiao Dai, defeated by him, could do nothing but turn back and say, Luo Xiao, you remember this for me. You just wait. There will come a day when I will defeat you. Then she and the hall master of Xinshi City not only returned in defeat, but also had to give the Xiantian pills to the hall master of Qinyan City, as per the bet. Returning to the martial hall, the hall master smiled, pleased with Luo Xiao, and said, Luo Xiao, you have protected the honor of our Qinyan martial hall this time. This is the blue star bracelet I won from Hall Master Xian Zhe. It belongs to you. Don't underestimate this bracelet. It was crafted by a third-grade formation master. When activated with true Qi, it will form a defensive shield that cannot be broken by anyone below the 7th level of the Xiantian realm. Luo Xiao accepted this treasure, joyfully thanking the hall master. The hall master stepped down and walked closer to Luo Xiao, continuing, since you have reached the Qi realm, there are some things I should tell you. In 3 months, the Xiaoyao sect will begin its entrance examination. You can decide for yourself whether you want to go or not. Luo Xiao was a bit curious and asked the hall master, if I don't succeed this year, can I go again next year? The hall master replied, of course you can. Seeing that there were many opportunities, Luo Xiao said confidently, then I'll participate. The hall master laughed, satisfied, and said, good. I also hope you succeed on your first try. Cultivate diligently, and I will notify you when the time comes. After the conversation ended, Luo Xiao walked out of the hall master's hall, full of confidence, saying, with my strength, it's time to leave this city and go to the wider world. A month later, in Lu Mingyao's small courtyard, she and Luo Xiao were absorbing the fire qi, as usual. After they finished, Lu Mingyao said, Luo Xiao, thank you. Luo Xiao replied, no need for thanks. Luo Xiao stared at Lu Mingyao, his face a little sad, thinking to himself, actually I've also received great benefit from Sister Mingyao. It's just that I have to leave. He felt a little regretful. Lu Mingyao's face was also sad as she said to him, Luo Xiao, I have to go. I'm leaving Qinyan City. Luo Xiao asked her, Sister Mingyao, you're leaving? But where are you going? She said, the Xiaoyao sect. Hearing that Lu Mingyao was going to the Xiaoyao sect, the place he was also about to apply to, he couldn't hide his joy, and it showed on his face as he said, Sister Mingyao, in 2 months, I will also participate in the entrance examination. I'll be going to the Xiaoyao sect then. We will meet again. Consider this bracelet a gift from me for the time we are apart. Luo Xiao gave the precious bracelet that the hall master had rewarded him to her. It was clear that Luo Xiao valued Lu Mingyao greatly. Lu Mingyao also agreed to wait for him, replying, I'll wait for you at the Xiaoyao sect for 2 months. After their conversation, 3 days later, Luo Xiao received a letter from Lu Mingyao. The letter said, I've left. I will wait for you at the Xiaoyao sect. Signed, Mingyao. Luo Xiao, holding the letter, thought, I'm coming to find you. He rode his horse as fast as the wind, passing through the city of the Xiaoyao sect. On the city wall, 3 people stood watching Luo Xiao rush into the city. The one in the middle said, just a kid at the first level of the Qi realm. Isn't Master making a big deal out of nothing by sending the 3 of us? Be careful. Don't let the martial hall get any dirt on us. Don't worry, senior brother, we understand. Luo Xiao rode his horse to the Baki Mountain forest. As he rode, he thought, I really admire the hall master and the others, being able to fly through the air. But with my current strength, I can go deep into Baki Mountain to temper myself. Suddenly, he pulled his horse to a stop, causing it to neigh, because Luo Xiao had sensed someone following him. In his eyes, the image of 3 people stealthily chasing after him flashed. Luo Xiao immediately identified 1 at the 7th level of the Qi realm and 2 at the 5th level. Then he jumped onto a tall nearby tree to observe. The 3 trackers, unaware, continued their pursuit. Then Luo Xiao's voice startled the 3, causing them to stop. Why have you 3 been following me? They immediately stopped and looked up toward the tall tree where Luo Xiao was standing. They immediately drew all their swords. One of them said, I didn't expect you to discover our tracks, but you're about to leave this world, so you don't need to know too much. At the same time, Luo Xiao also drew his sword and said, forget it, I hope you can still be this arrogant later. With that, the two with black and silver hair charged forward. The silver-haired one arrogantly said, "Give up your useless struggle." Immediately, Luo Xiao used his sword technique to unleash a wave of true qi that hit the two, making them exclaim, "Such strong, true qi. Is this kid really at the first level of the Qi Si realm?" Luo Xiao continued to use the Golden Thunder Nine swords, causing the silver-haired man's sword to break in half. The black-haired man clutched his neck, his face contorted as if he was struggling to breathe. Then the two fell under Luo Xiao's sword technique. Only the last one with purple hair remained, but he showed no fear at the death of his two brothers. Perhaps he was the strongest of the three, as he said confidently, "Stinking brat, I didn't expect you, who just entered the first level of the Qi Si realm, to have such strength. But today, you will definitely be staying here." He began to execute his sword technique. Streams of blue light enveloped him. Then he leaped up and rushed towards Luo Xiao. He didn't stand still either, but executed his internal energy to fight back. He thought, this person's cultivation is at the 7th level of the Qi Si realm. His true Qi is condensed. The martial arts he cultivates are at least 5th grade, and he has reached major completion. Who on earth sent such an expert? In a moment of distraction, the purple-haired man's sword struck, but luckily Luo Xiao managed to block it in time. Seeing that Luo Xiao seemed to be at a disadvantage, the purple-haired man said confidently, "Brat, you won't live past today." He then unleashed the Heavenly Wolf Moon Sword technique, a powerful blue wolf charging at Luo Xiao. At the same time, he also used the startling Thunder Nine swords. 9 swords, as if cloned, rushed towards the purple-haired man. Then a loud explosion erupted. In a thick smoke, Luo Xiao suddenly dropped his sword. The purple-haired man mocked him, saying, "You've actually grasped elemental true qi, but your cultivation is too low. You still fell into my hands." Then he unleashed the Tiger Dragon Fist. The purple-haired man also struck out with a mountain-splitting fist. The two streams of power clashed, but the purple-haired man was at a disadvantage and had his hand burned by Luo Xiao. He couldn't believe it. His face darkened as he looked at his injured hand and said, "Impossible. I clearly pushed you back, so why am I the one who's injured?" Luo Xiao used his sword to knock the purple-haired man's sword from his hand, then pointed the tip at him and asked, "Who sent you?" The purple-haired man, who was so arrogant before, was now just as cowardly. Fearing death, he tried to bargain with Luo Xiao, saying, "If I tell you, will you spare me? As long as you promise not to kill me, I'll tell you." Luo Xiao pressed the sword tip against his face and said, "You are in no position to bargain with me." The terrified purple-haired man confessed everything. "It was my master who sent my two brothers and me to Qinyan City. My master is Zhang Laoyang, an outer sect deacon of the Xiaoyao sect. You can't do anything to me, or else the Xiaoyao sect and my master will not." Before the purple-haired man could finish his sentence, Luo Xiao sent him to meet his ancestors with a single sword strike. He looked up at the sky, where flocks of birds flew freely, then snorted and said, "The Zhang family's ancestor, right? Just wait for me to find you at the Xiaoyao sect and return the favor." At this moment, Luo Xiao retrieved 2 swords and a ring from the group just now, laughing as he said, "2 human rank low grade, 1 mid grade. Should I thank that Zhang family ancestor for the gifts?" Suddenly, there was a loud roar from some beast, causing the birds to fly about in a panic. Luo Xiao was also startled and looked back, saying, "A single roar has such power. I'm afraid it's a 3rd stage demonic beast or higher. I have to leave this place first." Then he gathered his strength, leaped into the air, and disappeared, leaving the 3 assassins' corpses lying on the ground. He went to a nearby stream. The water was clear and cool. He put his hands on his waist and said, "Zhang Laoyang sent his 3 disciples out, and they never returned. He will naturally be suspicious. When I join the Xiaoyao sect then, I'm afraid there will be no small amount of trouble." Then he splashed water on his face, washing it as he thought, "But for Ming Yao's sake, knowing there's a tiger on the mountain, I can only press forward. As long as I perform outstandingly and receive focused nurturing, my status and position can surpass that of the Zhang family's ancestor, an outer sect deacon." 2 months later, a large eagle carried 2 people on its back. It turned out to be the Qinyan City Hall Master and Luo Xiao. The Hall Master said to him, "Brat, you almost missed this year's Xiaoyao sect disciple examination. Luckily, I have my mount the Black Cloud Eagle, a 3rd stage demonic beast." He explained to the Hall Master, I was cultivating in Baki Mountain, but was ambushed by 3 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. The hall master was surprised to hear him say this, and said angrily, "It must be that old bastard Zhang Laoyang. It really wasn't easy for you to make it back alive." Then the hall master realized, and perked up, asking Luo Xiao, "You're already at the 2nd level of the Qi Si realm." Luo Xiao scratched his head and said humbly, "A lucky breakthrough in a life-or-death situation." The hall master said, "That's true." Then the hall master's mount, the black cloud eagle, a 3rd-stage demonic beast, flew down. The hall master pointed to the city in front of them and introduced it to him. "This is Yunlong Prefecture." The 2 landed in Yunlong Prefecture. The hall master said, "Follow me," and the 2 entered. There, all the dignitaries were there to welcome them. "Oh, the Qinyan hall master has arrived. That must be Luo Xiao, the 4th person in 800 years to master the pure yang art. It seems the Qinyan martial hall's luck isn't bad." The hall master, proud of his student, laughed and said politely, "Hi everyone, I'm a little late, but luckily not too late." Then the hall master turned to an attendant there and said, "Please take the student from my Qinyan martial hall to rest. I'll go handle the examination registration." In the rear courtyard, as Luo Xiao was walking, someone blocked his way. "Brat, stop right there." He crossed his arms and asked him, "You're Luo Xiao?" He asked back, "I just got here, and someone's already looking for trouble." Hearing this, the man got angry, pointed at Luo Xiao's face, and said, "You're so decisive. Just because you mastered the pure yang art, you think you're some kind of expert." The crowd standing around saw the 2 arguing, and it seemed a fight was about to break out, so they started gossiping. "This is Yuan Feishan from Gaoi City. I heard he really likes Nie Xiao Dai from the Xinshi Martial Hall. Nie Xiao Dai went to Qinyan City to issue a challenge before and was defeated by Luo Xiao." Another person sneered, all for a smile from a beauty. "Haha, let's watch the show." Luo Xiao, seeing him looking for trouble, didn't beat around the bush and asked him directly, "What do you want?" That person smiled smugly, holding up 3 fingers, and said, "You bullied my little sister Xiao Dai. Just kneel and kowtow 3 times, and I'll spare you this once." Luo Xiao mocked him, saying, "Are you sure you're my opponent?" Hearing this, he got angry and rushed forward, saying, "Brat, it seems you're not convinced. Then I, your young master, will have to beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." Immediately after, he rushed forward with a raised fist. But Luo Xiao easily dodged, causing him to turn and look at Luo Xiao, thinking to himself, "Damn, I heard this kid's movement technique and swordplay are outstanding, but I'll fight carefully and see what you can do." Just as he was feeling smug, he was slapped in the face when Luo Xiao, quick as a flash, struck out with a palm, making him say in surprise, "What?" Then, in an instant, the guy was sent flying several meters. The crowd standing around hadn't even processed it and asked, "What just happened? Did you guys see clearly what happened?" Then the one with blue hair sneered at him. "Wasn't it said that Yuan Feishan is at the 2nd level of the Qi Si realm and has reached major completion in a 4th grade fist art, while Luo Xiao only broke through to the 1st level of the Qi Si realm 2 months ago?" He was humiliated by Luo Xiao in front of so many people, so he became even angrier. As he rushed forward, he said, "Brat, you dare to humiliate me like this." But it wasn't long before he was kicked by Luo Xiao, sending him flying far away. The crowd below also exclaimed in shock so fast. Luo Xiao walked away as he lay collapsed on the ground. At a table full of cakes and fruits, beautiful women were chatting with each other. Among them was Nie Xiao Dai. A young lady with green hair sitting next to Nie Xiao Dai said, "Xiao Dai, well, I just came back. Someone told me that Yuan Feishan stood up for you and got beaten up by Luo Xiao." She arrogantly picked up a piece of cake and said, "It's not like I told Yuan Feishan to go provoke Luo Xiao. I wanted to defeat him myself." The green-haired young lady next to her said admiringly, "Nie Xiao Dai, you truly are a femme fatale, but your strength and Yuan Feishan's are about the same. You can't beat Luo Xiao either, can you?" Nie Xiao Dai, angered by the reminder of her defeat, snorted and said, "I will definitely defeat him." The scene changes to the backyard where Luo Xiao was temporarily resting. He sat cultivating, the 2 poles of life and death circling around him, cultivating while thinking. Ever since breaking through to the 1st level of Qi Hai, the The life and death pearl gave me the life and death state diagram. As long as I thoroughly comprehend the first step, I can further perfect the life and death seal. He looked happily at the two poles of life and death in his hands. After a night, at dawn, the bell of Yinlong County was rung to wake everyone up. All the assessment candidates were present in the courtyard. Someone announced that the entrance assessment was about to begin, and the Marshall Hall students, along with the 18 Hall masters, headed to the assessment location. At the martial arts field of the Xiao Yao sect, everyone present was buzzing with discussion. The Xiao Yao sect accepts 3 people each year, but so many people come every year. That's right. I heard there are many experts today. Aside from those from the martial halls, there are also other geniuses. The Wang family of Yu Mountain has a 16-year-old genius who is already at the 2nd level of Qi Hai. I just don't know how the martial hall students are. Then the large door opened, and a person stepped out from inside and introduced himself. I am the outer sect deacon, Zhang Lan Liang, in charge of the entrance assessment. Then he jumped up and said, "Now everyone line up in order and enter the assessment." One by one, the participating students entered as instructed. When Luo Xiu heard him introduce his name, he was surprised and thought, Zhang Lan Liang is the ancestor of the Zhang family who sent 3 disciples to Qinyan City. One by one, people placed their hands on the scoring tablet. 17 years old, 2nd level of Qi Hai, 6 points. Su Ping, 2nd level of Qi Hai, 16 years old, 9 points. When it was Luo Xiu's turn, he placed his hand on it and was scored as 3rd level of Qi Hai, 18 years old, 9 points. When the crowd saw that Luo Xiu was at the 3rd level, they were surprised and started discussing among themselves. Why is there a 3rd level of Qi Hai? That's not right. This kid's true Qi fluctuation is clearly at the 2nd level. Why does it show the 3rd level? Is the stone tablet wrong? Seeing the crowd's commotion, Zhang Lan Liang also picked up his registration form and said, Qinyan Martial Hall, Luo Xiu. Hearing this name, he felt a pang of guilt and thought to himself, Luo Xiu is here. Doesn't that mean my 3 disciples have failed? Then he glanced towards the hall master who was standing there, snorted, and thought, the Qinyan hall master is here too. Immediately after, he took this opportunity to falsely accuse Luo Xiu and announced, 2nd level of Qi Hai, but used a trick to activate the 3rd level of Qi Hai. So young and not following the righteous path. Your assessment qualification is revoked. Everyone who heard this was stunned and bewildered. The crowd standing around also gossiped. What? Assessment qualification revoked? I told you this kid used a trick. The hall master stood up to demand justice for Luo Xiu, pointing his finger at him and saying, Zhang Lan Liang, don't go too far. Relying on his position as the outer sect deacon, he suppressed the hall master, saying, I am the outer sect deacon and also the chief examiner of the Qinyan assessment. Does the hall master want to question my decision? The two argued more and more loudly. Seeing Zhang Lan Liang's arrogance, the hall master flew into a rage and pointed straight at his face, saying, On what grounds do you revoke Luo Xiu's assessment qualification? He replied, I've already said he used despicable means and deserves to have his assessment qualification revoked. The hall master scornfully cursed at him and retorted, Bullshit. Luo Xiu has mastered the pure yang art. His true qi is purer and more concentrated than others at the same realm. It's normal for such things to happen. When the crowd heard that Luo Xiu had successfully cultivated the pure yang art, they were surprised. What, this kid has cultivated the pure yang art? Isn't that the one famous for being difficult to cultivate? Zhang Lan Liang continued to make things difficult for the hall master and Luo Xiu, saying, Qinyan hall master, you say he has mastered the pure yang art, but that's just your one-sided claim. I want to personally inspect him. The surrounding crowd and the students participating in today's assessment were even more surprised and gossiped further. What? Isn't this going too far? For a martial artist to have their meridians inspected, isn't that like handing your life over to someone else? He snorted, his face dark and cunning. Then he began to channel his power, and streams of purple qi surrounded Luo Xiu. He said, I'd like to see if you've really mastered the pure yang art. Luo Xiu couldn't move and could only say, You old scoundrel, you're using your public office for a private vendetta. Suddenly, Lu Mengyao approached with 2 young maids behind her, shouting loudly, Stop! I can testify that Luo Xiu has indeed mastered the pure yang art. Everyone present, upon seeing Lu Mengyao, bowed and said, Young miss. Even Zhang Lan Liang was no exception. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiu thought to himself, what exactly is Meng Yao's status in the Xiao Yao sect? Lu Mengyao walked closer to Zhang Lan Liang and said, "Deacon Zhang, I'm testifying for Luo Xiao. You have no objections, right?" Seeing his enemy being saved, he said unwillingly, Since the young miss has come forward to testify, this subordinate naturally dares not have any objections. But for the entrance assessment, I am the chief examiner and must handle things fairly. I'm afraid of failing the sect master's trust. Deacon Zhang's meaning is that the young miss's interference is making it difficult for you. Lu Mengyao's question made Zhang Lanliang flustered, and he replied, "This subordinate wouldn't dare." Lu Mengyao didn't make things difficult for him anymore, and said, "If that's the case, I, the young miss, will see how Deacon Zhang handles things fairly." It is a fact that Luo Xiao has mastered the pure yang art. With Lu Mengyao speaking up for Luo Xiao, he could no longer revoke his assessment qualification, and said, "Since the young miss testifies for you, the cultivation test is considered passed. 8 points. Thus, Lu Mengyao could be considered to have saved him twice. But Luo Xiao said nothing, only staring at Lu Mengyao with eyes full of confusion about her identity. Lu Mengyao sat on the chair that her two maids had brought out, right there. But the surrounding crowd gossiped about her identity right in front of her. Who was this beautiful woman to make the chief examiner so surprised? I heard she is the daughter of the outer sect master. How does this Luo Xiao know her? Those who had passed the first assessment stood in the courtyard listening to Zhang Lanliang say, "The second assessment item, the martial skills assessment, will now begin. It will be determined based on the grade and realm of the martial skill." Then, one by one, they went up for the assessment. Third grade martial skill, lesser success, 6 points. A person named Su Ping went up for the assessment. Fourth grade movement technique, greater success, 9 points. This made the crowd below admire and praise him. As expected of the genius Su Ping, a fourth grade movement technique at greater success. When it was Luo Xiao's turn, he went onto the stage, holding his sword, his sharp gaze like his unsheathed sword. Luo Xiao began to perform his sword art. Streams of blue light surrounded him like lightning bolts striking the stage, causing the crowd below to be stunned and amazed. Fourth grade sword art, perfection. Lu Mengyao, watching from below, was satisfied and couldn't hide her joy, smiling and thinking to herself, "This guy is truly beyond expectations." Zhang Lanliang, who already disliked him, now hated him even more upon seeing his power, angrily thinking to himself, "This kid's threat to me is growing." Suddenly, a person flew down from above, laughing loudly and saying, "Haha, a good seed, having mastered the pure yang art and also a fourth grade martial art at perfection." It turned out that person was the sect master. Everyone present paid their respects to the sect master. Lu Mengyao also stood up to greet her father. The sect master landed on the ground and said as he walked, "No need for formalities, stand up. The rest of the entrance assessment will be personally presided over by me." Seeing her father step forward, Lu Mengyao was secretly overjoyed and thought, "This is the Luo Xiao I told you about, father. I know about his grudge with Zhang Lanliang, and I also know he is your life-saving benefactor in the sect. I will definitely protect him completely." With the sect master present, he could do nothing and had to accept it without being able to argue further. Luo Xiao, fourth grade martial art, perfection, 10 points. But his heart was full of bitterness as he thought, "The master of the outer sect has such a noble status. What kind of luck does this kid have?" On the second day, the sect master announced the rules of the assessment. Today is the second day of the assessment. You will enter the will testing formation. The longer you last, the higher your score. Then, one by one, the participating students entered the formation. A guy standing outside gossiped, "I heard this is an inscription array carved by 13 fourth-tier array masters of the Xiaoyao sect. Its value is incredibly expensive." Suddenly, the formation erupted in a great fire, but it was just the opening act, so it didn't harm anyone yet. The second round was a rain of arrows flying down. The surrounding crowd screamed loudly, while Luo Xiao just stood with his arms crossed, thinking to himself, "The illusion is so realistic." Then he was a little surprised by the next round. He was standing in a large pot of hot water. The other students were screaming, thinking they were being cooked, but Luo Xiao remained resolute, standing with his arms crossed and enduring it. The sect master, standing outside, was also somewhat impressed by Luo Xiao and said to his daughter, Meng Yao, this Luo shows talent, and we're not bad. To be able to withstand the 9-layered illusionary realm, I wonder if this kid can hold on until the end. Hearing this, Lu Meng Yao was confident that Luo Shio would pass and said, Father, just wait and see. The final illusion was a massive explosion. Everyone around was knocked to the ground by its force, but Luo Shio still held his will firm, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The sect master seemed satisfied and thought, to be able to withstand the final impact on the will, a second level of Qi Hai comparable to a Xiantian will, he will surely achieve great things when he matures. My foolish daughter doesn't even know how to hide a little, but for this kid to be worthy of my daughter, he still needs to be a bit more outstanding. Before the illusionary realm formation ended, almost all the participating students had stepped out. Some clutched their chests, others had to be helped out, but only Luo Shio remained in this formation. His body trembled violently, but he still tried to hold on, refusing to submit. After the formation ended, everyone stood in a line to hear the assessment deacon announce. The score for this illusionary realm formation assessment. For this assessment, passing one layer of the illusionary realm will earn 1 point. Luo Shio, 10 points. Zhang Liang's face darkened. Although he disliked that Luo Shio had performed excellently, he still had to announce it in anger. Rest for 2 hours. The next assessment will be the final one, combat. The winner can take all the accumulated points of the loser. After the break at the competition arena, Luo Shio fought against a dark-skinned man with long, reddish-brown hair. But he was not afraid of Luo Shio at all, and instead laughed confidently. I didn't expect my luck to be so good to meet you first. Then the two of them rushed forward to fight. In the stands, 2 people were watching and discussing with each other. He is Zheng Cohen from Gao, East City, at the 2nd level of Qi Hai. He also has a 4th grade body refining martial art and has defeated a 3rd level Qi Hai before. Luo Shio might just lose to him. The purple-haired man had just finished speaking when he ate his words as Zheng Cohen was defeated by Luo Shio with a single palm strike. Everyone watching had their faces darken and said, the 4th grade martial art Zheng Cohen cultivates is the bronze thorn bone, with extremely strong defense. Yet he couldn't even block one of Luo Shio's punches. It's not that Zheng Cohen is weak, but that Luo Shio is too strong. His fist and movement techniques are both so formidable. So how strong is his best sword art? Lu Meng Yao stood below, looking at Luo Shio with a face full of pride. The sect master also turned and said, Meng Yao, your judgment is not wrong. She blushed shyly, covering her mouth with her hand, and said, Father. Before she could finish her sentence, the sect master continued, No one understands you better than your father. How could I not see through your thoughts? But to be worthy of my daughter, he must enter the inner sect. After his match, Luo Shio jumped down and walked closer to where Lu Meng Yao was standing. He stared at her and thought to himself, Sister Meng Yao once said she would wait for me at the Xiao Yao sect. Now I am here. Lu Meng Yao also felt shy as Luo Shio stared at her. Zhang Liang announced the rules for the 2nd round. The 2nd round of combat begins. The person with the highest score can choose someone to challenge first. If successful, they can replace the opponent's ranking. The final 3 can become official outer sect disciples of the Xiao Yao sect. 2 other guys arrogantly jumped up first, vying to choose an opponent to fight. I choose to challenge Su Ping. I want to challenge Wang Qian. But both of them were beaten to a pulp and sent flying off the martial stage. For the next turn, Nie Xiao Dai wanted to issue a challenge. She jumped onto the stage, walked towards Luo Shio, and said aggressively, I want to challenge you. Luo Shio was not afraid at all and accepted the challenge. Make your move. Nie Xiao Dai, as always, attacked first. She charged at Luo Shio with her spear, but he dodged it. Her face darkened as she thought to herself, too fast. The crowd watching below was also frightened. 4th grade movement technique, perfection. Then he unleashed a fierce tiger fist, which Nie Xiao Dai couldn't block, and was sent flying off the martial stage. Once again, she was defeated, but she refused to submit and said, I will not give up. Next time, I will still challenge you. After the matches, only a few people remained, including Luo Shio. The challenger after has finished. Now only the top 3 are left. But the yellow-haired guy raised his hand and said, I give up. The crowd below saw this and sympathized, saying, that's right, he's 3rd anyway. Besides, his specialty is movement technique. He might not be able to beat the 2nd-ranked Wang Qian, let alone Luo Shio, who also specializes in such a movement technique. Wang Can raised his sharp sword and said, "I want to challenge you, Luo Xiao." The next challenger for Luo Xiao was Wang Can. He pointed his sword at Luo Xiao. The crowd below discussed Wang Can's fourth-grade saber art at greater success, and he also cultivated the Wang family's inherited fourth-grade internal art. Perhaps he can force Luo Xiao to draw his sword. Moreover, Wang Can is at the third level of Qi Hai. His internal energy is no less profound than Luo Xiao's. Wang Can said, "A few months ago, I was training in the back mountains. While fighting a demonic beast, I found a ruin and obtained this high-grade human-rank saber." He slung the saber over his shoulder and said to Luo Xiao, "I also obtained a fifth-grade saber art and movement technique, both at lesser success. So, bring out your full strength." Hearing this, Luo Xiao calmly said, "A fifth-grade martial art is nothing special." Wang Can replied, "Such big words. In a moment, swords and sabers will have no eyes. I advise you to just admit defeat." He charged towards Luo Xiao, shouting loudly, "Luo Xiao, you are seeking your own humiliation." Luo Xiao also drew his sword and said, "A fifth-grade saber art is just this." Then with a slash, his sword struck Wang Can's chest. Wang Can and the crowd were all surprised. The crowd started discussing what just happened. "I didn't see him draw his sword at all. I only heard the sound. I can't believe even Wang Can with his fifth-grade saber art lost." Wang Can couldn't accept this reality. He threw a punch and rushed at Luo Xiao. "How could I lose? First place is mine. No one can take it. I want to kill you." Luo Xiao threw a punch in response, thinking, "This guy has lost his mind. I'll just knock him out directly to avoid endless trouble." But at this very moment, Zhang Lanliang appeared, shouting "Stop," and threw a palm strike to knock Wang Can away. While another palm strike was a malicious attack on Luo Xiao. He knew the old man's intention. This old man wants to take the opportunity to land a fatal blow. Despite trying his best, Luo Xiao was still injured and spat out blood. The Qin Yin Hall master ran over to support him and shouted, "Zhang Lanliang, you have some nerve." Zhang Lanliang pretended to be righteous and said, "Qin Yin Hall master, what is the meaning of this? I was just trying to prevent the two from getting injured, so I separated them." On the martial stage, a subordinate of the Qing Yin Hall master reporting to the sect master, "Many of Luo Xiao's meridians have been severed." Zhang Lanliang, as the chief examiner, used his public office for a private vendetta. "We hope the sect master will see clearly and severely punish this person." When Lu Mengyao heard about Luo Xiao, she was horrified. "What? Luo Xiao's meridians are severed?" Wang Can's group and Zhang Lanliang laughed when they heard this. Below, many people were also gossiping. To be injured like this with one palm strike, Luo Xiao is about to be crippled. This truly made Luo Xiao's face darken. Zhang Lanliang continued to justify himself. "Sect master, the injuries on Luo Xiao were not caused by my hand, but were sustained when he and Wang Can were fighting." He pointed at Luo Xiao, who was clutching his chest with blood still at the corner of his mouth, and said, "For a second-level Qi Hai, like him, to defeat a third-level Qi Hai, Wang Can with a fifth-grade martial art, he must have used a self-harming forbidden technique." Hearing this, the Hall master didn't hesitate to curse him. "You dog." Zhang Lanliang continued, "It's understandable for a young person to be eager to win and want to become famous, but on what grounds do you blame it on me?" His words truly provoked the sect master. He waved his hand and called, "Men, black-robed guardians, arrest Zhang Lanliang." No matter what, Zhang Lanliang refused to admit his guilt, repeatedly saying, "Sect master, I have been wronged." He was forced to bow his head by the sect master's subordinates to listen to the sect master's questioning. "Do you take me, the sect master, for a blind man? Or do you feel that my ninth-level spirit refining cultivation is fake? Imprison him in the water prison. After investigation, severely cripple his cultivation and lock his peepa bone." Luo Xiao, lying on the bed recovering, thought that old scoundrel is so vicious to actually use a sneak attack, severing 21 of my meridians. If it were an ordinary martial artist who couldn't find heavenly treasures, they would really be crippled. Just then, Lu Mengyao entered the room. As soon as she pushed the door open and saw Luo Xiao, she immediately said, "Luo Xiao, you're awake. After Zhang Lanliang was taken away, you were in a coma for almost a day." The sect master also walked in. "Oh, Luo Xiao is awake." Luo Xiao and Lu Mengyao reacted one after another, calling out, "Sect master, father." The sect master said to Luo Xiao, "The assessment is over. You are first place. You are now an outer sect disciple of the Xiaoyao sect." The sect master held out his hand, and a jade bottle appeared. This is a water restoration pill, a 4th grade medicinal pill. It can reconnect severed meridians. Once your injuries have healed, I will send someone to expel the cold, internal energy that Zhonglan Liang left in your body. Luo Xiu replied, "Thank you, sect master." The sect master looked at the young man on the bed and said, "You don't need to thank me. You cured Meng Yao's fire yang severed meridians. As her father, it is only right that I help you." Then he turned to Lu Meng Yao and said, "All right, Meng Yao, you come back with me first." Watching the sect master and Lu Meng Yao walk out, Luo Xiu thought to himself, "Sect master Lu seems to not want me and Meng Yao to have private contact. Do you think a single 4th grade pill is enough to repay the favor? But I never thought of asking for anything in the first place." 3 days later, Lu Meng Yao brought a person and said, "Luo Xiu, your wounds have healed, so I asked Father to invite Elder Zhao to help you remove the cold poison." During the treatment, Elder Zhao said to Luo Xiu, "Kid, your talent is not bad, but after all, your cultivation time is still too short. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get too close to Meng Yao." Luo Xiu understood and replied, "The elder's meaning is that my cultivation is too low and my strength is too weak, right?" Elder Zhao said, "That's right. If you have strong enough strength, you can do whatever you want without worrying about the undercurrents in the inner sect." After speaking, he turned to leave. Sect Master Lu asked me to tell you this. If you can become the head of the outer sect and enter the inner sect, then you will barely have the qualification to be worthy of his daughter. Luo Xiu still bowed to the elder, then turned back to Lu Meng Yao and said, "Meng Yao, you said you would wait for me at the Xiao Yao sect. Now I have arrived." Lu Meng Yao's cheeks flushed red as she stammered, "Luo Xiu, brother Luo Xiu." Luo Xiu took Lu Meng Yao's hand and said, "Meng Yao, since I've come, I will definitely carve out a great achievement to have enough strength and status to be worthy of you." Zhonglan Liang and 4 other guards walked past the 2 of them arrogantly. Lu Meng Yao turned to look at Luo Xiu, her face full of sorrow, and said, "Luo Xiu, I'm sorry. It's not that my father doesn't want to punish Zhonglan Liang, but we don't know when Zhonglan Liang got acquainted with someone from the inner sect." Luo Xiu sympathized and smiled gently, saying, "I don't mean to blame the sect master. An inner sect elder is personally protecting him. That's why he can continue to serve in the outer sect without having his cultivation crippled." Returning home, Luo Xiu cultivated while thinking, "Zhonglan Liang has tried to harm me many times without success. He will definitely not give up, but he actually has an inner sect elder as a strong backer. The status of an inner sect elder is naturally higher than that of an outer sect master." He opened his eyes and looked happily at his hand. 3rd level of Qi High Realm. After finishing his cultivation, Luo Xiu went to practice martial arts, not noticing Lu Meng Yao walking in, and just thought, "I've been using Qi refining pills these past few days. The effect is quite good." Next, Luo Xiu will practice 5th grade martial arts. Then Lu Meng Yao called out. Luo Xiu saw Lu Meng Yao arrive and stared at her with an infatuated gaze, making her blush and say, "Have you looked enough?" Luo Xiu then laughed with great amusement and said, "I could look for a lifetime and it wouldn't be enough." Lu Meng Yao, already shy, became even shyer from Luo Xiu's teasing and said, "Is a glib tongue all you have? Later, I'll go with you to choose your martial arts reward." The people standing around, seeing the 2 being so affectionate, were green with envy and mocked him. "I don't know what this country bumpkin has that young Miss Meng Yao fancies. A toad wanting to eat swan meat." Lu Meng Yao led Luo Xiu to the Xiao Yao Pavilion, introducing it as they walked. The Xiao Yao Pavilion has a total of 2 floors. The first floor is for 5th grade. The other 2 floors are for 6th and 7th grade, which can only be obtained by becoming a core disciple of the inner sect. Then the 2 entered, and Lu Meng Yao continued, "For now, you can only choose from this first floor. If in the future you have the fortune to obtain other martial arts inheritances that you can't use, you can bring them back to be stored in the Xiao Yao Pavilion, and you will also receive a certain reward." After touring the inside, the 2 went outside together. Meng Yao said, "Since you have obtained the Aurora Sword Art and the 10 Directions Remnant Shadow Movement Technique, just continue to cultivate them. I will wait for you." Luo Xiao also firmly affirmed to her, I won't let you wait too long. Lu Ming Yao couldn't let him catch up to her and said a sentence that was both a joke and serious. Thank you for treating my fire yang bloodline. I was originally a genius. I can't let you catch up to me now. I will definitely go into seclusion to cultivate. Senior brother Luo Xiao, let's work hard together. Luo Xiao said, all right, and the two made a promise to each other. From that day on, Luo Xiao worked harder and harder, training from swordplay to martial arts and listening to the elders' lectures. Man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao follows what is natural. Then one day, La Tu was walking and thinking to himself, the elder only give a lecture once a month, and today is the day, so I should go and listen. As soon as he opened the door, La Tu ran into two guys, one with his hair in a bun and one with his hair tied up, blocking the doorway. He was really too unlucky. He had just joined the sect and was constantly being picked on by senior brothers who had joined before him. The one with the bun spoke first. So you're La Tu, the one who ranked first in this year's entrance assessment. La Tu asked back, what do you brothers want with me? The one with the tied-up hair replied, nothing much. We just came to give you a special notice. From now on, don't get too close to Miss Luke. The other one chimed in, kid, know your place. That's the only way you'll have a good time in the Xiaoyao sect. Seeing their ill intentions, La Tu changed his form of address. What goes on between me and Mong Jiao is none of your business. Seeing La Tu's stubborn and fearless attitude, the one with the bun got angry, stepped closer, poked him in the chest, and said, you've got a lot of nerve, kid. Don't think that being first in the entrance assessment is so great. A second-level Qi-Si realm cultivation in the outer sect is just the lowest of the low, absolute trash. La Tu brushed his hand away and gave a scornful smile. On the contrary, I feel that your 6th-level Qi-Si realm cultivation is nothing special either. Seeing La Tu mock him like that, he became even more furious and said, insolent, do you believe I can cripple you with a single move? The one with the tied-up hair reminded him, Zhangdong Tan, enough nonsense. Just hit him first and talk later. Young Master Van, rest assured, I'll do it right away. He let out a cunning laugh and punched the ground, shattering the stones into many pieces. Then he unleashed a thunderstorm fist, but La Tu dodged it and slapped him across the face, saying, get lost. The guy with the bun skidded a long way across the ground, surprising the surrounding crowd who started to gossip. His move was so fast. He's La Tu, the top rank of this year's entrance assessment. His reputation is well-deserved. Lam Kin Van brought Zhangdong Tan here to cause trouble, didn't he? It must be because of Miss Mong Jiao. After the fight, La Tu coldly walked past Lam Kin Van, causing him to draw his sword and say, stop right there. He intended to sneak attack him from behind, but unexpectedly, quick as a flash, La Tu jumped behind Lam Kin Van, leaving him no time to react. Then he launched a kick at him, but unexpectedly, he had a protective circle. Even so, despite being protected, he was still sent flying far away by the force of his internal energy. La Tu defeated Lam Kin Van, who was many levels higher than him, causing the onlookers to exclaim in shock, is this kid a monster? A second-level Qi-Si realm repelled Lam Kin Van at the 7th-level Qi-Si realm. Look at the wave of his true Qi as he reached the 3rd-level Qi-Si realm. The other two were beaten black and blue by La Tu and were furious. La Tu pointed at himself and smiled scornfully at them. Even though there are two of you, you still can't beat me. What's wrong? One wasn't enough. So are you both preparing to attack? Then the guy with the bun rushed towards him and said, kid, I'll cripple you. The technique he unleashed was a giant bear, but suddenly a stream of La Tu's golden true Qi struck him in the chest. The guy with the bun was bewildered, not knowing what happened, and said, I clearly saw him make no move. Lam Kin Van raised a sharp sword as if to threaten him and said, you, with the surname La, I'll make you wish you were dead. La Tu let out a scornful, oh, and said, you've said so much nonsense. And then what? Lam Kin Van pointed his sword at him and said, I want to duel you. We'll meet on the life and death stage. The crowd heard that Lam Kin Van wanted to duel La Tu on the life and death stage, and everyone was surprised. La Tu asked him back, are you sure you want to face me on the life and death stage? Do you dare? Lam Kin Van asked in return. La Tu looking down on him, turned away without even looking at his face, and said, "What's there not to dare?" Then Lam Kinvan said, "Let's go." And after that, the two of them went to the martial arena to compete. Zhang Dong Tan took on the task of spreading the news. The disciple La Tu, who ranked first in this year's entrance assessment, wants to duel Lam Kinvan on the life and death stage. Wherever he spread the news, everyone was surprised. What, is La Tu crazy? I heard Lam Kinvan went to pick a fight and was humiliated by La Tu, and now they're heading to the life and death stage for a duel. At the life and death stage, both La Tu and Lam Kinvan were present. A large crowd had gathered to watch the match between them. La Tu walked with Luke Mong Jiao. As they walked, she said, "I heard you wanted to duel Lam Kinvan, so I immediately came out of seclusion. Why did you agree to his challenge? I know your strength is great, and you have an extraordinary innate talent, but after all, the time you've spent cultivating is still too short. Among the 1,000+ outer sect disciples, Lam Kinvan is ranked at the top and is very powerful." The more Luke Mong Jiao spoke, the more worried she became for him. Knowing this, La Tu took her hand and whispered in her ear. His intimate action made her blush shyly. "Don't worry, I know my own limits. Do you know why Truong La Luong wanted to act personally during the assessment? He once sent his 7th level Chi Si realm disciple to Green Cloud City to ambush me, and I kept him there, unable to leave." Hearing La Tu's story, Luke Mong Jiao was surprised and asked him back, "You're saying you can defeat a 7th level Chi Si realm master and 2 5th level Chi Si realm masters? Why would I lie to you? Otherwise, I wouldn't be foolish enough to duel him." La Tu's face was full of confidence, like a child showing off his achievements, which made Luke Mong Jiao find him adorable and smile. Then he held Luke Mong Jiao's hand, his eyes full of infatuation, and said, "To be with you, I still have a long way to go." Luke Mong Jiao, shyly not daring to look directly into La Tu's eyes, said, "Is that so? When it's time to enter the arena, don't you get scared." La Tu replied, "You're kidding. If I were scared, would I have come to the Xiaoyao sect?" Mong Jiao, seeing his sweet words and intimate gestures, said, "Stop being so handsy." But in her heart, she was delighted. From a distance, Lam Kinvan saw the two of them holding hands and was filled with jealousy, but he could do nothing but curse silently. "La2, I'll make you wish you were dead. Just now, Steward Truong came and gave me 2 treasures, telling me I must finish off La Tuesday." He snorted smugly, thinking that with Truong La Luong's help, he would surely win. He looked at his hand and continued, "No matter how monstrous this kid is, I will not lose." On a high balcony, Truong La Luong sat on a chair, leisurely sipping tea, and said, "Young people are so impetuous and naive, unable to withstand provocation." Then he put down the teacup, his face cunning and calculating. "Kid, do you think you could be carefree just because you have the sect master's protection? Today, you've given me an opportunity. There are many ways for this old man to kill you." Then he struck a bell and announced, "The time has come. The life and death duel between outer sect disciples La Tu and Lam Kinvan now begins." The two stood on the stage, preparing to fight. Luke Mong Jiao stood below, thinking to herself, that old man is definitely behind this life and death duel, adding fuel to the fire. She snorted in contempt, not submitting to him. Lam Kinvan made the first move, rushing forward and saying, "Time to die," but 3 versions of Lam Kinvan split off from him. This made Luke Mong Jiao worry for him and shout, "La Tu." But when he slashed at him, he split in 2 like a broken mirror. That's not right. It's an afterimage, a spectator below realized. Then, from out of nowhere, La Tu appeared unexpectedly, and he punched him right in the left eye, sending him flying. The battle happened so quickly that the crowd below hadn't even processed it, asking, what was that move La Tu just used? Lam Kinvan clearly dodged that punch, so why is he still injured? He's only at the 3rd level Chi Si realm. Lam Kinvan clutched his bleeding face, thinking bitterly and angrily. For a moment there, I felt like I was about to die. No matter what, I have to use the treasure Steward Truong gave me. Unable to beat La Tu, he decided to play dirty, using the treasure to leap high into the air and say, "La Tu, you will definitely die here today." The treasure emitted multiple beams of light, striking continuously towards him. but his speed was like a flash of lightning, and he dodged them all. La Tu ran to the edge of the martial stage, then turned back and used the 10 directions afterimage technique. The crowd below was dazzled by the sight of so many La Tus. Are those afterimages or clones? Why are there so many? After the treasure had destroyed all of his afterimages, another beam of light struck towards the Real La Tuesday. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. He used the flash sword, enlarging his sword to block the treasure's attack. The two swords clashed, creating a huge explosion that made La Tu collapse to his knees, coughing up blood. La Tu had to use his sword to support his entire body. Seeing La Tu defeated and spitting blood by the treasure, he burst into a triumphant laugh and said, "Haha, it doesn't matter, La Tuesday. Even if you blocked my magic treasure, you are now exhausted and destined to be defeated by my hand." Luke Mong Jiao, worried for him, shouted at him, "Lam Kin Van, if you dare touch La Tu, I will not spare you." Truong La Luong stepped forward to block Luke Mong Jiao and said, "Don't worry, with my protection, the girl from the Luke family can't do anything to you. But if you don't act," Truong La Luong subtly prompted Lam Kin Van to kill him. He immediately raised his sword, intending to finish him with one blow. Luke Mong Jiao leaped onto the stage, shouting, "Lam Kin Van," but was blocked by Truong La Luong, who struck her back down, preventing her from getting on the stage. Not only that, but he also pretended to be a responsible person, saying, "Miss Luke, I am in charge of this life and death duel with impartiality. No one is allowed to interfere." Luke Mong Jiao exposed his facade. "Truong La Luong, don't think I don't know what you're doing behind the scenes. Get out of my way." He continued to put on an act, saying, "As the outer sect steward, it is my duty to protect the rules. I hope Miss Luke will not make a mistake." Luke Mong Jiao raised her sword and angrily shouted, "You," but her hand was stopped by another. It was the sect master. The sect master said, "Joe, don't be reckless." Seeing her father arrive was like a drowning person clutching a straw. She said, "Father, father, please save La Tu quickly." But the sect master turned away sharply and said seriously, as the outer sect master, "I cannot break the rules." It seemed Luke Mong Jiao could not protect La Tu this time. Lam Kin Van raised his sword high, his face filled with satisfaction as he was about to succeed in his scheme. He gave a sinister smile and said, "La Tu, it's over." Luke Mong Jiao squeezed her eyes shut, not wanting to see the man she loved killed in front of her. But La Tu was not so easily killed. He drew his sword and finished him off before he could kill him. Lam Kin Van clutched his throat and died in astonishment. Just when he thought he was the certain victor, he fell to the ground. La Tu stepped down without saying a word, making Luke Mong Jiao worriedly call out, "La Tuesday." Then she supported him on their way back. Although Truong La Luong was bitter that his plot had failed, he still had to declare according to the rules. Looking towards Lam Kin Van, he said, "The winner is La Tuesday." On the way back, La Tu turned to Luke Mong Jiao and said, "Mong Jiao, thank you." She was still very worried about La Tu's health and said, "I'll take you back to treat your injuries." Back in his room, La Tu was sitting and cultivating. Mong Jiao and the sect master stood beside him, and the sect master asked, "You were almost killed on the life and death stage. Are you upset and blame me for not saving you?" But La Tu held no resentment, as the sect master suggested, and was even very understanding, saying, "Sect master was just acting according to the rules. You also don't need to worry that I cured Mong Jiao's absolute yang fire meridians in exchange for a reward." The sect master asked him back, then turned to look at Mong Jiao, standing beside him with a grim face. "You don't need to repay me. I see that what you want is the most difficult reward for me to give." Like La Tu, he only wanted what was best for Luke Mong Jiao, and said, "Sect master, Elder Zhao Qiyuan told me that as long as I become the head of the outer sect and enter the inner sect, you will not stand between me and Mong Jiao. Is that true?" The sect master had indeed said that, but seeing his heavily injured body, he spoke with a hidden meaning. "I did say that, but the situation is special now. You'd better watch out for yourself, kid. These are medicinal pills and origin chi stones. Heal your injuries first, then cultivate well. Mong Jiao, you come with me." The sect master tossed him a bottle of pills and led Luke Mong Jiao away, but she still looked back at him with some reluctance. La Tu looked at the bottle of pills he had just received and wondered to himself, a special situation? Could Truong La Luong's release last time be related to the intersect? It seems my strength is still not enough. Outside, Luke Mong Jiao kept looking towards La Tu and called out, "Father." But the sect master didn't say much. Follow me. I will give you an explanation. Back in the room, the two sat opposite each other. The sect master said to his daughter, Mong Jiao, do you know why a minor matter involving an outer sect steward like Truong La Luong was worthy of an inner sect elder intervening, leaving me unable to deal with him? Luke Mong Jiao was confused upon hearing her father's words. I don't understand what you mean. The sect master continued. The Grand Master returned from the Nine Phoenix Mountain Range heavily injured. He doesn't have much time left. Luke Mong Jiao stood up, understanding her father's meaning, and said, the Grand Master is severely injured and about to die. Then those inner sect elders must be. The next events are hard to predict. The sect master continued to explain to her, our Xiaoyao sect is able to rule Yunlong County thanks to the Grand Master's suppressive martial cultivation. The news is currently sealed. You must not reveal it. As for the struggle between the inner sect elders, the situation has now changed. Among the inner sect elders, besides your father, Kong Qingyu and another elder, Di Sigu, are the leaders. It goes without saying who he supports, and Truong La Luong is on Elder Di Sigu's side. Hearing her father's explanation, Luke Mong Jiao understood the issue and oh wonder Truong La Luong was released. But father, what does this have to do with La Tu and me? The sect master explained more clearly for his daughter to understand. There are a total of 9 elders in the inner sect. Your master only has the support of 2 inner sect elders, and Di Sigu also has 2. The remaining 3 inner sect elders are 3 brothers. Although they're usually neutral, they lean towards Di Sigu. But recently, these 3 mentioned a condition to me. Hearing this, Luke Mong Jiao intelligently realized. The sect master continued, his tone full of trouble. Mong Jiao has probably guessed it. One of those elders has a grandson in the inner sect named Go Jin Chuan. He is beloved by the 3 elders. That elder came to me a few days ago and said his grandson has admired you for a long time. If it's possible, he will persuade his 2 brothers. Luke Mong Jiao's face was sad with a hint of fear. Father, are you planning to use me as a bargaining chip for power? The sect master reassured his daughter, saying, Mong Jiao, you know I would never force you, never oppose any of your thoughts. At first, your absolute yang fire meridians couldn't be cured, and you had to rely on cultivating the ice-hard art of the heavenly mountain snow valley. But their condition was marriage. You disagreed and ran a green cloud city, and I didn't force you. But this time, if your grandmaster fails in the competition, not only will our lineage be suppressed, I worry that you and I will be in mortal danger. Luke Mong Jiao was torn between her family and her love. The sect master continued, of course, I love you the most. If you truly like that kid La Tu and want to be with him, I will arrange for you and him to leave Yunlong County. Just remember not to come back. Luke Mong Jiao clenched her fists, then turned and walked away, saying, Father, let me think about it. The sect master watched her retreating back and said, Mong Jiao, don't blame me for this. Changing scenes, La Tu was now sitting and looking at the treasure he had just obtained, holding it in his hand and saying, Luckily, I pretended to be heavily injured back then, making Lam Kin Ven lower his guard. I didn't expect his storage ring to also have a 3rd-grade defensive formation treasure. Where would an outer sect disciple get the resources and power to have these treasures? It must be that old thing, Truong La Luong, pulling strings from behind. It was the Truong family who dealt with me before, too. That old man's methods are just as insidious and vicious. He snorted in contempt. The Truong family are all the same. Then he walked to the window of his room and said, just you wait and see. He looked out at the starry sky, but his heart was full of pensive thoughts. For Truong La Luong to be this arrogant, something must have happened in the Xiaoyao sect, especially the inner sect. Only then would an outer sect steward like him dare to oppose the outer sect master without being punished. Relying on talent alone is not enough to earn others' respect. The most important thing is still strength. The next morning, La Tu continued to cultivate diligently, as usual. Suddenly, someone came looking for him from outside. Young Master La, someone has sent you a gift. Please open the gate. The delivery person handed him something wrapped in red cloth and said, Young Master La, this was sent from outside for me to deliver to you. He opened it, and inside was a glowing golden hairpin. Seeing it, he was startled and shouted, Who would you bring this? Seeing his fierce reaction, the person sent to deliver the item was a bit flustered and answered fearfully, reporting to young Master Law. This humble one doesn't know either. The other party was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old. Then the person left, leaving him alone, staring at the hairpin and thinking, could something have happened to my sister? Did someone make a move against my family? I wonder how Hall Master Chingyun is doing. He promised to protect my family before. He walked towards a manor, saying, I must go see Hall Master Chingyun quickly. But then he stopped, putting a hand on his chin and thought, Green Cloud City is too far from Yunlong County. Even using the Hall Master's Black Phoenix Eagle would take 3 days. It's better to go to the Demon Hunters Guild to check. Arriving at the Demon Hunters Guild, which was bustling with people, La Tu placed a badge on the counter and said, This is my badge. A young lady managing the counter smiled and replied, Sir, may I ask how I can help you? La Tu replied with a cold expression, I want to know the fastest way to get to Green Cloud City. The young lady told him, there are 3 ways to get to Green Cloud City quickly. The guild can provide 3 options. One is to ride a 2nd-grade demonic beast, which takes about 5 days. The second way is a 3rd-grade demonic beast, which takes 3 days. Both of these are guaranteed to be safe. What about the 3rd way? La Tu asked the young lady at the counter. The 3rd way is to use the teleportation formation. You can arrive at Green Cloud City in an instant, but the minimum requirement is to be a 2-star beast hunter, and it costs 200 low-grade origin chi stones. I'll use that one. La Tu tossed a bag full of low-grade origin chi stones onto the table. Seeing this, the young lady replied, Yes, sir. I will arrange it for you immediately. Just as the young lady said, he arrived at Green Cloud City in the blink of an eye. La Tu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. So this is Green Cloud City. A person came out to guide him, Sir, please follow me. On the way, he sensed someone following him and thought to himself, someone is following me. Is it that old man, Truong La Luong again? He glanced slightly towards 3 men who were pretending to look elsewhere in the corner. Then he deliberately walked into an alley. The black-haired man with a beard ordered, follow him. But then all 3 of them were surprised. They had just seen La Tu walk in, but couldn't find him anywhere, and set an alarm, oh no, he's gone. Suddenly, La Tu's sword flew out, knocking the 2 men behind to the ground. He then pointed the tip of his sword at the remaining man and interrogated him. Speak. Who sent you to follow me? And what are you doing in Green Cloud City? The man, terrified, confessed the truth. It was Outer Sect steward Shun Gaojian. He used his sword to pull off a token inscribed with the words Xiaoyao Sect. His eyes were sharp with anger as he thought. As expected, they're disciples of the Xiaoyao Sect. After that, he ended the lives of all 3 men, put his hat back on, and walked away. Shun Gaojian is an Outer Sect steward. His strength is no less than Truong La Luong's. I'm not his match for now, and he has surely made arrangements. I must investigate the situation clearly first. Meanwhile, in the Green Cloud Martial Hall, the person sitting on the Hall Master's chair was not the previous Hall Master, but someone else. Then a subordinate brought in the bodies of the 3 men La Tu had just killed and said, Hall Master, the bodies of these 3 were found in an alley not far from the Demon Hunters Guild. It seems La Tu has returned. The new Hall Master, sitting on the throne, said, It seems that kid used the teleportation formation to get here. Take a team of green armor guards to the Demon Hunters Guild and wait. If you see La Tu, attack him directly. Yes. The subordinate acknowledged the order. Then he angrily said with a darkened face, Has someone dragged these 3 bodies away? 3 pieces of trash can't even beat a new disciple. La Tu arrived at the Demon Hunters Guild in Green Cloud City and said to a young lady, Miss, I want to see Elder Nantion. The young lady asked back, Sir, may I ask what your relationship is with Elder Zhuang? I will pass on the message for you. Just say it's the junior, La Tu's day. Hearing the name La Tu, the young lady immediately recognized it and said, Elder Zhuang once instructed that if La Tu comes, he should be brought directly to see him. Please come with me. Elder Zhuang is in the rear garden. As he followed the young lady, just as he stepped out the door, he overheard another group of people talking. There's a team of green armored guards outside. What are people from the Martial Hall doing at the Demon Hunters Guild? I heard something happened to the Green Cloud Hall recently. Anyway, fighting is not allowed in the Demon Hunters Guild, let alone the green armored guards. Even a Martial Hall master wouldn't dare to be insolent here. On the way, After hearing those people talk, he understood the situation and thought as he walked, it seems Shun Gaojian already knows I'm here. But it looks like the Demon Hunters Guild has a strong backing. I thought the green armor guards would directly rush into the Demon Hunters Guild to search. After arriving, the young lady said to him, "Sir, this is the place. Please go in." La Tu walked in, took off his hat, and held it to his chest, showing respect as he greeted the two people sitting inside. "Greetings, Hall Master and Elder Zhuang." The two seemed to know La Tu would come, so they showed no surprise. The elder spoke first. "La Tu, you've come as expected. The Hall Master and I have been waiting for you." Then the Hall Master informed him, "You're in big trouble. 3 days ago, Shun Gaojian brought a letter from the Outer Sect Master and directly usurped my authority as Hall Master. He also ordered the arrest of your parents and sister." Hearing this was like a bolt from the blue. He couldn't believe the truth and said, "A letter from the Sect Master? How could that be?" Then the Hall Master continued, "That's right. I couldn't figure it out either. With Sect Master Luke's power, why would he need to do this to you? He could have just dealt with you directly at the Xiaoyao sect." He was bitterly angry, trembling with rage to learn that the father of the woman he loved was so sinister and scheming against him, thinking, "Why is the one dealing with me him? Luke Mongjiao's father, Luke Feichen." When the Hall Master had brought La Tu to the Xiaoyao sect before, he had also seen the affection between him and Luke Mongjiao. But now that her father was doing this to him, the Hall Master was a bit puzzled and asked, "La Tu, I remember you and Miss Luke, weren't you?" But he shook his head, his mood gloomy, and explained to the Hall Master, "Sect Master Luke doesn't approve. He even gave me pills before to make me leave Mongjiao's side." The Hall Master, holding a teacup, sighed helplessly and said, "So what do you want?" La Tu clasped his hands together, pleading for help. "I beg the Elder and the Hall Master to help me save my family." But the Hall Master and the Elder each stated their difficulties. Unable to help him, "I am a member of the Xiaoyao sect. I cannot help you deal with the Xiaoyao sect. Although I am an Elder of the Martial Hall, with my cultivation level, it would be useless for me to act." Seeing that the two people he trusted most could not help him, La Tu felt no resentment or anger, but instead thanked them. "Thank you, Hall Master, for helping take care of my family before, and thank you for not directly capturing me and taking me back to the Martial Hall." The Elder turned to him, smiled, and said, "Kid, although I can't help you, I know someone who can." Hearing this, La Tu was overjoyed as if he had grasped a lifeline and immediately asked for assistance. "Please, Elder Zhuang, show me the way." The Elder began to speak. "The Hall Master cannot act due to his position in the Martial Hall, but there are such people in the Demon Hunting Guild. There are many experts within the Demon Hunting Guild. As long as you have the money, it's possible." Then the Elder seemed to hesitate, not continuing. La Tu immediately asked for guidance. "Please, Elder Zhuang, tell me what I must do to invite an expert from the Demon Hunting Guild to help." The Elder replied, "I will report your matter and see if any Grandmaster is willing to accept it. As long as the reward is reasonable, you can receive their help." La Tu bowed gratefully. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Elder Zhuang." The Elder replied politely, "It's no trouble at all." After the message was sent, a sword flew back from a distance to where La Tu and the Hall Master were standing. The Elder retrieved the sword and said, "The President knows about this matter." Suddenly, the Elder was a bit surprised to learn he only wants a 6th grade martial art and has agreed to act. Hearing what the President wanted, La Tu confidently pointed to himself and replied, "I have a 6th grade martial art. I agree." The Hall Master was also a bit surprised that he could possess a 6th grade martial art and exclaimed, "Kid, this is no joking matter. A 6th grade martial art is enough to establish a martial arts family with a legacy passed down for generations." The Elder, just as surprised as the Hall Master, said, "It seems you've had quite a fortuitous encounter, kid." La Tu smiled humbly and replied, "It's just that I ran into some things in the 8 Banners Mountain and had some gains. I don't know how to repay the kindness of you two seniors. Please accept this cultivation technique as a gift." Then he used his spiritual power to send the 6th grade martial art manual towards the two, thinking in this situation, these two seniors not only didn't capture me for the Martial Hall's credit, but also helped me think of a solution. This is already a great kindness to me. The Hall Master and the Elder were a bit troubled by La Tu's gift of this precious treasure. Seeing this, La Tu said, "Seniors, there's no need to refuse. Besides Hall Master, you have been stuck at the half-step spirit refining realm for a long time. With a 6th grade martial art, you can surely become a spirit refining realm expert. Seeing his enthusiasm and sincerity, the Hall Master agreed. All right, then I won't refuse anymore. I will help you report back to the president. Then, the elder channeled his spiritual power, sending his sword flying towards the president to deliver the message. A moment later, Yi Xiangdo, the very person who had agreed to help Latu, arrived. Seeing him, everyone knelt and said in unison, "Greetings, President." But the person the president wanted to see was not the Hall Master or the elder. So Yi Xiangdo asked the two of them to leave first. Then, only the two of them remained in the room. Latu politely greeted him again, also as a way to introduce himself. Junior Latu greets the president. The president also introduced himself. I am Yi Xiangdo. I already know of your matter. I can help you rescue your family from the martial hall, but have you prepared what I need? Without hesitation, Latu took out the mid-tier, 6th grade internal cultivation technique, the Azure Origin Art. The president then took the book, opened it for a look, and said, "Kid, don't worry. When we accept this kind of mission, we keep our word. We take your item, we do the job for you." After that, the president closed the book and continued, "It is indeed a 6th grade cultivation technique. Besides rescuing your family, what else do you need me to do? If it's outside the scope of the mission, I will not act." Latu added more about his situation. "If someone wants to kill me, I hope Senior can protect me and my family." The president stroked his beard and said, "That's not a problem." Latu continued, "Secondly, after rescuing my family, I hope Senior can escort us out of Azure Dragon Prefecture." Hearing this, the president immediately raised his hand in objection, saying, "I cannot agree to that. You yourself can leave via a teleportation formation. Your family cannot. However, I can agree to protect them in Azure Cloud City under the guild's name, but you will need to pay a different fee." Then the president raised one finger and stated his condition. "To protect your family for 1 year, you need to pay 1,000 low-grade origin chi stones." Latu, standing behind, heard President Yi Xiangdo's condition and felt a bit hesitant, thinking that's too expensive, equivalent to a mid-tier human-grade combat weapon. "But I have no choice but to agree." He then took out a large bag of low-grade origin chi stones and said, "I need to protect my family for 10 years. The president was a bit surprised by this and thought, "I didn't expect this guy to be so wealthy. No need to worry that I'll be blinded by money." After the conversation ended, Yi Xiangdo walked in front with Latu following behind. Everyone who saw Yi Xiangdo had to bow and greet the president. Suddenly, someone called out to Latu, causing him to glance over. He immediately recognized him and said, "You're from the Zhang family." The man walked closer to him and introduced himself. "That's right, I am the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaohai. Speaking of which, I should thank you for helping me kill my older brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take the position of family head. All right, I forgot to thank you for one more thing. Actually, the one who initially ordered the capture of your parents and sister wasn't my older brother. It was me." Learning the truth of the matter, Latu's face darkened with anger as he said, "It was you. I could kill Zhang Xiaoxiang. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you for telling me this?" The man burst out laughing, smugly mocking him. "Ha, you're about to die, and you're still shamelessly boasting here. Kid, don't think you can be safe and sound just by hiding in the Demon Hunting Guild. I will have my men bring your parents and sister over. As long as you don't come out, I will make them fall one by one before your very eyes." Hearing that the man had captured his family and was being so arrogant, Latu was filled with rage and indignation. With a confident expression, he said, "You want me to come out? Fine, I'll come out." Then he strode out majestically, without any fear. Zhang Xiaohai watched Latu's back as he walked out, thinking to himself, "Young people are so impulsive. I'm a little excited and rushing out to die." Outside, an army of armored guards, fully equipped with swords and armor, stood in a circle, pointing their sword tips at him. It seemed they had been waiting for him for a long time. Immediately after, he gave the order, "Azure armor guards, listen up. Take down Latu. If he resists, kill him without question." Instantly, the group charged forward. As for him, he held his sword, ready to fight at any moment. The cowardly Zhang Xiaohai stood in a corner. Not daring to confront him directly, he could only order the Azure armored guards, saying, "Kid, just obediently wait for your death." The moment he finished speaking, Latu killed an armored guard in an instant. His actions were so fast that the group of armored guards stood agape in horror. Then, one by one, he quickly ended their lives. Two armored guards stood there, witnessing the entire event unfold so quickly that the group was frozen, their faces filled with panic and fear. And a whole legion of armored guards fell one after another at his hands. Zhang Shaohai watched in terror, his limbs trembling as he stammered, "I'm the master of the Phoenix Martial Hall. You can't lay a hand on me." Taking advantage of his distraction, of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. The cowardly Zhang Shaohai ran first, regardless of whether the guards lived or died. But suddenly, a streak of light quickly caught up to him. It was Latu, who said, "Zhang Shaohai, you can't escape." Instantly, Latu appeared before him with his sword. Zhang Shaohai could only scream, "No." Then, right after, he was struck by a slash across the neck, ending his life. Latu stood looking towards the Azure Martial Hall. Behind him was the sword that had killed more than 30 people in an instant. The scene changes to the Martial Hall. The Elder and the Hall Master had witnessed everything. Even that Elder had to exclaim, "How did Latu do that?" 30 Azure armored guards were no match for him. The Hall Master, however, had a big question mark. A third-level Chi C with such strength, his talent is terrifying. Why would the sect want to kill such a genius? As for President Yi Xiangdo, he was no different from the Hall Master and the Elder, thinking to himself, and oh wonder Lu Feichen was so determined to act against Latu's day. If such a genius becomes an enemy, he will be an endless source of trouble once he matures. Then, the sound of many horse hooves galloped towards where Latu was standing. It was another troop of Azure armored guards on horseback who arrived and said, "Latu, you audacious fool, surrender at once." But he was not flustered or afraid at all, instead charging straight at them and questioning back, telling me to surrender. Quickly, one slash from Latu ended 2 lives. Then another one slashed forward, but he jumped up to dodge it. He kicked the man off his horse, his weapon flying away as well. Another man holding a spear also had his weapon chopped in 2 by him. After that, he landed lightly on the ground and said majestically, "Just you guys." The president, standing there, couldn't help but admire and praise him. Well done. Even a 7th-level Chi C couldn't fight back against you. However, he wasn't proud of his achievement, but said with some difficulty, "I didn't even want to make a move. After all, the Azure armored guards helped me before, but I don't want to die either." Immediately after, the leader of the Azure armored guards, with a large blade resting on his shoulder, stood before him and shouted majestically. In a powerful tone, he said, "Latu, stop. See who they are. If you don't want them to die, surrender immediately." That group of people dragged out his family to force him into a corner. At this point, he had no choice but to ask President Yi Xiangdo for help. "Senior, I hope you will act to save my family. As for the Azure armored guards, I will handle them myself." The president replied and then leaped up. With just one move, he sent that group of people flying in all directions and rescued Latu's parents and sister, safe and unharmed. The leader of the Azure armored guards turned around and shouted, "Who dares to interfere with the Azure armored guards' business?" Immediately after, another Azure armored guard shouted in a panicked tone, "Leader, that kid is charging over here." Seeing this, the leader of the Azure armored guards ordered, "Everyone, get him!" But he rushed forward as fast as lightning before they could do anything, saying, "You forced me to do this." Then, one by one, they died under his sword. The remaining survivors of the Azure armored guards could only watch, unable to do anything. His sword was dripping with their fresh blood. Behind him, bodies lay strewn across the ground. His parents, afraid something would happen to him, called out little two, with tears in their eyes. His parents and sister ran to him, and the La family was reunited. He reassured his family, saying, "Sister, it's okay now. Mom, Dad, don't worry." As for President Yi Xiangdo, he looked towards the injured leader of the Azure armored guards. He had been severely wounded by Latu and had to use his blade to support his body. Then he turned to look at Latu and said, "Let's go. I'll take you away from here." Suddenly, the city gate opened, and out walked the man who had previously ordered Latu's assassination, who was also the new Hall Master of Azure Cloud. He walked towards the president, clasped his hands, and greeted him, "Senior Yi, the president." Yi Xiangdo replied, "That's me." Then the new hall master continued. President Yi is a martial arts grandmaster. This junior wouldn't dare to offend you. But I would like to ask, this law too is someone my Xiaoyao sect wants to capture. Could President Yi hand this person over to me? The president was a bit surprised and asked him, you also know about my demon hunting guild's bounty missions? The hall master's face was sinister as he replied, of course I know. The president replied very calmly, if you already know, then you understand why I am here. You can go back and tell Lu Feichen if he wants the person, he can go to the Demon Hunting Guild's main branch in Cloud Dragon Prefecture. He was surprised to learn that La Tu could afford such a large sum for the president, thinking to himself, isn't this kid from a common background? How could he afford the price to hire a martial arts grandmaster? Then he could only watch as his prey slipped through his fingers, resentfully watching La Tu lead his family away. Lu Feichen looked at the paper with the news and flew into a rage, cursing, damn it, that kid actually survived. And he even saved his family. That La Tu, he was actually able to hire a grandmaster expert. Then he ordered his subordinate, you may leave first. Lu Feichen, in a fit of rage, used fire to burn the report, saying, no wonder this kid could rise so quickly. From his second level of body tempering to the third level of Qi Si in half a year, he must have obtained an extraordinary fortuitous encounter. If I had known earlier, I would have acted directly in Cloud Dragon Prefecture. But the Demon Hunting Guild can't protect La Tu forever. Unless he leaves Cloud Dragon Prefecture, I absolutely cannot let him live. Then he slumped down and called out, men. Two subordinates immediately appeared, knelt down, and said, your orders, sect master. He placed a hand on his face, his expression full of schemes as he thought, Jiaoer, don't blame me. As long as master obtains the position of sect master, I will have a chance to break through to the martial king realm. The scene changes to the Demon Hunting Guild. President Yi Xiangdo introduced to La Tu. Inside is the president of the Cloud Dragon Prefecture branch of the Demon Hunting Guild. Hearing this, he also thought to himself, the Tianwu Kingdom has 8 provinces and 13 prefectures. 1 branch per prefecture. To be in charge of a prefecture, the strength of the branch president must be very powerful. Then Yi Xiangdo pushed the door open and entered. Inside, a man with blonde hair and a green robe was sitting on a chair reading a book. The two entered and greeted the branch president. The branch president was also very friendly, looking at him with a smile and saying, so you're the young man old you mentioned, a 3rd level Qi Si who can kill a 7th level Qi Si, right? La Tu's face shone brightly, the very halo of a protagonist. He then replied with a short sentence, that's right. The branch president continued, I didn't expect you to go from the 2nd level of body tempering to the 3rd level of Qi Si in half a year. Seeing his face darken as if he was very worried, the branch president burst out laughing to ease the tense atmosphere, saying, young man, don't worry. I'm not interested in your fortuitous encounter. The reason I had you come today is because old Yi recommended you to me. I feel that you have talent, have had a fortuitous encounter, and are also hardworking. La Tu was a bit surprised and turned to look at Yi Xiangdo, asking, recommended me? Yi Xiangdo stroked his beard and glanced over, saying, I just felt that you suit my taste, kid, so I recommended you to the branch president. The branch president continued, according to the genius ranking, it could be temporarily determined that you are yellow grade, low tier. You are the first genius I've discovered in the 70 years I've been stationed in Cloud Dragon Prefecture who is worth cultivating. Don't let me down. The branch president looked at him with eyes full of expectation, but La Tu didn't understand what the president was talking about and asked with a bewildered expression, internal member, genius ranking. What are these? Yi Xiangdo explained to him, for the Demon Hunting Guild to stand firm in the world, it naturally needs experts to support it. And experts, of course, are all geniuses who have grown step by step. Internal members are divided into 2 types, externally recruited and internally cultivated. I am an externally recruited member whose strength met the standard. After passing a review, I became a member. Internally cultivated is like you. You are recruited as an internal member before you have fully matured. He immediately asked about the benefits of becoming a member of the Demon Hunting Guild. So what are the benefits for me to become an internal member of the Demon Hunting Guild? Yi Xiangdo analyzed the benefits for him as follows. First is the unconditional protection of your family. Then, because your evaluation is yellow grade, low tier, you can obtain 3 martial arts at your current cultivation level at once. The branch president added, kid, you may not be lacking 5th or 6th grade martial arts, but when you reach the 7th level Xiantian realm, you can choose a 7th grade martial art. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised and asked again, what? I can even get a 7th grade martial art? Yi Xiangdo sighed wearily, also a bit envious, saying, this is the difference between a genius and an external recruit. Genius members are valued more than external recruits, but you will be evaluated every year. If you don't meet the target, your cultivation will be abandoned. After hearing all the terms, from benefits to regulations, he immediately answered the president's offer. I agree to join. Yi Xiangdo placed a hand on his shoulder and said, kid, since you've agreed to become one of our members, protecting your family's safety is a rule. The previous fee is no longer needed. Although the president would have to return that large sum of money, he was not sad or upset, but very happy to return it. He refused to take the money back, saying, Senior Yi, my joining the Demon Hunting Guild is something that happened after I issued the mission. Things can't be calculated like that. Just forget about returning it. Both presidents seemed very satisfied with their newly recruited talent. Although they didn't say it, it was clearly shown on their faces. Then the branch president stood up and introduced himself to him. In that case, I will introduce myself. One Tianhong, branch president of Cloud Dragon Prefecture. He also said respectfully, La Tu greets the president. Then all three of them burst out laughing. Then President Wen Tianhong asked him seriously, La Tu, you're probably also curious why Lu Feichen wants to act against you, right? He said nothing, looking down at the ground with a sorrowful expression, thinking, although Sect Master Lu made me and Meng Jiao keep our distance before, he just didn't agree to us being together, but it shouldn't have reached the point of suddenly attacking me. Then President Wen Tianhong continued, some time ago, the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect returned severely injured from the Nine Directions mountain range. By my calculations, I'm afraid he won't last more than half a month before his life and Dao perish. Hearing this news, La Tu and President Yi Xiangdo both turned to look at each other. The branch president held up 2 fingers and said, when the old sect master dies, there will naturally be a struggle for the new sect master's position. Among them, the ones with the loudest voices are Disciple Gu and Kong Qingyu. Lu Feichen is the prized disciple of the later generation. Hearing this, La Tu still didn't understand this dispute. But what does this have to do with me? The branch president explained to him, the 3 inter-sect elders of the Xiaoyao sect are sworn siblings. Among them, Go Hongyi has a nephew who is pursuing Lu Feichen's daughter. Now do you understand? Now that you understand the whole story, don't risk seeking out Lu Feichen anymore. This is your private matter. The guild cannot directly interfere. We can only provide intelligence. But he was still very stubborn and continued to ask, then can I issue a bounty mission to hire a martial king expert from the Association for Protection? President Yi Xiangdo had been paying attention to him ever since he spent money to buy 10 years of safety for his family. It made him wonder constantly, what is this kid's fortuitous encounter? It actually made him so wealthy. Then Yi Xiangdo threw him a scroll and said, whatever, here's the price list, see for yourself. La Tu took the scroll and looked up at the mountain, thinking to himself, I have to meet Meng Jiao. Lu Feichen's eyes were full of resentment. In his hand was a letter. As he was reading that letter, a figure appeared at the door. It was Kong Qingyu, Lu Feichen's master. Seeing his master arrive, disciple greets master. Kong Qingyu told Lu Feichen that if President Wen was showing up, it would be fine for them to go meet him later. Lu Feichen replied in a furious tone. After reading the letter just now, I just replied to President Wen's letter, I just didn't expect it. I underestimated that kid La Tuesday. That kid was actually able to invite President Wen. But that Kong Qingyu was not flustered at all when he heard his disciple say this, and calmly replied that let's see first. Wait for President Sheng Huafeng of the Formation Guild to arrive. Then we will go and meet this La Tu you speak of. The scene changes to La Tu standing before Sheng Huafeng. In front of him was President Wen Tianhong, who said, since you've offered a 5th grade pill, a low-tier Earth grade combat sword, and a 5th-tier formation treasure, I will naturally help you on this trip, but you will still be the one in charge. Yes, thank you, President. Then when Tianhong continued, kid, for someone of your common background to be able to produce these treasures, your fortuitous encounter truly makes even me feel admiration. Then the president opened the door and stepped inside. Inside were 3 people. They were President Sheng, Lu Feichen, and and his master. The master and Lu Feichen both stood up to greet President Wen. But that President Sheng sat with his arms crossed, glanced over, and immediately recognized the issue, asking when Tianhong, "Ti Obi able to make you, President Wen, show up. This kid must be the genius member you just recruited." President Wen Tianhong, while pulling out a chair to sit, said, "This has nothing to do with you, President Sheng, does it?" Then the president introduced him. "This is the branch president of our Cloud Dragon Prefecture's Formation Guild, Sheng Huafeng." Then he looked towards the two of them with an arrogant tone, wanting to question Wen Tianhong. "The four great guilds of formation, alchemy, forging, and demon hunting have a rule: no interference in personal grudges. How do you explain this today, President Wen?" When Tianhong looked at him, smiled lightly, and asked back, "Oh, then why are you, Sheng Huafeng, sitting here today? How do you explain that?" He picked up a teacup, sipping it as he spoke. "Elder Kong and I have a decent relationship. I'm here to prevent you from using your cultivation to bully others, so I can't have a look. To be able to invite President Wan, a fourth-level martial king, your family background must be extraordinary. It seems you've obtained quite a significant fortuitous encounter." But La Tu did not answer immediately, instead looking towards Lu Feichen and thinking, "This sinister old man is deliberately making others think I have treasures on me, spreading it around to make others target me." He began to explain, "Senior overpraises me. It was just good luck. I obtained the inheritance of a first-level martial king expert." Then he recalled the past. "It's because I was lucky enough to meet a disillusioned 7th-level martial king expert deep in the Eight Banners Mountain, who was also a 5th-tier forging grandmaster. But I can't mention that." President Wen Tianhong, seeing the conversation was going off topic, reminded him, "Don't talk about these things. La Tu asked me to step forward because he has something to clarify in front of Lu Mengyao. It was written in the letter. Where is she?" When Lu Feichen mentioned his daughter, he felt a bit guilty and was startled. La Tu's face darkened, and although he was very angry, he still spoke respectfully to the father of the one he loved. "Secmaster Lu, I know the cause and effect of why you want to kill me. I don't want to say anything about that now. I just want to see Meng Yao once." But he adamantly refused, slamming the table and shouting no. La Tu, seeing the old man's refusal to cooperate, was nearing his limit. "Sectmaster, don't go too far. The hatred between us is as deep as the sea. If it weren't for Meng Yao, I wouldn't have invited Senior Wen to come along, but would have directly asked him to take action and find you." Hearing this, he flew into a rage and shot to his feet, a powerful aura radiating from him as he yelled, "Are you threatening me?" But the president, with his arms crossed, shouted back at him, "Lu Feichen, who are you trying to show off for?" President Wen Tianhong didn't even need to make a move. A powerful, purple-red aura emanated from his body. The president's power was immense, pushing Lu Feichen back and causing him to fall back into his chair. But he remained unyielding and continued to scold him. "You want to see my daughter? In your dreams. Don't even dream of seeing her again in this lifetime." La Tu, who had been enduring until now, was extremely annoyed with the old man. He cut to the chase and asked directly, "Sectmaster Lu, what will it take for you to let me see Meng Yao?" He thought to himself, calculating, "I absolutely cannot let Meng Yao and this brat meet. If she finds out I tried to kill La Tu, her marriage to Qiu Jinchuan will be off, and I'll have no way of becoming an intersect elder." His face filled with cunning and deceit as he said with a smirk, "I advise you to give up. Meng Yao has already decided. She agreed with me to get engaged to Qiu Jinchuan in 3 days." Seeing that the one he loved was about to be engaged, he could no longer bear it and slammed the table in anger, shouting, "Meng Yao would never be like that. You are truly a beast, using your own daughter as a tool for your own power and gain. How dare you scold me?" Lu Feichen was surprised that La Tu dared to speak like that. He was about to get physical, but felt a pang of guilt as he glanced at President Wen Tianhong and held back. He gritted his teeth, his face displeased, and crossed his arms to argue with him. "This is a matter of my Lu family, a matter of the Xiaoyao sect. It has nothing to do with you." Then, Sheng Huafeng, seeing the tense atmosphere, tried to calm Lu Feichen and his master. "Old Kong, little Lu, calm down a bit. Our president, when is so busy, he won't be able to leave Yunlong County with such a mess to follow this brat around all the time, right? President Wen Tianhong then replied, then I won't trouble President Sheng with your concern. Latu, let's go. The two left, ending the conversation. Back at the guild branch, the president sat on a chair opposite him and said with some disappointment, because of the guild's rules, I cannot interfere in the affairs of other factions. Therefore, I couldn't help today. You should take this back. However, Latu did not blame the president at all. Instead, he smiled relaxedly and replied, there's no need. Without you stepping forward, President, if I had gone to his door, I don't know where I'd be buried by now. But the president was very upright and wouldn't accept something for nothing. He gave him an item. A stream of energy flew out from the president's sleeve as he said, if you say so, then I won't be polite. But I won't take your things for free either. This is a third-grade, shape-shifting bone transformation pill. You can use it to change your appearance for 10 hours. You can sneak into the Xiaoyao outer sect. A small blue bottle of bone pills flew into his hand. Latu looked at the bottle of bone pills and said, thank you, Lord President. Latu transformed his appearance into that of a handsome, scholarly-looking young master. He walked into a forest, the place where Lu Feichen was holding Lu Mengyao captive. Then Latu stopped in front of a dense thicket of trees and thought, found it. Mengyao's courtyard is here. As expected, Lu Feichen has arranged many guard around Mengyao. He used his heavenly eye to see through everything, examining the situation both outside and inside the place where Lu Mengyao was being held captive. Looking inside, Latu saw Lu Mengyao sitting listlessly, staring at a point in front of the stone table and chairs. He thought to himself, these people all seem to be skilled. Lu Feichen has really gone to great lengths to guard against people coming to find Mengyao. But luckily, there are no Xiantian martial artists, so there's still a chance. He then flew to the door of the place where Lu Mengyao was being held, where a guard stopped him and shouted, who's there? The sect master has ordered that anyone approaching this place must have their identity confirmed. Latu glanced over and saw two other guards. Hearing what the main guard said, he thought to himself, Lu Feichen even took precautions against me changing my appearance. He then smiled and said, I'm just here to pay a visit to Miss Lu. But the other man was still very wary of him and said, is that so? Then you'll come with me. Latu placed a hand on his transformed face, which darkened as he thought, this third-grade disguise pill will be seen through by a Xiantian martial artist. I absolutely cannot let myself be taken away. Seeing that he could no longer hide, Latu drew his sword and ended the man's life. The two guards over there also noticed and, drawing their swords, rushed towards him, shouting, how audacious, daring to strike within the Xiaoyao sect. Seize him. He kicked open the locked door with one blow. Although he had changed his appearance, Lu Mengyao still recognized him and called out, La Tuesday. But her joy was short-lived as she remembered that there were still many guards inside. She shouted, not good. Latu, run. This is a trap my father set for you. Guards jumped out from all four directions, all holding swords and surrounding him, but that couldn't trouble him. Latu only unleashed a few moves, and their screams rang out. Then Latu stood amidst the guards. Every single one of them had been beaten black and blue by him. He coughed a few times and said, you can't stop me. Latu ran to Lu Mengyao's side, took her hand, and said, Mengyao, come with me. Your father. But before he could finish, Lu Mengyao continued, speaking through apologetic tears, Latu, I've heard about what my father did to you. I'm sorry, I didn't know my father would do such a thing. But Latu didn't blame her at all, saying, this has nothing to do with you. Besides, I've already made proper arrangement for my parents and older sister. Mengyao, hurry and leave the Xiaoyao sect with me. Your father wants to marry you to Qiu Jinchuan. But Lu Mengyao refused to go with him, pulling her hand back and saying, I can't leave. Latu, you should go. In a moment, my father will know what happened here. My father secretly placed a restriction on me, but I've discovered that no matter where I run, he can find me. As the two were talking, a voice suddenly shouted, someone has dared to break into the Xiaoyao outer sect. Go protect the young miss. A fellow disciple has been slaughtered. Go catch the culprit. This startled the two of them, and Lu Mengyao shouted, Latu, go quickly. The situation was urgent, so he had to leave first, unable to take her with him. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, Mengyao, wait for me. I will definitely find a way to get you out. He leaped through the door, causing the guards who were about to rush in to turn and shout, the culprit is here. Lu Mengyao ran after Latu to the door and said worriedly, Latu, You must be safe. La Tu fled, and behind him was a group of people sent by Lu Feichen to ambush him, chasing after him that we can't let this madman escape. La Tu dashed towards the gate, thinking as he ran, as long as I get out of the Xiaoyao sect, I'll be safe. Quickly get to the demon hunting guild in Yunlong County, and the Xiaoyao outer sect won't dare to do anything to me. At the gate of the Xiaoyao sect, a man holding a sword had been standing there, blocking him at the entrance and saying, "Audacious little thief, do you think you can come and go for my Xiaoyao sect as you please?" Then he slashed at him, but as quick as lightning, La Tu dodged and ran forward. The attack created a loud explosion, and although its power was immense, it couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. Just as he was about to escape, La Tu suddenly looked up at the sky and shouted, "Zhang Leiliang." From behind, Zhang Leiliang swooped down toward him, saying, "La Tu, you little brat, today you've fallen into my hands. Did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you used a shape-shifting bone transformation pill? Ridiculous. Today, you will remain here." He immediately made a move, striking a palm towards him. La Tu couldn't dodge in time and was hit by his attack. He clutched his heavily injured shoulder, his face filled with indignation, and said, "Zhang Leiliang, you old man, your strike is vicious enough." Zhang Leiliang hovered in the air, spreading his arms arrogantly, and said, "Sect Master Lu didn't do anything to you. It seems you are fated to die by my hand." Meanwhile, La Tu leaped out, clutching his wound, and said, "Humph, if I want to leave, you can't stop me. All of you, listen carefully. Before long, I will definitely return for revenge." He shot out in an instant, leaving the crowd of people unable to react. The meal was right in my mouth, and I still let it get away. He said bitterly, grinding his teeth, "This brat has escaped time and time again. Let's see how long you can run." The scene changes to where Lu Mengyao is being held captive. Lu Feichen stood behind Lu Mengyao, who was at the door gazing in the direction La Tu had escaped. He hesitated and stammered, "Yaoer, father." She was very afraid of her father, so she didn't want to say much and replied coldly, "I already know what happened before. Father, you don't need to explain anymore. I will follow your arrangements. There's no need to say anything else." Then Lu Mengyao turned and went back to her room. Seeing his daughter leave, Lu Feichen raised his hand to signal. Immediately, for men in black, their faces covered, said in unison, "Sect Master." He ordered them, "Relay my command to the 18 Azure Feathers of Yunlong City to keep a close watch on the Demon Hunting Guild. Report immediately if La Tu is found." The men obeyed the order and immediately leaped away, leaving him alone. Lu Feichen's sinister face darkened as he schemed to himself that, "I'm sorry, Mengyao. Wait until I become an elder, become the sect master, and I will make it up to you." La Tu successfully escaped to a cultivation room in the Demon Hunting Guild. He handed a bag to a pink-haired girl and said, "These are origin energy stones and an identity token. I need a cultivation room." He frowned, still thinking about his own abilities as he walked. "My cultivation level is not enough. I need the strength to protect the people important to me." In the room where La Tu was cultivating and recovering, President Wen Tianhong walked in and asked with concern, "La Tu, how is your recovery here? Are your injuries any better?" La Tu immediately stepped down, cupped his hands, and bowed, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, President. Without your shape-shifting bone transformation pill, I wouldn't have been able to infiltrate the outer sect. I probably would have been captured the moment I showed my face." The president encouraged and comforted him, saying, "Everyone has their own path. This world, in the end, values strength. Your future path is still long. The most important thing for you right now is to have enough strength, at least reaching the Xiantian Martial Master realm. Otherwise, you will remain as weak as you were today. Keep it up, young man." The president patted his shoulder, then turned to leave, raising a hand to bid him farewell. La Tu bowed with cupped hands and said, "Yes, thank you for your guidance, President." After the president left, La Tu clenched his trembling fists, tormenting himself with the thought, "Mengyao, I'm sorry. I will break through quickly and come back to save you from there." Aptitude doesn't represent everything. Zhang Leiliang's aptitude is far inferior to mine, but his cultivation level far surpasses mine. He sat down and closed his eyes. Martial techniques appeared in his mind, and a blue light surrounded him. As La Tu cultivated, he thought, therefore, even if his martial arts realm is not as good as mine, he can still crush me with his cultivation. cultivation level. To defeat Zhang Leiliang, I must quickly raise my cultivation level. I will use the advantage of my martial arts realm to defeat him once again. As Latu became more determined, more techniques from martial arts to swordplay emerged in his mind. The scene changes to Lu Mingyao's bamboo room. Lu Feichen was sitting on a chair, his arms crossed, and his face wrinkled as he looked at his daughter lying on the bed. As soon as Lu Mingyao opened her eyes and woke up, the first thing she asked Lu Feichen was, "Father, La Tu." Seeing his daughter wake up and immediately ask about La Tu, he quickly said, "La Tu escaped to the demon hunting guild. He's fine for now." Hearing that the one she loved was safe, Lu Mingyao was relieved and said with a slight smile to Lu Feichen, "Father, I agree to marry Qiu Jinchuan. Can you please not target him anymore?" Seeing his daughter so weary because of him, he casually said, "All right, father agrees. I won't pursue this matter." On the surface, he said that, but in his heart, it was a different story. Lu Feichen's face darkened as he thought, "Spare that brat Latu? Now that he completely holds a grudge against me, how can I let him off so easily? That damned demon hunting guild." After a month in the demon hunting guild's cultivation room, vials of pills floated in the air and opened on their own. Latu was cultivating the vials of pills circling around him. As he circulated his energy, he thought, "I'm now at the 7th level of the Qi-Si realm. Relying on my martial arts realm and life and death Qi, I might be able to fight Zhang Leiliang." Latu walked to the window, opened it, and looked up at the sky, thinking, now I can go to the Xiaoyao sect to check. I must find a chance to get Meng Yao out. Suddenly, President Wen Tianhong appeared and walked over to where Latu was standing, calling his name. Seeing the president here, he asked in confusion, "President Wen, are you waiting for me to come out of seclusion? Could it be that something has happened?" The president, with a grave expression, informed him of the situation. "I just received the news as well. Last night, there was a sudden turn of events in the Xiaoyao intersect. The Xiaoyao sect master suddenly passed away. Before Lu Feichen could even marry his daughter to Qiu Jinchuan, the struggle for the sect master position erupted. Kong Qingyu was defeated, and Lu Feichen was seriously injured. Lu Mingyao is trapped in the outer sect. There are rumors that Qiu Jinchuan will forcibly marry Lu Mingyao soon." Hearing this, Latu was filled with alarm and said loudly, "What? I was only in seclusion for a month. How could the situation change so quickly?" "Thank you for the information, President Wen. I must go save Meng Yao. If I cause any major trouble recently, President Wen, just expel me from the Demon Hunting Guild." Then Latu took his leave. "I'll be going first." Latu was willing to give up the place that offered him absolute safety for the one he loved. He rushed like a gust of wind and landed in Yunlong City. Latu was alarmed when he saw the scene before him and thought in surprise, what happened to the outer sect? A horrifying scene of the outer sect lay in ruins. He stood watching for a moment and said, "I hope I'm not too late." He then snuck into the place where the father and daughter, Lu Feichen and Lu Mingyao, were hiding. The two guards outside didn't even notice him. He landed in the courtyard, rushed to the main door, and hastily threw it open, calling out Mingyao. She was startled when she saw someone break in, but hearing the familiar voice call her name, she sat up joyfully. She recognized him and turned to say, "Latu, I didn't expect you to come so quickly." Latu walked to the bed where Lu Feichen was lying and said, "Your father." Latu looked at Lu Feichen lying on the bed with a large wound on his chest. He struggled to call out, "Tuesday." Lu Mingyao ran over to help him sit up. Lu Feichen said weakly to him, "Latu, I know you hate me in your heart, and I don't deny what I've done, but Meng Yao likes you. Take her and leave the Xiaoyao sect. Take care of her for me." Just sitting up to speak made his body tremble continuously. After waiting for Latu to agree, he slumped back down with a sigh of relief, then said his last words to his daughter, "I'm sorry, Meng Yao. In my quest to break through to the king realm and for the position of elder, I was led astray. For now on, take good care of yourself." Lu Mingyao covered her face and sobbed, calling out, "Father." Lu Feichen continued, "Following Latu, you could be considered to have a place to belong. With your father gone, where else can you go?" Lu Feichen's trembling hand pointed downwards and said, "This is a Lei Wu token. You could go to Dohai County and join the Lei Wu sect." Latu understood Lu Feichen's meaning and said, "Sect Master Lu, rest assured, I will spend my entire life taking care of Meng Yao." Suddenly, he coughed up black blood and struggled to say his final words. "Then I can die without regrets." After that, Lu Feichen passed away forever. Lu Mingyao wailed, crying out for her father. La Tu gently comforted Lu Mingyao. After all that scheming, this is the end he received. I hate him, but I promised him, and this has nothing to do with Mingyao. I will take good care of her. Mingyao, your father is gone. Before he left, he hoped you would live well. Let's leave the Xiaoyao outer sect quickly. Lu Mingyao, lying in La Tu's arms, sobbed and said, I want to bury my father on the mountain north of the city. When I was little, my father often took me there to play. La Tu immediately agreed. All right, I'll take you there. Just as the two of them stepped out the door, someone who had been standing outside blocked their way and said, the two of you wish to leave the Xiaoyao sect. Seeing him, Lu Mingyao frowned in annoyance and said, Qiu Jinchuan. The man said roguishly, Mingyao, although we didn't get to have our engagement, Uncle Lu told my grandfather that he wanted to marry you to me. How can I let you leave just like that? I have to take care of you for a lifetime. Qiu Jinchuan said smugly. Initially, it was just a precaution, but I didn't expect you, little brat, to actually deliver yourself to my doorstep. The heavens are truly helping me. His subordinate also chimed in. Young master, should we inform the others in the outer sect and Elder Qiu to have them send some more experts here? Qiu Jinchuan immediately showed his displeasure. These two are only at the 5th and 9th levels of the Qi realm. I, the young master, am a Xiantian martial artist and can easily deal with them. Or are you doubting my strength? The subordinate immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake. This subordinate wouldn't dare. Young master, with your first level Xiantian cultivation, taking down these two is as easy as flipping your hand. Qiu Jinchuan waved his hand and said, without Lu Feichen, Lu Mingyao, you are just a lowly servant. He continued to insult Lu Mingyao. When I was pursuing you before, you acted all high and mighty. Now, you are destined to be my woman. Why get tired of playing with you? I'll reward you to these subordinates of mine. Hearing this, the subordinates took turns expressing their gratitude to Qiu Jinchuan. Thank you, young master. Lu Mingyao was furious and cursed him. Qiu Jinchuan, you beast. Who knows how many female disciples in the outer and inner sects have been victimized by you? Qiu Jinchuan burst out laughing and said, Mingyao, don't say that. If it weren't for the sudden turn of events yesterday, we would probably have been married in a few days. Then he feigned sincerity and advised her, Mingyao, I advise you not to resist. Lu Mingyao was about to draw her sword in anger when La Tu said, I'll get you out. In a moment, you just need to follow me and charge forward. Don't worry about anything else. This is still the Xiaoyao outer sects garrison. Then La Tu rushed forward and cut down Qiu Jinchuan's subordinates. Qiu Jinchuan, seeing his subordinates defeated so easily, was enraged and cursed them as a bunch of trash, then looked at La Tu rushing towards him. He said, this brat is truly extraordinary. You don't know life from death. I, the young master, am at the Xiantian realm. He then threw a palm strike, confronting him head-on. La Tu also had to think to himself, as expected of a Xiantian martial artist. If not for my high martial arts realm, plus the 2-level breakthrough in my cultivation this month, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured by that one palm strike. Qiu Jinchuan shouted, break for me. He then poured his power into La Tu, but it was only La Tu's afterimage. The real La Tu had almost stabbed him. Seeing the sword graze his face, Qiu Jinchuan thought, this brat is strange. I must go and invite the other intersect experts. Taking advantage of Qiu Jinchuan's momentary lapse in vigilance, La Tu stabbed him through the stomach. He was shocked. How was this possible? He actually has a tribute power. Then he fell down. Lu Mingyao asked him in surprise, La Tu, Qiu Jinchuan was a first-level Xiantian martial artist. How did you kill him? La Tu answered without hiding anything. After you returned to the Xiaoyao sect, I cultivated in the deep mountains of Qingyun City and had a fortuitous encounter. La Tu thought to himself, I also didn't expect that condensing qi into flames would have such great power. Lu Mingyao took La Tu's hand and reminded him, never mind that. La Tu, let's go quickly. Qiu Jinchuan is Elder Qiu's favorite grandson. He will surely have an induction to his death. We must leave the Xiaoyao sect quickly, leave Yunlong County. La Tu sheathed his sword and said, that's right, we can't stay in Yunlong County for long. He then turned to Lu Mingyao and said, Mingyao, I'm afraid we won't have time to bury your father. Lu Mingyao said somberly. I know. When I break through in my cultivation later, I will personally bury my father. At the sect gate, Lot 2 held Lu Mingyao back and said, We can't go to the demon hunting guild. The Xiaoyao sect will definitely go there to block us. We'll cross the Guanlei mountain range and go to Dohai County. Lu Mingyao agreed, all right. When Elder Qiu sensed Qiu Jinchuan's death, he rushed over, shouting, Grandson. The old man said angrily, Someone, find Lu Mingyao's whereabouts for me. Someone came from behind and said, Elder, Lu Mingyao couldn't have broken out alone. I'm afraid that Brat La Tu is also with her. The white-haired old man said, He is a genius member of the Demon Hunting Guild. I will lead people to the guild to block them and prevent that brat from taking Lu Mingyao away through the teleportation formation. Elder Qiu tossed over a token and said, Take my token. Except for Yunlong County City, the demon hunting guilds of the other cities must obey my orders. Tell Wen Tian Hong that the grudge for my grandson must be avenged. Tell him to think carefully before he acts. The white-haired old man smirked yes. Elder Qiu angrily crushed the object in his hand. Lu Mingyao, La Tu, I want your heads to offer to my dear grandson. Half a month later, La Tu said to Lu Mingyao, Half a month has passed. The Xiaoyao sect must know by now that we didn't go to the Demon Hunting Guild. They must be searching for our whereabouts everywhere. Lu Mingyao removed her veil and said to La Tu, Let's enter the Guanlei mountain range quickly. This mountain range stretches across 3 counties, and there are many natural treasures and demonic beasts inside. La Tu dismounted and said, Be careful. There are quite a few powerful experts who venture here to find treasures and cultivate in seclusion. Then suddenly, La Tu felt a very strong pressure. Lu Mingyao looked up at the sky. This powerful aura is coming from the sky. La Tu drew his sword and said, Could it be an expert from the Xiaoyao sect chasing us? Lu Mingyao breathed a sigh of relief. It's not the Xiaoyao sect's pursuers, but Yi Yang, the martial king, an expert among the rogue cultivators. I met him once before when I was with my father. While Lu Mingyao was still looking at the figure above, La Tu said, The Guanlei mountain range is truly a treasure mountain. With so many powerful experts gathered, plus the demonic beasts inside, it's definitely fraught with danger, but we have no choice but to enter the mountains. Lu Mingyao took off her veil and said to La Tu, Don't worry. Although I can't match your monstrous rate of progress, I, Lu Mingyao, am also a genius of the sect. In the Guanlei mountain range, La Tu took down many demonic beasts which lay scattered on the ground. Lu Mingyao removed her veil and said, We've only just entered the Guanlei mountain range, not very deep, and we've already encountered several level 3 demonic beasts. La Tu crossed his arms, looked at the beasts, and said, Thanks to the life-sensing ability of the Life and Death Pearl, I've been able to avoid the territories of several level 4 demonic beasts. Then La Tu noticed a person's shadow and turned to her, saying, Mingyao, someone is coming. Then the 3 strangers approached. The leader was a man who introduced himself. I am Zhang Haifei. These are my teammates Tian Guanyo and Miao Feifei. Luo Xiu greeted them. I am Luo Xiu, and this is Miss Lu. May I ask what business the 3 of you have? Zhang Haifei said warmly, Brother Luo, Miss Lu, the 3 of us have come to bother you so suddenly because we actually want to invite you 2 to form a team with us. I wonder what you 2 think. We have discovered a Huiyang tree, but next to it is a level 3 demonic beast, a Qingyi demon serpent, which is comparable to a level 4 demonic beast. Hearing this, Luo Xiu thought about the Huiyang tree and the Qingyi demon serpent. The Huiyang tree can be used to refine pills to break through to the Xiantian realm, which would be useful for both me and Meng Yao. However, not to mention whether the Huiyang tree even exists. Even if it does, I'm afraid it won't be easy to obtain. When the time comes, these 3 will surely make a move. Seeing Luo Xiu still thinking, Zhang Haifei raised his hand and said, Brother Luo, what are you thinking? You must know that the Huiyang tree is very precious. I dare not risk this information being leaked. Luo Xiu frowned and replied, Fine, we agree to form a team. Zhang Haifei laughed joyfully in response. Haha, good. With you 2 joining, our chances of obtaining the Huiyang tree will be much greater. When we succeed, I will definitely not treat you too unfairly." Then he immediately turned and said, "We can't delay. Let's set off now to deal with that demon serpent." Lu Mingyao knew there was some danger and said to Luo Xiao, "This person only makes empty promises and doesn't mention how we will divide the spoils after succeeding. I'm afraid." Luo Xiao gave Lu Mingyao a firm look. "Mingyao, I know what you want to say. I am prepared." Seeing the two hadn't caught up, Zhang Haifei reminded them, "Brother Luo, Miss Lu, hurry and follow me. I'm afraid if we take too long, someone else will discover the Huiyang tree." Luo Xiao didn't forget to remind Lu Mingyao, "Mingyao, remember to protect yourself while later." Then the group moved quickly towards the location of the Huiyang tree. Upon arrival, Zhang Haifei said, "That demon serpent is inside this cliff." Luo Xiao looked up and said, "Big brother Zhang, how you plan to deal with the Qingyi demon serpent? You must know that although the Qingyi demon serpent is a level 3 demonic beast, its strength is comparable to a Xiantian martial artist." Zhang Haifei crossed his arms and said calmly, "No need to worry. I am naturally prepared. I have a level 3 antidote pill that can counter the demon serpent's poison mist. Furthermore, I am a level 3 formation master. As long as I can set up a formation, the Qingyi demon serpent is not a concern." Hearing this, Luo Xiao and Lu Mingyao let out a sound of surprise. Luo Xiao asked doubtfully, "I didn't expect Big Brother Zhang to also be a formation master. If so, then why did you invite the two of us here?" Zhang Haifei began to deploy the formation and said, "I need someone to stand guard while I set up the formation, and neither Tian Guanyo nor Miao Feifei are skilled in movement techniques. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble Brother Luo." Luo Xiao held Lu Mingyao's hand and said, "All right, I agree." Zhang Haifei gave a sly smile and said, "This is the antidote pill. Brother Luo, be careful. I will start setting up a killing formation and a trapping formation. Wait for you to lure the Qingyi demon serpent over." Holding the vial in his hand, Luo Xiao immediately sensed there was a problem with it and thought to himself, "As expected, there's a problem with this antidote pill." Lu Mingyao pulled on his sleeve and called his name Luo Xiao. He stroked her long hair and gave her an answer, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Lu Mingyao still reminded Luo Xiao to act carefully. Tian Guanyo looked at Lu Mingyao with concern and said, "Miss Lu, don't worry. Brother Luo is just luring the demonic beast. I will protect you in his place." Lu Mingyao paid him no mind and ignored Tian Guanyo. The closer Luo Xiao got, the more he could sense that the demon serpent was indeed hiding here. Looking up, he saw the demon serpent coiled around the Huiyang tree. It sensed Luo Xiao approaching, and then rocks began to fall like rain on him. The demonic beast flew up, and Luo Xiao immediately used the 10 Directions remnant shadow to chase after it. He was determined to get the fruit of this Huiyang tree. Zhang Haifei's group was endlessly astonished when they saw Luo Xiao's abilities. "I didn't expect this kid's movement technique to be so fast, and he's so bold." Seeing Luo Xiao still fighting the demonic beast, Zhang Haifei gave a sly smile, deployed the formation, and said, "But he won't be coming back." Luo Xiao used the remnant shadows to deal with the demonic beast. He jumped up and attacked the rocks, causing small stones to fall onto the beast's wings. Luo Xiao had already formed a plan in his mind to escape its attack range. The demonic beast, as if feeling he was provoking it, widened its eyes, let out a loud roar, and attacked towards Luo Xiao. But he managed to avoid it. Miao Feifei, not expecting he could dodge, cried out. He actually dodged it. This kid really escaped back here. Tian Guanyo said smugly. He probably drank the antidote pill. Even if he manages to escape, then... Zhang Haifei continued, "All right, get ready. The demon serpent is coming." Then he shouted, "Set up the formation." Then the three of them deployed the formation. Lu Mingyao also contributed, attacking the demon serpent and trapping it in the formation. Zhang Haifei shouted, "Success!" But Luo Xiao is still inside. Lu Mingyao, as if sensing something was wrong, pointed her sword at Zhang Haifei and ordered him, "Let Luo Xiao out now." At this point, Zhang Haifei had achieved his goal and no longer needed to hide anything. He revealed his true nature and said, "Shut up. Your little boyfriend has swallowed the antidote pill. Even if he escapes the demon serpent's mouth, he won't survive." Then he acted like a rogue and said, "How about you come with me? I'll cherish you." Lu Mingyao paid no attention to his nonsense and just said coldly, "I trust Luo Xiao," then charged forward. Seeing Lu Mingyao's stubborn refusal to submit, Zhang Haifei cursed her. "You ungrateful bitch." Then he drew his sword to fight Lu Mingyao, but he didn't know that Lu Mingyao was also a genius of her sect. Zhang Haifei said in surprise, "Damn it, I didn't expect this bitch to be so strong. She doesn't look that old either." Seeing Zhang Haifei dawdling and not focusing on the main task, Tian Guanyo urged him, "Hurry up and help me hold the formation. I'm going to activate the killing formation or we won't be able to hold on for long." Sweat was pouring down his body as he tried to deploy the formation to attack the demon serpent. When he saw the demon serpent fall, Tian Guanyo also collapsed to the ground, panting and saying, "Success." But it only held for a moment before the demon serpent got back up. He cried out in shock, "What?" Then he became cowardly, his hands and feet trembling with fear of death as he cried for help. "Oh no, the demon serpent has escaped the formation. You too, hurry and help me." Looking at the still hissing demon serpent, Tian Guanyo and Miao Feifei were endlessly shocked. "How can this be?" Tian Guanyo swallowed a spirit pill and said, "That kid Luo Xiao isn't dead after all. Could it be that he didn't use that antidote pill?" The demon serpent attacked towards Tian Guanyo and Miao Feifei, knocking them down. Tian Guanyo cursed, "Damn it, helpless." He could only pull out an object and say, "I can only use this to hold it temporarily." Then he threw it towards the demon serpent and shouted, "Feifei, follow me." The demon serpent was enveloped by a net that sprang from the object, unable to escape. Seeing this, Zhang Haifei shouted, "Big brother Zhang, Feifei." But he didn't notice that he was still in a battle with Lu Mingyao. Taking advantage of his opening, Lu Mingyao slashed him across the back, and he fell. At this moment, Lu Mingyao was filled with anxiety, praying, "Brother Luo, you must survive." Luo Xiao was using his sword to slash at the demon serpent's scales, making it roar. But it didn't affect it much. Seeing this, Luo Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "Such hard scales." Luo Xiao knelt on one knee and said, "A normal sword wound poses no threat to it at all. Let me see what trick those people put in the pill." Then he used the 10 directions body method to surround the demon serpent. Luo Xiao quickly discovered that its belly was its weak point. Then he delivered a fatal slash through its belly. When struck at its weak point, the demon serpent let out a loud scream that echoed through the sky. He watched it slowly die, coiled in a corner, and had to sigh, "Oof, what a vicious poison." Even a level 3 demonic beast could only resist for a moment before dying. Those three are so ruthless. After the battle with the demon serpent ended, Lu Mingyao walked over to him and asked worriedly, "Luo Xiao, are you okay?" Seeing Lu Mingyao, his expression brightened considerably as he replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Where are they?" Lu Mingyao looked towards Zhang Haifei, who was lying motionless on the ground, and said, "I kept one of them here with me." The other two abandoned their companion and fled as soon as the Qingyi demon serpent went berserk. Luo Xiao felt the situation was serious. He looked at the 2 Weiyang fruits in his hand and said, "We can't let the news get out, otherwise it will be difficult for us to be safe in the Guanlei mountain range in the future. Besides, I haven't gotten my revenge on them yet." Meanwhile, as Miao Feifei and Tian Guanyo were escaping, Miao Feifei asked worriedly, "Brother Tian, Xiao Fei is still behind us. Should we go back or just leave him?" Tian Guanyo gritted his teeth, his hands clenched into fists, and replied angrily, "Go back. That kid is at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. If he's not dead, he's lucky, but he picked the Huiyang fruit. We'll go back and take it." After the recent battle, he was also injured quite a bit, so now he was circulating his energy to heal. Golden streams of Qi surrounded Luo Xiao in a circle. Lu Mingyao stood beside him, comforting and reassuring him. Luo Xiao, focus on healing. After finishing his healing, he stood up and said, "I've recovered fairly well. It's time to go settle the score with them. No need to look, we're here." Just as he mentioned the two, they appeared from behind a tree as if they had been waiting. Miao Feifei pointed at Luo Xiao and Lu Mingyao and said, "Brother Tian, they killed Xiao Fei. Hand over the Huiyang fruit, and you have to kneel and kowtow beside Xiao Fei's body." Tian Guanyo also pointed to the 2 of them, using the excuse that Luo Xiao and Lu Mingyao had killed their companion to try and rob him. Luo Xiao was not worried or scared at all. He confidently placed a hand on his chest and said, "If you want the Huiyang fruit, you might as well trade your lives for it." Seeing he was still stubborn and refused to hand it over, Tian Guanyo drew his sword, pointed it at him, and prepared to attack. "You ignorant brat, pay for my brother's life." Miao Feifei also drew her sword and shouted, "You must pay for Xiao Fei's life." Before Miao Feifei could make a move, Lu Mingyao was faster. She rushed forward and slashed through Miao Feifei. The movement was so fast that Miao Feifei collapsed before she could even react. Tian Guanyo couldn't believe it either. He looked at Miao Feifei lying in front of him and exclaimed, "What?" Seeing the situation was not good, he became wary of the two and thought to himself, "Damn it, this kid killed the Qingyi demon serpent with his own strength." The cowardly Tian Guanyo fled, abandoning his two companions. Seeing this, Luo Xiao immediately gave chase. "Don't even think about running away," Tian Guanyo cursed as he ran. Seeing Luo Xiao still chasing him, "Damn it, you want to hunt me to the ends of the earth? Be a good boy and stay trapped here." He suddenly turned back and threw a round, golden coil towards him. It unfurled into a large net that enveloped him, trapping him before he could react. Tian Guanyo, thinking he had captured him and turned the tables, said smugly, "You're very strong, kid, but I will spread the news of the Huiyang fruit in your hands. You too can wait to be hunted down by the other experts in the Guanlei mountain range. You can't escape." Tian Guanyo's smugness didn't last long, as Luo Xiao broke out of the net. In a flash, he was behind him. Tian Guanyo was completely unexpected. His face turned pale, and he broke out in a sweat, saying, "What?" Luo Xiao leaped up and stabbed him through the chest with his sword. Tian Guanyo died, with his eyes open. As for him, he looked at his sword and said, "So, this is the Guanlei mountain range? It's truly too chaotic." When Lu Mingyao caught up, Luo Xiao said to her, "Let's leave this place first, in case these three have other companions. Besides, the Huiyang fruit is too important. We can't let the news get out." When night fell, Luo Xiao added firewood to the blazing fire, warming the two of them. He looked over at Lu Mingyao sitting beside him and said, "I have a map from the Demon Hunter Association. We'll travel from the outskirts through the Guanlei mountain range to get you to the Leiyu sect. What about you then?" Lu Mingyao asked, worried about him. Luo Xiao looked at the fire and replied, "The Xiaoyao sect is a major power. You can cultivate peacefully at the Leiyu sect. As for me, I can adapt. The world is my home. I will work hard to cultivate. Luo Xiao, you must also be careful. I will train near the Leiyu sect. Let's work hard together." Luo Xiao turned to her. The two looked at each other affectionately. Then they placed their hands together, sitting side by side and making a promise. "Luo Xiao, from now on, I will only have you. In the future, let's travel the world together." By early morning, the two arrived at Tuihai County. Looking down from a high place, Luo Xiao said, "Ahead is Zhuixing City of Tuihai County. We've finally crossed the Guanlei mountain range. After we descend the mountain, we'll reach Zhuixing City. You can go directly to the Leiyu sect through the martial hall of Zhuixing City." Lu Mingyao looked at him reluctantly, her eyes shimmering, and instructed, "I will work hard to cultivate. Luo Xiao, when you're outside, remember to take good care of yourself." He held her hand, smiled, and said, "I know. If you run into any trouble there, remember to send a letter to the Demon Hunter Association for me." Then the two let go of their hands. Lu Mingyao also replied, joking with him, "Okay, Luo Xiao, I have to enter the city by myself now. You have to work hard. Don't let it be that when I come down from the mountain after cultivating at the Leiyu sect, you can't keep up with this young lady." Luo Xiao also replied to Lu Mingyao's joke, "You're the one who needs to work hard. If you, at the Leiyu sect, the 7th ranked among the 12 sects of Tianwu, are still surpassed by me." Lu Mingyao chuckled and said, "Who isn't a genius?" Then she leaped down the mountain of Tuihai County. Luo Xiao watched her figure fly down and thought to himself, "Mingyao has entered a powerful sect like the Leiyu sect. I must also work hard to cultivate." Sometime later, Luo Xiao was killing a large bear. He leaped high into the air, slashed at it, and said, "In 1 month, I've captured over 100 level 3 demonic beasts. Even when encountering the most powerful existences, I would get injured. And there were countless near-death experiences, but..." He landed on the ground and moved forward. As the bear crashed to the ground, he continued, but through constant training in perilous situations, plus the cultivation resources exchanged from demonic beast materials, My cultivation has finally broken through to the Xiantian realm. He looked at his sword joyfully, then opened the origin law and said, reaching the Xiantian realm, I even received a gift. The origin law, Xiantian transformation, far surpasses 9th grade martial arts. It can allow me to instantly erupt with 2 to 5 times my own strength. Who in the same realm can be my opponent now? And challenging those above my level will become much easier. Zhang Laoyang, now is the time for me to return to Yunlong County and settle the score with you. He soared high into the sky, but along the way, he was startled to discover a heavily injured man sitting under a tree. The man pleaded for help in a strained voice. Friend, please do me a favor. Hearing the cry for help, Luo Xiao stopped without any hesitation or suspicion. He stood on a high branch, looking down. He spoke, go on. The man under the tree raised a trembling hand, as if he had no strength left, and replied, I hope you can come a little closer. Luo Xiao, still without a hint of suspicion, did as he was told. He jumped down and stood in front of him, thinking a man about to leave this world. In a world where the strong prey on the weak. I'm not a cold-blooded and heartless person. If it's convenient, I'll help him. The heavily injured man pulled a silver, crescent-shaped object from his clothes, coughing in difficult spurts. I come for the Gongsun family. Cough, cough. I was assassinated and ended up in this state. I hope, friend, you can help me deliver this token to the Gongsun family. If I have the chance, I'll help you deliver it. Luo Xiao reached out to take it. Just as he was about to grab it, the man's eyes sharpened and a cunning expression appeared on his face. Instantly, the man pulled out a hidden dagger and lunged to stab him, but luckily Luo Xiao reacted in time and dodged. Afterwards, he thought it was because of the little bit of kindness he had left that he almost lost his life. Is this the treachery of the human heart? Luo Xiao thought angrily, his compassion having been deceived. The more he thought, the angrier he became. The other man, his scheme having failed, had to find an excuse and try to explain what just happened. Little junior brother, wait, listen to me. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Xiao punched him, sending him flying into the tree behind him. He walked closer to him and asked, a young man like this is about to die. I came to help him, so why did you still try to attack me? He raised his hand and picked up the object the man called a token. Along with it was a red ring. He thought to himself, this guy does seem to be from the Gongsun family. The crescent-shaped token also has a name carved on it. He used his spiritual energy, which emitted a purple aura, to envelop the 2 items taken from the man, saying, I'll keep this token for now. It might be useful later. But he suddenly realized something and thought, this is the first time I've seen an object that can't be stored in a storage ring. This guy even kept it on his person. It seems it's no ordinary item. There's no point in studying it now. The first thing to do is to stabilize my cultivation in the Guanlei mountain range. He thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. So he shook his head and threw the crescent-shaped item away. After that, Luo Xiao took out his map to observe it. While looking, he said, ahead is a gathering place where adventurers of the Guanlei mountain range come to rest and trade supplies. I'll go there to rest for a bit. After arriving at the gathering place on the map, he saw a bald, muscular man shouting loudly, announcing recruitment. The Guanlei Temple's Yongchang Pavilion is organizing an exploration of the Guanlei Temple. The team is currently short 6 people. The cultivation requirement is above the Xiantian level. Hearing this, the crowd gathered and started discussing. The Yongchang Pavilion, one of the 3 major powers, rarely looks for outsiders to explore the Guanlei Temple with them. That's right. I heard that the Guanlei Temple is very dangerous, but I also heard that even Martial King realm experts go there to comprehend saber intent. Luo Xiao looked at the round purple area on the map and said, dark purple means it's a danger zone. After all, that expert had a secret place to cultivate. I heard his martial arts training was extremely high. It's not just martial artists who use sabers that will go to seek the mysteries of the saber intent left by the Guanlei expert. Other martial Dao experts will also go out of admiration. The people standing around, hearing this news, also rushed to sign up. I'm a 3rd level Xiantian. I want to sign up too. I'm a 2nd level Xiantian. Suddenly, a purple-haired old man behind him shouted rudely, get out of the way, I want to sign up. Stinky brat, if you don't want to sign up, then get out of my way. The old man was about to touch him, but Luo Xiao caught and gripped his hand tightly, saying, Who said I'm not signing up? Then he swung his other arm, sending the old man flying back to where two other men were standing. A man in brown and a man in purple stood there witnessing it, but without understanding who was right or wrong. They took turns shouting and blaming him. Kid, we're all here to sign up. Why did you attack him? Kid, you're acting so arrogant just because you have a little skill. Aren't you going a bit too far? The bald man who made the announcement earlier heard the commotion where Luo Shio was standing and asked, "What's going on over there?" Luo Shio looked at the crowd in front of him and thought to himself, he clearly made the first move. Instead, I become the target of their attacks. He defensively raised his hand to the hilt of the sword on his back. When he saw the old man crying foul, saying, "Everyone, let's teach this arrogant kid a lesson and throw him out," his face darkened, and he drew his sword, slashing at the two men who were about to gang up on him. It caused the man in brown to lose half of his hair. He looked up in horror at his head, where half of his bangs were now gone, and exclaimed, "Such a fast sword. For a moment there, I thought I was dead." A green-haired man stood there watching. He also had a sigh in admiration of him, saying, "This kid's strength is very powerful. I must not carelessly offend him." The man in brown backed away in fear and muttered, "This kid is so young. How can he have such a powerful sword technique?" The bald man had witnessed everything and saw it all, including his sword technique. He walked closer to him, crossed his arms, laughed loudly, and praised Luo Shio profusely. He expressed his intention to invite him to the Yongchang Pavilion's team. A very fast, very sharp sword strike. Little brother, are you interested in joining us? And you three as well. Luo Shio also clasped his hands to show his sincerity. It would be my honor. The other people surrounding him murmured, "I can't believe this kid got chosen too." With strength like that, the Yongchang Pavilion would actively recruit you. The bald man continued to shout his announcement. There are 2 spots left. Priority will be given to those with high cultivation. And immediately, 2 men, one with green hair and one with brown hair, stepped forward, raised their hands, and said, "The 2 of us. You two, please follow me." The Yongchang Pavilion's team is already prepared up ahead. On the way, the bald man inquired about Luo Shio. "Little brother, you look very young. I wonder what your cultivation level is." "First level Xiantian." Hearing Luo Shio state his cultivation was first level Xiantian, the bald man was a bit startled and thought to himself, "A first level Xiantian can unleash such a fast sword strike. This kid's inherited martial skill seems extraordinary." With that thought, the man turned back, smiled at him as if trying to be friendly, and replied, "Little brother is truly a remarkable talent. I am very much looking forward to your performance after joining our team." The Yongchang Pavilion's exploration team of 100 people is already waiting at the village entrance over there. "Everyone, let's hurry over." The bald man waved his hand, ordering everyone to hurry forward. Luo Shio said nothing and just followed. At the village entrance of the Guanlei mountain range, the bald man led him and the others who were chosen at the same time to the front of the village gate. A large crowd was already standing there. "Elder, I brought the people." The man clasped his hands and reported to the elders who were already waiting. Suddenly, an elder with completely white hair saw Luo Shio and asked doubtfully, "Why is there a first-level Xiantian martial artist?" "Oh, forget it. Just let them join the team." Out of nowhere, a black-haired man stepped forward, pointed at his face, and shouted, "You should know your place and leave the team. As it happens, I have a friend who is nearby. Get your name removed." Luo Shio was not one to be easily bullied. He crossed his arms and replied arrogantly, "On what basis should I give this position to your friend?" The black-haired man, not knowing what was good for him, showed a disdainful attitude towards him, and he shouted even louder, "With your meager cultivation, you dare to question me here? My friend was in seclusion nearby, and now that he has broken through and come out, he is about to come over. You surely understand, right?" At the same time, a man who was also quite neatly dressed, with a green jade stone in the middle of his forehead, appeared in the Guanlei mountain range, holding a sword. He clasped his hands and greeted the elders, "My apologies. Greetings to the 3 seniors and the senior brothers and sisters of the Everfrost Pavilion. This junior just finished his seclusion, so I arrived late." Seeing his brother arrive, the black-haired man hurriedly ran to him, pointed at La Tu, and tattled, "Brother, the 100-person team is full. Your spot was taken by this brat." That man was also arrogant and looked down on him, pointing towards where La Tu was standing. He smiled arrogantly and said lightly, "He's just a first-level Xiantian brat." The 3 elders stared at this arrogant man without saying a word. La Tu was not one to be easily bullied and retorted, "Just a third-level Sciention piece of trash." The surrounding crowd, witnessing this, was startled and exclaimed in surprise, "What an arrogant brat." Seeing that he had been insulted, the man became furious, pointed his sword at La Tu, and, wanting to make a move, shouted loudly, "You audacious brat." La Tu also drew his sword immediately. Immediately, the other guy was beaten badly and sent flying into a nearby tree trunk. He couldn't believe that his third-level Sciention self had lost to La Tu's first-level Sciention. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, "You're good." The elder who had been standing there watching the whole thing saw that the guy was still arrogant, even though he had been taught a lesson by La Tu and was covered in injuries, and shouted at him, "If he hadn't shown mercy, one sword strike would have taken your life." La Tu sheathed his sword. He didn't continue fighting because he only wanted to teach him a lesson to get rid of that arrogant attitude of looking down on everyone. That elder continued, "So there's someone with such a fast sword? All right, this brother is not bad. Only at the first level, yet with a fast sword in hand, he can defeat a fourth or fifth level opponent. Everyone, prepare to depart." The three elders and all the chosen people mounted their war horses and set off. The three elders rode ahead, leading the way. On the way, La Tu marveled at the Everfrost Pavilion, saying, "No wonder it's one of the three great powers." The wealth of the Everfrost Pavilion is truly impressive. These are third-ranked demonic beasts that have been tamed and raised. On the market, they must be worth over 1,000 origin chi stones. While they were traveling, an elder suddenly ordered everyone to stop, those at the front, dismount, and proceed into the mountain range on foot. As La Tu was dismounting to prepare to set off, someone brought him supplies, saying, "Sir, these are the supplies allocated to you." After everyone was ready, the same elder announced to everyone, "Enter the mountain range in groups of 5. If you encounter demonic beasts, just follow the previous route to reach the Guan Lei Temple. Everyone move out." Along the way, La Tu was fighting a giant spider. He slashed his sword at it, causing it to fall backward. La Tu looked at this demonic beast and assessed it a third-level demonic beast that lives in colonies. The venom on its body is extremely potent. Even a Sciention martial artist would find it hard to survive a bite. It seemed that many of his teammates had been poisoned by this type of demonic beast. After a long journey, dusk arrived. That elder announced to everyone, shouting for them to rest for a bit. In just half a day, 12 people have died. Over 20 are injured. This is not going very smoothly. Then, one of his teammates led the way, pointed forward, and said, "The sky is dark. There's a prepared resting place ahead. Everyone, hurry up." At midnight in the stone forest, everyone was sitting gathered around a campfire. La Tu did not join the group, but leaned against a large pillar. Suddenly, the pillar he was leaning on made a loud noise. On top of the pillar, streams of green light appeared, surrounding it and startling everyone. Accompanied by a sense of unease, they said, "What's happening over there? Is there a problem with the elders' formation?" Suddenly, from a large patch of grass, a white beast with a purple mane, looking like a lion, rushed out. Everyone was startled, looked in its direction, and shouted, "A purple-scaled lion beast." From above, it landed on the ground, spat out a mouthful of demonic chi, and created another powerful, loud explosion. Everyone was terrified. Another person standing behind La Tu said in alarm, "With this demonic chi, we are no match for it." The elder, seeing this demonic beast appear here, was also a bit bewildered and wondered, "How could we run into this fellow here? It shouldn't be here." La Tu looked at the demonic beast in front of him, but it wasn't attacking him. He thought to himself, a fourth-level purple-scaled lion beast, a demonic beast equivalent to a great grandmaster of the spirit refinement realm. Why did it appear here? Or perhaps there's an enemy spy within the Everfrost Pavilion's team. It seems I have to find a way to leave the team. He was on guard, his hand gripping his sword, ready to fight at any moment. Another elder stood in front of the demonic beast and said, "Although we set up a formation to conceal our aura, it's only effective against third-level beasts. It has no effect on this type of demonic beast. It has discovered us." Immediately, the demonic beast aggressively shattered the protective barrier. When it discovered them, the group also realized the problem and said, "It's attacking the defensive formation." Everyone ran for their lives to save their own skins. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning struck repeatedly. Those people were fleeing from the demonic beast. Everyone unleashed techniques that filled the surroundings with light, rushing like a storm. As for Latu, he used the 10 directions movement technique to create multiple clones of himself. Latu jumped onto a tree branch, thinking as he ran, "It has broken through the defense and is already chasing me." Right after, he was startled and looked back. He discovered it was right behind him, having caught another unlucky person. The only way is to hide from it in the mountain forest. Latu leaped forward to escape from it. While escaping, Latu heard loud cries for help from other people coming from another direction. Everyone split up quickly. "Someone save me." Latu continued forward, saying as he ran, "Fend for yourselves." After successfully escaping, Latu, drenched in sweat, said, "It's basically safe now." He hit on a high tree branch and thought to himself, "In my storage ring, I still have a 5th-level concealment formation disc. First, I'll rest and recover." Then he propped himself up, looked up, and asked himself, "It's probably noon now. I should see what to do next." Right after, he leaped forward, discovered something, and said, "There's an aura over here." Latu took out the route map to look at it and couldn't help but exclaim, "I can't believe that after a whole night of panic, I'm actually close to the Guanlei Temple. It seems the Everfrost Pavilion group is more likely doomed than not." Luckily, I took their route map earlier and came directly here. The sword on his back, for some unknown reason, vibrated slightly. But perhaps it wasn't strong enough, so Latu didn't feel or notice anything. Latu looked ahead and said, "This foothill area is over 10 li, yet I can feel a sharp blade chi. The sharp sword chi is resonating with my weapon. It seems to be sensing it." Then he moved forward, looked up at the high mountain, and thought to himself, what level of cultivation did that expert Guan Lei ultimately have? I wonder how many years have passed, yet this ancient ruin still retains such a terrifying blade will. Then he observed his surroundings, sensing the intense blade will. There isn't a single demonic beast around here. I'm afraid they've all been scared away by the intense blade will. Suddenly, his intuition told him something was wrong. Latu turned to see a blade descending from above towards where he was standing. Latu looked up towards a mountain peak and saw a muscular man. He had a sword resting on his shoulder, his body radiating a blue aura that enveloped him as he stood on the mountain. Looking at that person, he thought to himself, "I absolutely cannot block this blade." Suddenly, a technique was rushing towards him. Latu squeezed his eyes shut and shouted, "It's too strong. This move is aimed at me. I can't retreat." But it was all just a simulation he had created. Latu rested his chin on his hand and thought, "Although I have perceived this blade, will, and blade form, this light and shadow blade has entered my sea of consciousness. The blade will has been carved into my spiritual sea." After that, Latu swung his sword sideways, then looked at his blade and said, "Although it's just a simulation and I can't produce the blade will's intent, it's much stronger than an ordinary 5th grade martial art. If I could be like that expert and comprehend the mysteries of sword will, my strength would increase by more than just one realm. Currently, I'm still very far from comprehending sword will. The sword move just now was just scratching the surface." He sheathed his sword and turned to walk away. Latu held out his hand, and a stream of chi emanated from it. Latu thought to himself, "For now, every step must be steady. First, I must cultivate my swordsmanship to perfection. Then, it will no longer be about simulating moves, but about comprehending my own way of the sword." He closed his eyes, and in his mind, he recalled the scene of the man from before unleashing his power and said to himself, "Martial will is the harmony of the martial path and the state of mind. My age is not yet enough to achieve that state of mind, nor have I experienced that level of swordsmanship. It seems this cannot be rushed." Suddenly, a silver-haired man with his hands clasped behind his back stood on a high rock, looked down, and asked him, "Are you that Xiantian brat who dares to come to the Guanlei Temple to comprehend the blade will? You've got some nerve. Keep up the effort. I hope to see you at the summit." Before he could reply, the man said this, then turned and leaped effortlessly to the summit, causing Latu to exclaim in admiration. to be able to walk on air in this place, this person must have the cultivation of a martial king. Unlike me, who only dares to comprehend the blade will hear. Latu stood there in silence for a moment, thinking to himself, although I can't simulate the blade will, just being able to reference it is enough to greatly enhance my comprehension of my own way of the sword. Then he drew the sword from his back and immediately rushed up the mountain. Latu closed his eyes to feel it. I must use this sword chi to temper myself now. On the mountain, there were 2 guards. Seeing him wanting to ascend, they were a bit surprised and said, "What? Someone else wants to go up the mountain? A first-level Xiantian brat who doesn't know life from death. Let's see what bitter fruit you'll eat later." On the way up the mountain, a man suddenly rolled on the ground, clutching his head and crying out in pain. Then he coughed up blood in front of Latu. He had probably been struck, which made him even more cautious and alert. He said, "This place is indeed extremely dangerous. Relying on willpower alone is not enough. Even with high cultivation, one's spirit can be annihilated by the blade will and one's life extinguished." Then, that man was helped up by another person who said as he lifted him, even a martial ancestor at the spirit refinement realm from the Gongsun family of Dohai Prefecture failed here. This is too dangerous. Let's give up, it's too terrifying. The other men, seeing how difficult the path up the mountain was, and coupled with their fear of death, gave up one after another. But Latu refused to submit and continued to press forward. "I can still withstand the pressure of the blade will hear. I can continue. Forward." He advanced step by step, using his sword to block each blow. Behind him, countless people couldn't bear it and lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their heads and screaming in pain. After a period of persistent effort, Latu was also close to reaching the mountain peak. On the mountain, many people, like him, were about to succeed. They were sitting there, resting and recovering their strength. He looked at everything around him and thought to himself, just one more step to go. Meanwhile, after seeing that Latu could make it to the summit, the middle-aged, black-haired man had to praise him. This young brat looks to be only 20 years old. His swordsmanship from just now has probably reached the great accomplishment stage. The silver-haired man whom Latu had met at the foot of the mountain also appeared here. The old man stroked his beard and replied to the middle-aged man, "When this old man's palm technique first reached initial accomplishment, it took me 40 years. Then, with no way to break through, I came to this Guanlei temple to seek an opportunity." Another red-haired man also stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "The Guanlei temple is near Dohai Prefecture, and there are also experts from Yunlin Prefecture. This kid must be from Dohai Prefecture." As for Latu, he was struggling to block each blow, saying bitterly and angrily, "Can it be that I can only come this far? I can't even step onto the mountain peak. I am not resigned. This place is not just the end of my cultivation." He frantically fought back, blocking the blows, unwilling to die here. Latu, drenched in sweat, said defiantly, "Whatever moves you have left, bring them all out." As soon as he finished speaking, a blade will shot down at him from above. Latu looked up without flinching or fear. He gave a faint smile and said, "So that's how it is." The people standing around looked at him, pointing and gossiping. This brat suddenly started smiling. Is he about to be crushed by the blade will hear? What a pity. But in that instant, Latu managed to raise his sword in time to block the attack of that blade will, creating a massive explosion that shook everything around. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. When the smoke cleared, Latu was revealed, standing firm without a single injury, causing everyone to exclaim in astonishment. 20 years old, first-level Xiantian, swordsmanship at perfection. A prodigy rarely seen in 1,000 years. Impossible. The man in red was shocked by his strength and had to step back in bewilderment. After it was over, Latu turned to leave when a man in purple called out to him, "Little brother, I see your swordsmanship has reached perfection. I wonder which senior you learned from. Do you have a sec?" Before he could hear the answer, the man in purple was cut off by the man in red, who pushed him aside and interjected, "Little brother, your talent is not bad. As long as you are willing to join the Gongsun family, I can give you 10 Xiantian pills, 1,000 origin chi stones, and a set of 6th grade martial arts." Then, a woman appeared from nowhere, stepping forward confidently and saying, "My Xiaoyu sect is the strongest sect in Dohai Prefecture. As long as you are willing, little brother, I can directly make you a core disciple. Besides the other conditions, which are the same as the Gongsun families, as long as your cultivation reaches the 3rd level of Xiantian, You will also be qualified to cultivate a 7th grade martial art. The people standing around, seeing him receive so many offers, their faces changed with a hint of jealousy, saying, "This brat has struck it rich." A 7th grade martial art. Many spirit refinement martial ancestors don't even possess one. They wish they could agree on this brat's behalf immediately. Thank you for the senior's kind intentions, but this junior has no plans to join any power or sect for the time being. Latu's polite refusal surprised everyone present. The man in red couldn't help but be alarmed, pointing at him and shouting, "Are you crazy, brat? You actually refused a 7th grade martial art. I wonder which senior the little brother learned from." Ignoring the commotion from the man in red, the woman stepped closer to him, probing with her question while thinking to herself, to have achieved great accomplishment in swordsmanship at such a young age, besides talent, there must be a renowned master guiding him. Moreover, to be able to refuse the temptation of a 7th grade martial art, his master must also be an expert. Even if I can't recruit this prodigy into the sect, being able to establish a connection with an expert who can teach such a prodigy and a young man who may become an expert in the future is also a kind of gain. Latu replied politely, "This junior's master is guild president one." Seeing that he wasn't being specific, the woman was a little displeased and thought, not revealing the origin of his master's sect is bound to arouse suspicion. He might even be targeted. Could it be Yinlong Prefecture on the other side of the Guan Lei Mountains? In that case, the benefits don't quite add up. The Demon Hunter Guild. While thinking, the woman suddenly realized something. She immediately changed her expression and replied to him with a bright smile. Then little brother must be an internal genius member of the Demon Hunter Guild. After all, learning from guild president Wen Tianhong, your future prospects are limitless. Then the woman began to entice Latu with the benefits of joining her Leiyu sect. Little brother, I recall the Demon Hunter Guild only provides martial arts and shelter. But as long as you join our Leiyu sect, we can provide you with a large amount of cultivation resources. Furthermore, I remember that your Demon Hunter Guild does not prohibit its genius members from joining other sections. However, Latu's word was final and would not be changed. He resolutely refused. This junior has no thoughts of joining any power or sect for the time being. I hope senior can forgive me. The surrounding crowd, seeing him refuse such a good opportunity, was filled with envy and jealousy, showing a clear, disdainful attitude towards him. This junior has no thoughts of joining any power or sect for the time being. I hope senior can forgive me. Latu once again refused the offer. Having no other choice, the woman couldn't force him inside. Well, I can't force you. It's just that if you have any thoughts of joining in the future, little brother, feel free to come to my Leiyu sect. This is my token. Give it to the disciples below, and they will bring you in. The woman handed a command token to him. Latu also accepted it and then asked for permission to leave first. The purpose of tempering my swordsmanship has been achieved. I hope the seniors can also achieve their goals soon. I'll take my leave first. On his way back, Latu looked at his hand and thought as he walked, my strength is still too weak. Once someone makes inquiries, many people will pay attention to me. Just now, I was probed by the divine sense of martial ancestors and even a martial king. If they find out my secret, the consequences, he didn't even dare to think about the consequences. Looking at the long road ahead, he said aloud, in comparison, the two guild presidents, Yi Xiangdo and Wen Tianhong, have really helped me a lot. Moreover, they guessed that I had an extraordinary opportunity, but didn't become greedy. They are truly seniors of the martial path with high virtue and prestige. I must quickly return to Yunlong Prefecture, handle my business, and then find a place for secluded cultivation to quickly increase my strength. Latu leaped down, rushing back as fast as the wind. Elsewhere, an elder sat on a chair, looking at a piece of paper with information, and said with some surprise, in just one short year from the 2nd level of body tempering to the 5th level of Qi Si. In his hand was a picture of Latu along with his information. He stared at the paper and said suspiciously, "This brat who harmed my grandson definitely has a problem. He has no background and comes from a poor family. But my subordinates investigated and found that this brat used a 5th grade treasure as a reward in the Demon Hunter Guild. He even got martial ancestor Yi Xiangdo and even guild president Wen Tianhong to show up. Where would a Qi Si martial artist get so many treasures? Moreover, this poor brat cultivates so quickly. This brat must have obtained some great fortuitous encounter." He thought for a moment, then shouted loudly, "Men!" Immediately, a person appeared and said respectfully, "Elder, what are your orders?" Immediately dispatch people to monitor the demon hunter guilds in various places. Also, have someone personally go to Qingshi City to monitor La Tu's family. Yes, your subordinate will do it right away. It turned out that the person the elder ordered was Zhang Leiliang. After La Tu descended the mountain, he walked and marveled. It took so much time, but I've finally come out of the Guan Lei mountain range. The Demon Hunter Guild's teleportation formation is really useful. On his way back home, La Tu thought to himself, I wonder how my father, mother, and older sister are doing. Since entering the martial hall to practice, I've rarely seen them. He walked past two very suspicious men who stared at him as if they had been following him for a long time. It turned out those two were spies sent by Zhang Leiliang. The man returned to report to him, Sir, La Tu has appeared. Your subordinate saw him come out of the Demon Hunter Guild. Upon receiving the news, he immediately ordered the spy to use a communication box to tell Intersect Elder Gohangi, have the others keep an eye on that brat La Tu for me. After La Tu returned home, he and all his family members gathered around the dinner table. La Tu's older sister and brother-in-law served food to each other, full of love and happiness. Seeing this made him happy as well, and he said, older sister has found her home. It's great that you two still love each other so much. La Tu's mother, seeing him return from afar without having eaten, said to her, quickly try this dish mother made for you. You loved this dish the most when you were little. La Tu smiled and replied, yes, I love the dishes mother makes the most. It's been a long time since I've had them. However, his expression turned serious as he looked towards the door, following his intuition, and thought to himself, I didn't hide my tracks because I guess someone was definitely watching me. I'm waiting for you to come out on your own. After I finish contacting the people from the Demon Hunter Guild, I will deal with you rats. After a period of arduous cultivation, La Tu smiled confidently and said, I have gained quite a lot during this time. Right after, the elder came to visit him. La Tu immediately ran over to greet him. Elder Zhuang, it's been a long time. Thank you for taking care of my family during this time. Elder Zhuang smiled dismissively and waved his hand, saying, I'm not an elder of the martial hall anymore. I work for the Demon Hunter Guild now. You should be thanking Elder Yi. He's the one who told me to come. Then Elder Zhuang stroked his chin, noticing his advancement, and had to praise him, but I didn't expect that you were only at the second level of body tempering before. You were clearly just in the Qingyun City Martial Hall, but in the blink of an eye, you've advanced to the Xiantian realm. But then, Elder Zhuang informed him of some news. I came this time because I have something to tell you. Zhang Leiliang entered Qingyun City today. Gohangi will have him keep an eye on your family. Be careful while you're in the city. La Tu thanked Elder Zhuang for the reminder. After speaking, Elder Zhuang also turned and left. Hearing that Zhang Leiliang was in the city, he thought to himself, Zhang Leiliang? Gohangi knows full well that it's a fight to the death between you and me, yet he still sent someone. He's really letting me eliminate you first. Then he sighed, his face full of worry, feeling a bit wary of Gohangi as he thought. But Gohangi is now at the Martial King realm, and he's also an intersect elder. He's still my biggest threat. The most difficult thorn to remove is also him. To deal with them, I can only rely on the Demon Hunter Guild. The scene changes, and La Tu now enters Guild President Ye's room. As soon as he entered, the Guild President praised him, Xiantian realm before the age of 20. La Tu, you are a heaven-sent genius who can receive the status of a mid-rank yellow grade member. La Tu bowed in thanks and replied, this time, it was thanks to Elder Ye's assistance. This junior is extremely moved. With your authority, Guild President, what kind of special missions can you issue? The Guild President listed the privileges, saying a low-rank yellow grade member can at most invite a martial king. A mid-rank member, if qualified, can invite a martial monarch. La Tu asked the Guild President in surprise, a martial monarch? Does our Yunlong department have such an expert? As far as I know, the strongest in the department is Elder Wen Tian Hong, a fourth heaven martial king. The Guild President then cleared up his confusion. Our Yunlong department naturally doesn't have one, and neither do any of the 13 departments. But above, in the Ba Chuan and the kingdom, there are such experts. As long as you can offer something that tempts them, the guild can help you invite them. Then the guild president stared at La Tu, wondering to himself, I'm very curious about what kind of opportunity this brat obtained for his cultivation to advance so relentlessly. Last time, he was able to take out a 6th grade cultivation technique treasure. La Tu gave a wry smile, raised his hand in refusal, and replied, this junior is truly tempted, but I can't afford to invite a martial monarch. Even if I had the ability, I could never do it at this time. I can't keep relying on others. But with a 5th grade treasure in my hands, I must completely eradicate the root of the problem this time to avoid future trouble. After their conversation ended, Elder Zhuang saw Luo Xiao to the door. He bowed to show his respect and said, "For the genius level assessment, I'll have to trouble Elder Zhuang and President Yi first. When the time comes, you can accompany me to Yunlong Commandery City to find President Wen." Luo Xiao looked at the city gate in front of him and said to himself, "Before I stand before the Yunlong Commandery, there's one more thing I need to finish first." But after he left, 2 men standing behind watched his departing figure and discussed with each other, "Luo Xiao is about to leave the city. You go inform the elder quickly. The rest of us will continue to follow him." The other man agreed and did as he was told. After stepping out of the city gate, a person on horseback chased after Luo Xiao from behind, seemingly in a great hurry. He knew full well who that person was and what their purpose was in chasing him. So he turned back with a slight smile and thought to himself, "A powerful aura has followed me out. Zhang Leiliang really couldn't hold back after all, wanted to deal with me." Zhang Leiliang leaped off his horse, rushed towards him, and shouted, "Kid, where do you think you can run?" Luo Xiao looked at the man standing before him and thought, a 9th level Xiantian martial master? Just in time, I wanted to test the power of my newly created move. The man landed and said, "Kid, you clearly knew this old man was waiting for you, yet you still dared to leave the city alone." Luo Xiao remained very relaxed, pointing at Zhang Leiliang and mocking, "I deliberately let your subordinate report that I had left the city. I only came out after waiting for that." Facing Luo Xiao's pressure, Zhang Leiliang was startled as he realized, this kid is already at the 1st level Xiantian? I didn't expect you'd be at the Xiantian realm already, but how dare a mere 1st level Xiantian speak so arrogantly to me? It seems you've had a fortuitous encounter, but now it all belongs to this old man. As soon as he finished speaking, he made the first move, striking out with a palm attack towards him. Luo Xiao easily broke his technique and said in a challenging tone, "Is that all you've got?" The man was surprised and couldn't believe his eyes, thinking to himself, "This rainbow stream is condensed from my Xiantian true qi. It should be powerful enough to annihilate a 1st level practitioner." Although he's only at the 1st level, his qi strength is equivalent to the 5th level and his swordsmanship realm. Before the man could think further, Luo Xiao gave a confident smile, held his sword, and used the 10 directions residual shadow movement technique to rush towards him, saying, "How dare you be so careless in front of me, you brute?" Luo Xiao struck Zhang Leiliang head-on, leaving him no time to dodge and only able to block with his sword. He was knocked backward, shocked that Luo Xiao could do such a thing, and said, "Great accomplishment in swordsmanship. How is that possible?" Zhang Leiliang clutched the wound on his chest and thought to himself, was that only the 2nd sword strike? When did this guy achieve such a high level of sword Dao cultivation? If not for my quick reaction, I'm afraid there would be a large hole in my chest by now. Seeing how powerful his swordsmanship was, Zhang Leiliang had to praise him. That was a fast sword technique. "Has your swordsmanship reached the great accomplishment stage?" Luo Xiao replied with self-confidence. "Great accomplishment? You underestimate me. How about the perfection realm?" Looking at Luo Xiao before him, he thought to himself, although my cultivation is higher, with his perfection realm swordsmanship, I'm afraid I'm no longer his match. Besides, the aura around him is strangely abundant. Immediately after, Luo Xiao moved his feet and began his attack. He rushed forward with his sword towards Zhang Leiliang, shouting, "Old brute, you can't run now." Luo Xiao charged at a dizzying speed, forcing the man to sigh inwardly, "Too fast, I can't escape. I have to use my full strength to even have a chance." Putting his thoughts into action, he unleashed his strongest move, hoping to stop Luo Xiao. Zhang Leiliang still spoke defiantly. "Kid, witness the 9th level Xiantian cultivation of this old man." Not to be outdone, Luo Xiao used the mysterious past transformation to confront him. He unleashed it toward Zhang Leiliang and said, "Old brute, have a taste of the move I just created." Seeing how powerful his move was, Zhang Leiliang couldn't help but exclaim, "How can it be so formidable?" Seizing the opportunity, Luo Xiao slashed his sword across the man's abdomen, causing Zhang Leiliang to cry out in pain. Luo Xiao looked at his sword and said, "The mysterious past transformation can double my power, and it's coordinated with my perfection realm fast sword technique." Luo Xiao looked at the defeated Zhang Leiliang lying on the ground and said, "Can this power really kill a 9th level Xiantian Grand Martial Master in a single, instantaneous strike? If I unleash my full strength, I'm confident enough to challenge a spirit refinement realm martial ancestor. Haha, but I still shouldn't be too boastful." Luo Xiao sheathed his sword, looked towards the boulder behind him, and said, "President Yi, aren't you going to come out?" President Yi coughed a few times, then stepped out and said, "You little rascal, you surprise me more and more. Not only did you easily kill the 9th level Zhang Leiliang, but you also discovered me." Luo Xiao gave an embarrassed, modest smile and replied, "I was just under pressure, so I had no choice but to constantly strive in my cultivation. But for this place, I'll have to trouble Elder Yi to help me cover it up, especially the matter of me leaving the city. Thank you, Senior, for your silent help." After Luo Xiao and Yi Xiantou returned to the Demon Hunting Guild, President Yi stood outside the door and said, "I didn't expect you to reconsider so quickly. I've already spoken with President Wen. Hurry and go inside." Inside, President Wen Tianhong was sitting on a chair. When he saw him enter, he said, "Indeed, the Xiantian realm. Just now when I was talking with little Yi, I still couldn't believe it. Zhang Leiliang has been dealt with by you." Then the president asked him, "What are your plans for the next step?" Luo Xiao replied, "I want to issue a mission." The two presidents looked at each other, and then when Tianhong said, "Is your target Go Hongyi?" As if on cue, Luo Xiao took out a ring, and from it, 10 swords appeared. He held it up and said, "That's right. The reward is 10 battle swords, Earth rank low-grade battle blades. I don't want my family to be in danger, so I returned this time specifically to eliminate future troubles." Yi Xiantou looked at the 10 swords before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "A single low-grade Earth rank weapon is worth more than 10,000 low-grade Origin Chi stones. President, how many of these could you afford?" President Wen Tianhong turned to him and said, "This is worth more than 100,000 Origin Chi stones. It's enough to tempt an 8th level martial king. Little rascal, your wealth truly exceeds my imagination." Then the president swept the swords into his sleeve and said, "All right, I'll help you issue this mission. Quickly, give me your demon hunting badge and wait for me to do an assessment." After their business was concluded, Luo Xiao stepped outside and saw 2 men talking to each other. The man in green said with a serious expression, "Have you guys heard? Something happened to the free and unfettered sect, the hegemon of our Yunlong prefecture. Go Hongyi, their inner sect elder, was killed at the entrance to the mountain." Hearing this, Luo Xiao smiled happily and thought to himself, "The expert who accepted my mission has already made a move." He looked up at the sky, feeling relieved and free of worries, thinking, Zhang Leiliang and Go Hongyi have both been dealt with. I no longer have to worry about the safety of my older sister and my parents. Then Luo Xiao took out a yellow piece of paper and said, "In 1 month, it will be Lu Yuan and my sister's wedding day. Only after attending the wedding can I leave with peace of mind." He put the invitation away, his expression turning serious as he said, "A life of ease is not suitable for the path of martial Tao cultivation. My path in the future will no longer be in the same world as everyone else's. I can't let them be put in danger." The scene changes. President, when places a token on the table, pushes it towards Luo Xiao and says, "You have now become a horizontal rank, mid-level genius. After today, is there anything else you need to arrange?" Luo Xiao picked up the token and replied, "To pursue the peak of martial Tao, travel the Tianwu Kingdom, or perhaps leave the Tianwu Kingdom." Hearing this, the president took out a treasure and said, "If you have nothing else to do, I have something for you here. It is also a fortuitous opportunity for you. The Siming Mystic Realm, an ancient ruin, is covered by a grand formation that envelopes a whole stretch of heaven and earth. It only opens once every 30 years. Only those below the Martial King realm can enter. Each time it opens, the major powers of each country have a certain number of slots for their young people to enter and seek opportunities. Luo Xiao was surprised and pointed at the item in the president's hand, asking, "Does the president mean for me to become a genius member of the demon hunting guild so I can enter the mystic realm?" The president smiled, placing his faith in him, and said, "That's right. The mystic realm will open in about 2 years. You should strive to raise your cultivation realm within these 2 years." Luo Xiao took it and said in a firm tone, "I will not let the president down." When Tianhong watched Luo Xiao's departing back, smiled, and said, "I also believe you won't let me down. But I'm very curious to see if you, little rascal, can reach the peak of the Tianwu kingdom or even progress further." Then when Tianhong realized something and said wearily, "As for myself, there's no hope left." Outside, Luo Xiao led his horse and watched the group of riders ahead, thinking to himself, "In 2 years' time, many talents from the Tianwu kingdom's royal capital, the 8 continents, and 13 prefectures will gather there." Immediately after, he set off, leaping onto his horse with determination, saying, "I must raise my cultivation level even higher. My cultivation can increase steadily, but my martial Dao, my comprehension of sword intent, is still not clear. Perhaps I should make another trip to Guanlei Temple this time." On his way, Luo Xiao leaped from tree to tree, thinking as he went, "The Guanlei mountain range is filled with 4th-grade demonic beasts. The weather is bad right now. It seems I should find a place to rest for a bit." While searching for a place to stop, he discovered a group of people standing in 2 rows, all of them with shaved heads and wearing identical clothes. Luo Xiao saw this and said, "This is a dangerous part of the Guanlei mountain range. Even spirit refinement martial ancestor realm experts don't dare to enter this place casually." Luo Xiao stood on a tree branch, wondering, why are there people here and so many of them? This is no different from the group from Yongshang Pavilion last time. The more he thought, the more suspicious he became. Luo Xiao waited for them all to pass before he jumped down. The scene changes to a large pavilion where the group of bald-headed people Luo Xiao had just seen were standing in 2 rows. In the middle, a person spoke up, "A friend has arrived. Why not show yourself and meet us?" That person turned around, and Luo Xiao clasped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Luo Xiao, just passing by this place by chance. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." As he was speaking, Luo Xiao suddenly frowned. He noticed something unusual and thought to himself, why is there a pavilion like this in the Guanlei mountain range, a place fraught with danger? Moreover, these martial artists, most of them are only at the body tempering cultivation level. It's very strange. No, they are slaves. He saw that each of them had a mark on their cheek, their eyes sharp and fierce. But then they returned to normal, making him wonder, these people are all slaves. The 100 body tempering realm practitioners here are all slaves. Furthermore, who brought them here, and for what purpose? The more he looked, the more unusual this group seemed. Luo Xiao couldn't help but be on guard, thinking, this pavilion has a 4th-grade formation. Moreover, if my senses are not mistaken, this pavilion itself is a formation treasure. Its appearance here is definitely not simple. The man spoke up and invited him, "My friend, if you were just passing by, why not come over and have a cup of tea with me?" Hearing this, Luo Xiao noted that the pavilion was only a 4th-grade magic treasure and posed no significant threat to him. Luo Xiao did not refuse, saying, "Then it would be rude of me to decline." After Luo Xiao stepped inside, a group of people were there, each one looking at him with a murderous gaze. Above them sat a woman with red hair who exuded a cold aura, her face stern as she looked at him. Luo Xiao looked at the jade pendant worn as a necklace by the woman, which made him feel a sense of familiarity, thinking, I feel like I've seen this jade pendant somewhere before. His staring made the woman uncomfortable, and she gave a subtle command. The blonde-haired subordinate beside her understood immediately. He stepped forward, pointed at Luo Xiao's face, and shouted, "Insolent! How dare you be so rude in front of our young miss?" Luo Xiao immediately apologized and waved his hand, trying to explain. Before he could finish, the subordinate rushed forward, holding a very strange weapon in his hand. As he attacked, he shouted, "Kid, if you don't know what manners are, then open your eyes wide and apologize now." Luo Xiao became angry at their malicious attitude and said, "I was just momentarily distracted and stared. Do you people know anything about etiquette?" He dodged the man's attack and said, You think I don't want to fight back? Luo Xiao landed a palm strike on his face, sending the blonde man flying into the air. The other subordinates were stunned to see him sent flying, their mouths agape as they asked in surprise, "What?" The blonde man fell heavily to the ground, then got up, pointed at Luo Xiao, and continued to curse. "Are you looking to die? How dare you hit one of my people?" Seeing this, Luo Xiao continued to strike the blonde man, sending him flying several meters away as he cursed back. "A dog that barks because its master is near deserves a beating." All the remaining subordinates immediately drew their swords and said, "How hateful! What do you think this place is?" The woman raised her hand to signal them to stop and said to him, "This young master is truly bold. You are merely at the Xiantian cultivation level, yet you look down on other martial artists?" Luo Xiao looked at the three people in front of him and thought, including the young lady, that's three people. The others all exude the aura of the Xiantian realm. Luo Xiao looked at the woman and thought, but as for this girl, it seems I can't see through her cultivation. Then Luo Xiao replied with a serious expression, "Before you accuse me, you all should think for a moment. Did your companion show any respect for a Xiantian martial artist like me? Besides, so what if I look down on you?" Seeing his provocative tone, the group was agitated, raised their swords, and rushed forward, shouting, "You arrogant brat. Let's see if you have the strength to back it up." Luo Xiao was not flustered at all. He pulled out 2 fireballs and attacked 2 of the subordinates. One of the 2 asked in confusion, "What kind of flame is this?" The other one realized the danger and warned, "Not good. This black flame carries the aura of death. Everyone be careful. Disperse it immediately." Then his flame gradually dissipated. The 2 who had been so aggressive just a moment ago were now clutching their injured bodies, unable to believe he could do such a thing, saying, "How is this possible, a young brat like you?" Luo Xiao looked at them and said, "I've already shown mercy. Otherwise, there would be 2 corpses lying on the ground right now." The man who had invited Luo Xiao in earlier saw that his strength was not to be trifled with. He was a bit hesitant, pointed at him, then turned to the woman and said, "Young Mississippi, this person seems to be only at the 3rd level Xiantian, but his strength is no weaker than ours. I'm afraid he's hiding his cultivation with a secret technique. This person's background is definitely not ordinary." The woman did not make things difficult for him anymore. She began to introduce herself. "I am Yin Yuer. May I know how to address you, young master, and who is your master?" He crossed his arms and replied concisely, "Luo Xiao of Yunlong Prefecture, Demon Hunting Guild of the Prefecture City." The group was a little unfamiliar upon hearing of Yunlong Prefecture. Yan Yuer gestured for him to sit and said, "So the young master is a guest. Please have a seat." All the others also returned to their seats. Luo Xiao replied, "Then I won't be polite." Luo Xiao sat down, but kept looking at the woman. He suddenly realized and thought that as this jade pendant is very similar to the one held by the injured disciple of the Gongsun family not long ago. The blond man who had just been beaten by him now turned, clasped his hands, and greeted him, "Young Master Luo, you must have come to the Guanlei mountain range for the myriad demon mystic realm, right?" Not knowing what it was, he asked back, "What myriad demon mystic realm?" Seeing that he didn't know about the myriad demon mystic realm, the man began to explain, "It seems young Master Luo doesn't know about the myriad demon mystic realm. This is the number 1 mystic realm of the 3 great kingdoms of Tianwu, but it's very dangerous. It can only be found with the secret map in the hands of young Miss Yin Yuer of the Yin family from ancient Sword Continent." Hearing this, some of Luo Xiao's questions were answered. He turned to look at the woman and said, "The Yin family of ancient Sword Continent, one of the top 10 martial Dao families of the Tianwu kingdom. They have a martial monarch overseeing the family. No wonder this group holds her in such high regard." After witnessing his abilities, Yan Yuer also extended an invitation for him to join, saying, "I do indeed have a secret map. If the young master is interested, I would like to invite you to come along." The blond man also stood up, clenched his fists excitedly, and said, "Young Master Luo, don't miss out. The myriad demon mystic realm contains an extremely mysterious ancient ruin, as well as countless treasures. But joining surely comes with conditions." Luo Xiao crossed his arms and asked, "I do want to go, but what's the price?" After speaking, he assessed the situation and thought, if the myriad demon mystic realm is called the number 1 of the 3 great mystic realms, it seems it's a bit inferior to the Siming mystic realm that the president mentioned. The woman began to state the condition for joining. "I have no demands. I only need one soul-returning grass. I will bring you into the mystic realm, and you must find the soul-returning grass for me. As for other treasures, whoever finds them gets to keep them." Hearing this request, Luo Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although the soul-returning grass is only a 5th-grade spirit herb, is the main ingredient for refining the soul restoration pill, and is extremely rare. Yin Yuer added, "If any of you have objections to young Master Luo joining, please voice them now so we can decide." A man spoke on behalf of everyone else. "We don't yet know how dangerous the mystic realm is. I am willing to have the formidable young Master Luo join us." Having received everyone's agreement, Yin Yuer began to speak. "Since you have all decided, then next, I will discuss the myriad demon mystic realm with you." Then, Yin Yuer added more about the location of the soul-returning grass she needed. The mystic realm is divided into 7 areas from the outside in. The soul-returning grass I need is in the 3rd area. Luo Xiao pointed towards the outside of the pavilion and asked with confusion, "Miss Yin, what about those martial artists?" Her eyes sharpened as she said nonchalantly, "When opening the myriad demon mystic realm, a sacrifice is needed. That is the mission of those martial artists." Luo Xiao's face darkened, finding her heart too cruel as he thought, to kill hundreds of people just to open a mystic realm. And she doesn't even care. This Yin Yuer looks so gentle on the outside, but her heart is so vicious. The scene changes to 2 days later in the forest. Everyone is present, standing before a large pit. The man stepped forward, looked down into the pit, and said doubtfully, "Miss Yin, there's nothing special about this place. Could it be?" Yin Yuer confirmed it and replied, "That's right. This is the entrance to the myriad demon mystic realm." She clenched the jade pendant in her hand. Suddenly, something in Luo Xiao's clothes started to move, startling him into lifting his shirt to look. It was the silver jade pendant, identical to Yin Yuer's, that he had obtained earlier. Luo Xiao watched the jade pendant fly out from his body and wondered, the crescent moon jade pendant can actually fly? When the woman saw the other jade pendant fly out from his body, her face darkened as she glanced at him and asked, "So the other half of the twin jade pendants was in your hands?" Luo Xiao replied calmly, "I just came across it by chance, but I don't know what it's used for." Yin Yuer threw her jade pendant up and said, "Since the twin jade pendants are here, there's no need to use a blood sacrifice to open the mystic realm." She reminded everyone to get ready. "Once the mystic realm opens, you must enter immediately." The 2 jade pendants flew into the sky, emitting light. Yin Yuer began to chant the incantation to open the mystic realm. Immediately, it released a massive amount of energy, opening the mystic realm. Luo Xiao looked on in admiration and said, "This jade pendant actually has such immense energy." Yin Yuer jumped inside, not forgetting to remind them, "Everyone, hurry in. We are entering the mystic realm." Everyone followed the order and jumped inside. Another person shouted, "Everyone, let's go." Luo Xiao leaped up, silently hoping, "I hope this trip can enhance my strength." Right after everyone was inside, the massive surge of power struck straight down into the pit. After arriving in the myriad demon mystic realm, Yin Yuer said, "This is our destination for this trip." She threw the white jade pendant towards Luo Xiao, while taking back the red one for herself, saying, "From what I know, this place is very dangerous." He took the jade pendant and said, "Thank you, young miss, for returning the jade pendant." Yin Yuer turned back and said, "We are currently in the 1st area, and I need to get to the 3rd area where the soul-returning grass is." But she stared at Luo Xiao, a greedy thought arising. "My Yin family only has 1 piece of the demon jade. Every time we want to open the mystic realm, we need to sacrifice the blood of 100 people. If I could monopolize the other piece in Luo Xiao's hand." Her younger brother approached her, confused, and asked, "The 2nd piece of the twin moon demon jade, you're just giving it back like that?" Before he could finish, she cut him off. "Just stick to the plan." Yin Yuer looked at Luo Xiao, who was observing his surroundings, and thought to herself, "This is my Yin family's mystic realm. Besides, with his demon jade, I can enter the 3rd level without a blood sacrifice. I'm sorry, Luo Xiao." Then she began to give directions. "Everyone, follow me. Ahead are the spirit herbs of the 2nd level, which you can all collect as you please." Along the way, the martial artists fought many large and dangerous monsters. Yin Yuer, however, continued straight ahead, with Luo Xiao and her younger brother following behind. Luo Xiao also joined in fighting the beasts, defeating a bear that was now lying on the ground. When the bear died, a red gem flew out of its body, accompanied by a stream of black and gold energy. Luo Xiao looked at the gem floating in the air and let out a sound of surprise. Saying a gem? He pointed at it and asked, "Everyone, did this happen before when you fought demonic beasts?" Yin smiled and exclaimed, "Your luck isn't bad. This is a special blood pearl from this myriad demon mystic realm. It even appeared from a second-grade demonic beast." Luo Xiao reached out his hand to catch it and said, "A blood pearl? What is this?" Yin explained to him, "The blood pearl is the condensed essence of the demonic beasts in this myriad demon mystic realm. If a martial artist refines and uses it, it will enhance the effects of body tempering." Another martial artist also said in surprise, "I thought the first level was just filled with low-grade spirit herbs, monsters, and other worthless things, but I didn't expect there to be a precious treasure like the blood pearl here." He looked at the blood pearl in his hand and thought, why would Yin bring an outsider like me into a secret realm with such precious resources? Over at the Quanlei mountain range, 3 powerful experts flew high above, looking down at the pit. The green-robed expert in the middle said, "Yin has stolen the myriad demon secret map and the blood demon jade, according to intelligence reports. She entered here with hundreds of rogue martial artist slaves, using 100 slaves to open the secret realm, which means those rogue martial masters have also become blood sacrifices." The brown-robed expert next to him crossed his arms and said, "As the sister of the family head, the family has not treated her poorly, yet she dares to betray the family?" The scene changes to the myriad demon secret realm, where the group of martial artists had defeated a horde of demonic beasts and collected a fair amount. One of them laughed joyfully and said, "Thank you, Miss Yin, for bringing us to this myriad demon secret realm." Each and every one of them was overjoyed to have obtained a blood pearl, saying, "Just this blood pearl alone has made my body much stronger." But Yin just gave a meaningful smile and said congratulations. Latu looked at her in different attitude and thought to himself, does this great young miss of the Yin family look down on the blood pearls from these low-level demonic beasts on the first floor? Never mind. He absorbed the blood pearl in his hand. Seeing this, a martial artist pointed at him in surprise and said, "Vajra body refining art. Little brother Lei is actually practicing such a rare 6th-grade body refining technique." After finishing the absorption, Latu circulated the energy through his body and said, "I've only just cultivated it to the first level of perfection. I must also thank Miss Yin for bringing me into this myriad demon secret realm." On the surface, Yin said, "Please feel free." But inwardly, she was very annoyed and wondered this Latu actually has such a precious body refining technique. Could he be a core disciple of some great power in Yunlong Prefecture, or perhaps the nearby Dohai Prefecture? After passing through the first area, everyone proceeded to the second-floor area. By then, it was already dark. Yin led the way, saying, "We will enter the second-floor area here." She turned to Latu, held out her hand, and said, "Brother La, I'll have to trouble you to take out the Silver Moon Demon Jade and activate the teleportation with me." Latu stepped forward and said, "No problem, Miss Yin, you're too kind." Then, the 2 Moon Demon Jades flew into the sky and merged, just like before. Meanwhile, Latu felt that something was not quite right and thought, wait, that's not right. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have the Silver Moon Demon Jade in my hand. If Yin only had the Blood Moon Demon Jade, how could she activate the second formation? You need both Moon Demon Jades to avoid needing a blood sacrifice, which requires sacrificing 100 people to open the secret realm. Furthermore, entering the second floor also requires 2 jade pendants. Unless Yin planned to use a blood sacrifice from the very beginning, then the people for the blood sacrifice. He imagined Yin turning around with a vicious face and saying, then the most suitable people for the blood sacrifice are the very Xiantian martial masters she invited to come along. The blood essence effect of a Xiantian martial master is definitely far superior to that of over 100 body refining martial artists. Another martial artist saw his unwell expression and approached with concern, asking, "What's wrong, little brother La?" Latu replied, "It's nothing. I was just amazed looking at the formation patterns and being so high up in this secret realm. Then she turned back and said, "Everyone prepare yourselves. I'm about to activate the formation to enter the second floor." He looked at her and cursed inwardly, so cold-blooded. She looks like a noble and delicate young miss, yet she so casually disregards the lives of so many people. After entering the second floor, the inside was desolate with withered trees. Latu looked at the trees and had to exclaim, "Each tree is like a corpse so eerie." Yanuar glanced at Latu and said softly, "It seems this little brat has figured out my previous plan through the activation of the teleportation formation just now." He stepped forward to demand the jade back, saying, "Since we've reached the second floor, you should return the jade pendant to me first." She had no choice but to return the jade pendant, but before Latu could take it, another hand reached out and said, "This silver moon demon jade, I, Huang Yuan Shan, am taking it." The blonde-haired man who had cursed him earlier now brazenly took the jade, claiming it as his own. Huang Yuan Shan said confidently, "My 8th level Xiantian cultivation is the highest here. A treasure as important as the demon jade is best kept by me." Latu reached out his hand to take it back, saying, "Have you asked for my opinion?" The blonde-haired man got angry and was about to punch him, shouting, "Brat, hand over the demon jade now." But before he could touch a single hair on his head, Huang Yuan Shan was hit by a flurry of slashes from Latu, who used the profound heaven art, all in an instant. The martial artists standing to the side watched with their jaws dropped, saying, "How can he be so strong? Isn't Latu only at the 3rd level of Xiantian?" An 8th level expert like Huang Yuan Shan was actually... The blonde-haired man's body trembled as he barely managed to say the word "you" before collapsing to the ground. This surprised everyone even more, as they said, "What is this kid's background?" The crowd watched him sheath the sword on his back and continue to comment, "Besides his powerful strength, could it be that this kid also has an Earth-grade battle sword? Isn't that a weapon only a martial king would have?" He looked towards Yanuar, who stood there watching without any reaction, and thought, Yanuar isn't surprised at all. She is not simple. At this moment, she finally spoke. "Everyone, the second area is full of level 3 demonic beasts, comparable to us innate martial masters. Everyone needs to be careful." A silver-haired martial artist clenched his fist excitedly and said, "The higher the level of the demonic beast, the better the blood pearl it condenses will surely be." Another one turned to Latu and said, "Let's set off quickly. Brother LA's great harvest on the 1st floor makes me envious." The bearded man standing next to him stroked his chin and smiled confidently, saying on the 1st floor, he and Huang Yuan Shan got the most blood pearls. "This time, I won't lose to little brother La." After saying that, everyone set off. Yanuar led the way, saying, "Everyone, follow my footsteps closely. This second floor won't be as easy as the first one." She smiled and said cryptically, "Everyone, don't let greed cloud your judgment." While walking, Latu suddenly saw something, stopped, and frowned, thinking, "Wait, this is..." He stared wide-eyed ahead and thought, "The white light spots represent monsters, and there are hundreds of light spots. Level 3 demonic beasts. There are even dozens of peak-level demonic beasts among them. And this is only within my sensory range. Just how many level 3 and peak-level demonic beasts are on this second floor?" Latu gripped the sword on his back, as if preparing for battle. He thought with some apprehension, "With the profound heaven transformation, plus my swordsmanship and cultivation, I can fight a 9th level Xiantian great martial master, but with so many level 3 demonic beasts, I'm afraid." As soon as he finished thinking, 3 demonic beasts charged forward first. A wolf with a horn in the middle of its head charged at him ferociously. Latu reacted in time, retreated, and executed a counterattack. As for the snake and the bat on the other side, they were both defeated by the other martial artists. One of them urged, "Quick, get their blood pearls." The wolf on the other side was also easily defeated by Latu, and a red blood pearl flew out from its body. The expert who had just praised him approached and said, "Congratulations, Brother La, on your good luck. You got a good harvest from the very first demonic beast." Latu also replied sociably, "I'm sure you all will have a bountiful harvest next." That person smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Then thank you for your good wishes, Brother La." Afterward, Lot 2 held the blood pearl in his hand and thought to himself, a Shinshin-level blood pearl. It's enough for me to refine my physical body to the first level of perfection, and I might even be able to advance to the second level of the Vajra, He-Gem body art. Suddenly, Yin Yuer realized something was wrong, and thought with a start, this aura, oh no. Immediately after, she turned around and warned, this is bad, everyone. We should leave this place quickly. Her sudden words confused everyone, and they asked, Miss Yin, what happened? She and her two guards jumped onto a tall tree opposite them. As she moved, she explained, those two demonic beasts didn't condense blood pearls, and their essence and blood have attracted other demonic beasts. It won't be good if we get surrounded by this horde of beasts. Follow me quickly. This place is full of level 3 demonic beasts. We have no way to deal with them. Hearing this, everyone looked for a way to escape, and Lot 2 was no exception. While running, he suddenly felt a powerful aura rushing towards him, making him realize, oh no, hundreds of demonic beasts are chasing us. I have to find a way to escape this place. At that moment, as the other martial artists were fleeing, another one shouted, there are demonic beasts ahead too. Run quickly. Hundreds of demonic beasts were charging towards the martial artists to attack them. Meanwhile, Latu had managed to escape. He stood on a high tree branch, observing the situation, and said, where am I now? And I've lost the others' positions. He began to suspect, saying, those demonic beasts appeared so suddenly. It's completely unreasonable. It feels like they were all deliberately lured here by that Miss Yin. Meanwhile, Yin Yuer and her two guards were standing on a blood-red tree, watching the demonic beasts attack the martial artists. The man to Yin Yuer's left clasped his hand behind his back and said, these martial artists can't hold out for much longer. But she smiled happily and said, where's Latu? Don't tell me he was devoured by those demonic beasts. The man replied that he couldn't sense his aura. She wanted to be sure whether Latu was alive or dead, so she decided to go look for him. As she left, she reminded the two men, you two wait here for me. If anyone is lucky enough to escape, deal with them. The two men cupped their hands and bowed respectfully, replying, as you command. As for Latu, although he had successfully escaped, he was not at peace. Another group of demonic beasts still managed to find him. With just a few sword strikes, Latu finished off 3 demonic beasts. He landed on the ground and said, when will I ever finish killing these demonic beasts? Latu sheathed his sword and thought to himself, I must break through the encirclement of these demonic beasts. While he was thinking, he was completely unaware that a demonic beast was preparing to launch a sneak attack from behind him. The great eagle attacked him with its beak. Luckily, Latu managed to dodge in time. He was startled and said, damn, that was a close call. Then, Latu struck its head with a palm strike, then turned and left, thinking, I need to find a place to recover. Latu found a cave inside a mountain. He sat down by a rock, clutching his heavily injured body, and coughed a few times. He tore off his outer robe and said, even though my strength can match a Xiantian demonic beast, under the assault of hundreds of them, I was just lucky to escape their encirclement. Latu looked at the pile of blood pearls he had collected in his hand, sighed with regret, and said, what a pity. Under the siege of hundreds of demonic beasts, I didn't dare to risk collecting blood pearls. Otherwise, I would have at least more than 30 by now. He sat down cross-legged, and while absorbing the blood pearls, he thought, I must quickly absorb the blood beads and recover quickly. After finishing the absorption, he exhaled a breath of red and black, mixed energy and thought. This demonic beast blood chi is converted into my blood chi, but its presence will make my blood chi impure. Luckily, I can refine the impurities in my body. Latu looked at the stream of energy and said, that great young Miss Yin never mentioned this hidden danger before. Blood sacrifice, triggering a demonic beast riot, and the hidden danger of the blood pearls. Yin Yuer must know about these things. After saying that, he stood up and walked to the cave entrance. Latu leaned against his body and wondered. She knew but deliberately didn't mention it. What is she planning? As for Yin Yuer, after searching for a while without finding Latu, she returned to the original spot. At her feet were many dead martial artists, and some who were severely injured. A martial artist sitting on the ground angrily shouted, Miss Yin, why are you capturing us in our time of need? Another one lying on the ground struggled to get up, refusing to submit, saying, I am a martial cultivator. Even if you capture me, I will not let you humiliate me. Seeing them continuously cursing her, Yin Yuer angrily used a technique, causing all the surviving martial artists to lose their strength and collapse to the ground. Seeing this, the demonic beasts also fled one after another, which shocked the martial artists, who said she actually drove back all the demonic beasts. Miss Yin Yuer of the Yin family from ancient Sword Prefecture, why does she have such powerful energy? What is her background, and how strong is her cultivation? Yin Yuer covered one side of her face with her hand and ordered the two men, "You two, tie them up." The two subordinates immediately obeyed. She continued to cover her face and thought, if my primordial spirit weren't injured and in need of recovery pills to heal, why would I need to go through so much trouble to deal with you all? Then she gritted her teeth in anger at not finding La Tu, thinking, where on earth did that La Tu go? My divine sense has covered the entire blood-colored demon forest, and I still can't find him. After thinking, she lowered her hand and ordered the two men, "You two, watch them. I'll be back in a moment." Then, Yin Yuer flew off, continuing her search for La Tu, refusing to give up. As she flew, she thought, because we haven't collected the twin moon demon jades, our Yin family, despite controlling the myriad demon secret realm for thousands of years, has never been able to enter the 5th floor. Therefore, I must obtain the silver moon demon jade in La Tu's hands. As for La Tu, he was sitting cross-legged with his hands clasped in front of his chest. La Tu continued to absorb and cultivate the blood pearls, and a brilliant blue power radiated around him. La Tu endured the pain, frowning as he thought, this is the final assault. Immediately, La Tu opened his eyes. He looked at his hands, feeling the change in his body, and said, 9th level of body refining. Thanks to the support of the blood pearls, my physical body has now broken through to the high-grade 3rd realm of the combat body. To test the power of the 9th level of body refining, La Tu threw a palm strike at the stone wall opposite him, causing a part of the wall to shatter into pieces. La Tu looked at his fist and exclaimed, this punch of mine didn't use any true chi at all, yet it has such great power. Coupled with my high-grade combat body, I can withstand 1 or 2 attacks from a spirit-refining martial ancestor. After the test, La Tu put on his shirt. He smiled confidently and thought, my strength has now been greatly enhanced. La Tu was approaching the cave entrance. He looked at the glowing treasure floating in the air and asked in surprise, I set up a 5th grade treasure formation before I went into seclusion. La Tu was startled and speculated, it's been activated now? Could it be that someone or a demonic beast has discovered this mountain cave? Then he looked outside the cave entrance and exclaimed, what a domineering soul. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion outside the cave entrance, as if someone had used a technique to blast it open, causing large rocks to shatter and fly in all directions. La Tu looked on in alarm and realized, that's not right, this is divine sense. Only an expert above the spirit refining realm can condense the power of divine sense. From within the thick smoke of the explosion, a person walked into the cave and said, I've finally found you. No wonder it was so hard to find you. So it was a 5th grade concealment formation. Yin Yuer emerged from the smoke and walked straight towards him, saying, La Tu, you surprise me every single time. La Tu looked at her and asked, Miss Yin, what is the meaning of this? Or do you want to become my enemy? She held out her hand and said casually, I want the piece of demon jade in your hand. La Tu replied coldly, and what if I don't give it to you? Seeing that negotiation was impossible, Yin Yuer said, if you don't give it, then I'll just have to take it by force. Then, Yin Yuer used a technique, creating a phoenix, and shouted, don't blame me for being impolite. Following her command, the phoenix, wreathed in flames, flew straight at La Tu to attack him. La Tu took a step back and raised his fist to counter. With just one punch, La Tu was able to shatter the phoenix. But because Yin Yuer's true chi was too immense, La Tu was thrown backward, making him marvel inwardly. This woman's true chi is so abundant and pure. La Tu looked at his hand, which still had a trace of Yin Yuer's true chi, and thought, she looks so delicate, yet she's also a body-refining martial artist. Meanwhile, Yin Yuer realized it and let out a surprised, oh, asking you've broken through to the high-grade combat body? La Tu rubbed his wrist and replied, it's all thanks to you. Yin Yuer could sense the change in his body and thought to herself, it seems this La Tu has a rather formidable technique that allows him to quickly expel the impurities from the blood pearls. On his side, La Tu also saw her strength and thought to himself, the aura she just revealed was only at the 7th level of Xiantian, but her true chi is pure and abundant, not at all like a Xiantian martial artist. Plus, she has divine sense. I'm afraid her true strength can rival a spirit refining martial ancestor. Both of them felt that the other was a tough opponent and thought cautiously, this person is not easy to deal with. Then they both charged forward. Yin Yuer executed the phoenix dance of the 9 heavens technique, and instantly, 9 flaming swords appeared around her. Then, they shot towards La Tu like lightning. He looked at her technique and had a marvel. What a fierce sword technique. It feels like each strike could easily pierce through a combat body. Even with my high-grade combat body, I'm afraid I can't withstand it. After thinking, he charged forward with his sword and cut down several of her fire swords, making Yin Yuer praise him. Your sword is fast. It's a pity you haven't comprehended sword intent. Although your realm is high and you're fast, it's nothing more than child's play. With that, she used another technique. A blazing fire erupted from within Yin Yuer's body, surrounding her. La Tu jumped up and slashed at the flame with his sword, but it only split to the sides, making him realize with a start, this is bad. I can't face this move head on. He landed on the ground, looking at the flames that were gradually surrounding him. La Tu said, is this the martial Tao artistic conception? Such great power. It must be at least a 7th grade martial art. Then the flames latched onto him and began to burn. La Tu looked at the smug Yin Yuer on the other side and thought, not only that, her true chi also carries the intent of burning all things. It even makes me feel like the true chi in my own body is being burned along with it. Seeing that he wasn't much affected, she was a little surprised and let out an "oh," saying, it seems your true chi, La Tu, is indeed extremely special. La Tu said nothing and thought to himself, if it weren't for my special samsara ability, I'm afraid that last palm strike would not only have pushed me back, but also severely injured me. At the same time, she held out her hand and said, hand over the silver moon demon jade, and I might spare your life. La Tu gripped his sword tightly, and his true chi radiated from it. La Tu raised his sword, sank into a fighting stance, and said, although your strength is great, it's not enough to make me bow my head. Yin Yuer placed a hand on her hip and said arrogantly, if my primordial spirit weren't injured, no more than 10 people in the entire Tianwu kingdom could fight me. What is a mosquito like you? La Tu immediately rushed forward, simultaneously unleashing 3 techniques. Profound heaven transformation, 100,000 remnant shadows, and yin-yang light. He split into numerous afterimages of himself, combining them with his swordsmanship. He rushed towards Yin Yuer from all 4 directions, making it impossible for her to distinguish the real La Tu's day. But Yin Yuer just smiled lightly and said, this move isn't bad, is it? Now, have a taste of this move of mine. The moment the real La Tu's sword struck, she had already detected it and blocked the blow with her own sword. A stream of true chi radiated from Yin Yuer, enveloping her. The 2 powers clashed without a clear winner, which made Yin Yuer a little surprised. La Tu, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations, but in the end, you are still the weaker one. After saying that, she used more force, sending La Tu flying to the ground. La Tu was pushed back. The collision of the 2 immense powers was too great, causing him to suffer internal injuries and spit up blood. Not only was he injured, but her true chi was also affected. La Tu looked at Yin Yuer, wiped the blood from his mouth, and smiled lightly, saying, great young miss of the Yin family, you're not lightly injured either. Yin Yuer had suffered internal injuries just like him. She gritted her teeth in anger for not being able to snatch the silver moon demon jade. Her true chi had now been greatly depleted. Yin Yuer placed a hand on her chest and said, still acting tough, it's just that I can't use my full power. Otherwise, how could a mosquito like you injure me? Then she turned to leave, snorting in anger. La Tu, the next time we meet, I will let you know what true pain is. After Yin Yuer left, La Tu could no longer hold on and collapsed to his knees. He thought to himself. Luckily, she was also injured and retreated. Right now, every part of my body feels a tearing pain from the inside. If I use the full power of the profound heaven transformation, this body won't be able to withstand it and will shatter. After composing himself, he threw up the treasure. It grew larger and blocked the cave entrance to prevent anyone from entering. Latu turned and walked back into the cave, saying, "Truly, there's always a heaven beyond the heavens. The Yin family's young miss looks only a few years older than me, yet she possesses such strength. Could she be a martial monarch?" Returning to the spot where he usually cultivated, Latu put his sword back on his back and wondered, was it just my luck to have a simple exploration into a secret realm, only to accidentally encounter such a heavily injured expert? Latu looked at his hand and sighed, but this time she was also seriously injured. Then a white light emanated from his hand as he began to heal his true chi. Latu sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and said, "I must heal quickly, then find a way to leave this myriad demon's secret realm." 3 days passed. Latu was cultivating in a small cave. The spiritual power he emitted was strong. He clenched his fist, feeling that the trace of true chi containing martial intent had been completely erased by his law of samsara of the heavens. It was truly a blessing in disguise. I have comprehended the mystery of the flame martial intent. He stood up and walked towards the cave entrance, wondering, I wonder where that Yenuera has gone? She hasn't come to bother me at all in these 3 days. He stepped out of the cave, speculating. Could it be that she has already used the blood sacrifice to enter the 3rd floor? He jumped up and left this place first. Without the great young miss of the Yin family, I wouldn't even know how to leave the myriad demon secret realm right now. For now, I'll hunt demonic beasts for blood pearls while also searching for traces of the great young miss. Just as Latu flew over, 2 demonic beasts pounced from both sides. Perfect timing. He spread his arms and unleashed a powerful move, suppressing 2 demonic beasts at once. Let's test my new power. He reached forward and took the 2 blood pearls from their bodies. Ever since I broke through to this high-level battle body, the blood pearls of these 2nd-level Sciention demonic beasts are no longer of much use to me. He shook his head, thinking it over. After all, even a high-level battle body can withstand the attacks of a spirit-tempering martial ancestor. So it's normal that these special Sciention blood pearls are no longer effective. The 2nd level has 3rd-rank Sciention demonic beasts. So doesn't that mean the 3rd level will have 4th-rank spirit-tempering realm demonic beasts? The blood pearls condensed from them would surely be very powerful. It's a pity I don't even know how to get to the 3rd level. He looked up and saw something, letting out a sound of surprise and freezing. A violent force struck down. Latu looked at the smoking hole in the cliffside and hesitated. Such a weak life, aura. It feels very familiar, but should I? He went inside, and it was just as he expected. It really is Veem Noyetni. He looked at her condition and injuries, unable to hide his surprise. No way. 3 days ago, we fought until we were both injured, but with Veem Noyetni's cultivation, she shouldn't be this heavily wounded, right? He placed his hand to check Veem Noyetni's pulse. Under the probe of his power of reincarnation, Veem Noyetni's body was severely injured, and there were signs of internal devastation. Could it be that she was already injured before? He was startled, thinking this can't be right. Her sea of consciousness and soul are also severely injured. He stood up and drew his sword. Just then, Veem Noyetni mumbled in her sleep, "Mother." With tears in her eyes, she called out, "Mother, don't leave me. Don't go away from me." Latu gripped his sword tightly, hesitating again. She has her own story too. Although she seems weak on the outside, she's actually very cruel and ruthless, though all martial artists in this world are like that. But she did try to kill me once. He decisively turned to leave Veem Noyetni to her fate. At that moment, she said with determination, "Mother, I will definitely avenge you." Latu was tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. He turned back, sighed, and looked at her. Forget it. I guess I'll have to save someone again. He began transferring spiritual power to heal Veem Noyetni. I hope this time she won't be like that member of the Songtan family. Otherwise, I'll just be disappointed again. Inside her sea of consciousness, Veem Noyetni's eyes were listless as she thought. It's truly unpredictable. To think that just because of a battle with that fellow, I would end up perishing. She looked over and saw a figure. She reached out her hand. "I asked that you, Mother." She couldn't hold back her tears and tried to call out, "Don't, Mother, don't go." "Mother, I will definitely avenge you. Don't leave me. Mother, don't abandon me. The figure gradually faded away. Veem Noyet Ni's eyes opened. I must wake up. I must get my revenge. Her body levitated with immense power. She turned to look at Latu and said, "Thank you for saving me." She landed, still feeling empty, and clutched her head. Latu said, "The injury to your primordial spirit has only been temporarily suppressed. You shouldn't use your divine sense so easily." He pointed and said, "If you pass out again, I won't be able to save you a second time." Veem Noyet Ni smiled and replied, "Latu, I still have to thank you for saving me." Latu crossed his arms and retorted, "You're not planning on repaying kindness with enmity, are you?" Veem Noyet Ni raised her hand and asked him, "If you were afraid I would attack you, then why did you save me?" Latu looked at her silently, thinking, with her personality, if I say it was the weakness she showed while unconscious that made me put our differences aside, I'm afraid it would only backfire. Forget it. Just then, a few men shouted Veem Noyet Ni's name. "I know you're in there. Come out here." Veem Noyet Ni looked towards the cave entrance and said, "Those are the 2 Xiantian martial masters I brought in here. There are also a few other martial masters I captured." Latu looked at her questioningly. "What about them?" Veem Noyet Ni turned her head and replied, "I placed a soul restriction on those 2, putting them under my control. But since my primordial spirit was injured, the soul restriction was naturally lifted. That's why they can sense that I'm here." Latu frowned, thinking a soul restriction? To have a soul restriction placed on you means your life and death are in someone else's hands. The bearded man pointed and yelled, "Little lady, hand over the method to lift the soul restriction to me. Did you ever think this day would come?" The long-haired man also raised his hand and reasoned, "Young Master Latu, you know what this young lady Veem did to the 2 of us, right? As long as you hand this woman over, we will definitely remember your great kindness." Hearing this, Veem Noyet Ni looked at Latu, who also looked at her with a troubled expression. Veem Noyet Ni stepped forward to persuade Latu's kid, "Don't be fooled by them. The reason that man in the black robe is acting so subservient to you now is because he's wary of your strength." She pointed at the other man and continued, "This one also cultivates an evil art. He has killed over 300 people in a village. His heart is like a snake's, not at all like his outward appearance." The long-haired man's face darkened with contempt as he snorted coldly. They were just a bunch of insects. Veem Noyet Ni then spoke of the burly man on the other side. "This one may look simple and kind, but he's actually extremely lecherous. He has raped and kidnapped hundreds of women in his village. The ones behind them are also basically villains, notorious in their own right." The long-bearded man was still smug, confidently retorting to Veem Noyet Ni, "We may not be good people, but are you bitch? You were the one who brought us into this myriad beast mystic realm. Weren't you just planning to use us to activate the blood sacrifice formation?" Then he turned to Lot Tuesday, "Young Master Law, have you ever offended this woman?" But Veem Noyet Ni was also quick with her reasoning, directly blaming the circumstances. "You can only blame your own bad luck for running into us, just as we were approaching the myriad beast mystic realm. I had no choice but to bring you into this mystic realm." The other side persisted, "Young Master Latu, don't be bewitched by that bitch's words. She's covered in blood herself, yet she dares to speak." Latu considered carefully, right or wrong, "It has nothing to do with me. I saved Veem Noyet Ni, but I have no obligation to continue protecting her, especially since she really did want to take my life back then." Through this incident, Veem Noyet Ni also realized the problem. Her expression tensed as she thought, "This kid is actually very resolute and isn't swayed by outsiders at all. It seems a few words won't be enough to get him to help me deal with them." Veem Noyet Ni turned to Latu, trying to persuade him. "Even if you have the Twin Moon Demon Jade and can enter the 3rd level, you still need the essence blood of martial masters for the blood sacrifice. Help me this one time, and I'll tell you the secret of the myriad beast mystic realm." The long-haired man couldn't outplay Veem Noyet Ni and could only try to influence with words. "Young Master Latu, don't believe this woman's words." The long-bearded man continued, "She can use her divine sense to place a soul restriction. Her strength is definitely that of a spirit-tempering martial ancestor expert. It's just that she's injured now, which is why she's compromising with you." The long-haired man relentlessly tried to sow discord. "Young Master Latu, this woman is very vicious. If you believe her, once she regains her strength, the first person she'll take revenge on is you, so she can bury the humiliation of being defeated by Xiantian martial master. Veem Noyet Ni understood the ways of the world. She took out a ring and thought, this kid won't listen without some benefits. Veem Noyet Ni threw it directly to La Tuesday. Inside this ring is a mid-grade Earth rank flexible sword, 30,000 mid-grade Origin Energy Stones, 1,000 high-grade Origin Energy Stones, and an 8th grade martial skill. If you can help me, I'll have an even greater reward for you. Latu immediately took the ring, silently assessing, this Veem Noyet Ni is very generous. It seems she's quite wealthy. With the goods in hand, Latu made his decision. We are strangers, yet you want me to help you. Only this kind of wealth can make that happen. Veem Noyet Ni was too strong. The group, now free from their bonds and unable to sway Latu, grew angry and wanted to eliminate him first. Kid, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If that's the case, we'll just have to deal with you together. Veem Noyet Ni looked at Latu and specifically reminded him, don't kill them. We still need their blood to activate the teleportation formation to enter the 3rd level. But the long-haired man was extremely confident, already leaping towards the two of them and shouting, it's not yet certain who will come out on top. Facing the long-haired man's evil energy-filled claws, Latu remained calm and thought, it seems this Veem Noyet Ni was right. This person cultivates an extremely vicious blood essence devouring technique that harms the world. As the long-haired man arrived, Latu immediately drew his sword and used the netherworld purple flame to push him back. With a steady mind, he sent a single sword strike past the long-haired man, immobilizing him. The long-bearded man began to panic. 7th level Xiantian martial master, instantly killed by this kid with a single sword strike. He ordered the group, let's all attack together. No matter how powerful this kid is, he can't fight 8 of us. Latu showed no mercy, cutting down anyone who came at him. He snorted coldly, truly a bunch of despicable villains. After realizing how insignificant their power was, they panicked and retreated. Run. We're no match for him. But Latu had no intention of letting anyone escape, striking the man in front of him with his sword. The group was terrified. Unable to escape, they were cut down by his sword. Just what realm is this kid at? Veem Noyet Ni watched everything from behind. Even though she had warned him beforehand, she let Latu cut them down. She said, although you've killed 2 of them, the remaining 7 are still enough for the blood sacrifice. Latu sheathed his sword, his brows furrowed impatiently as he thought. According to Veem Noyet Ni, the formation can't be activated without a spirit tempering cultivation, so the only way is to use a blood sacrifice. Veem Noyet Ni calmly circulated her power, constantly urging, let's go. Let's hurry to the formation. The remaining men were struck by Veem Noyet Ni's spiritual power, their bodies feeling an intense pressure. They cried out, our luck has run out. After she was done, Veem Noyet Ni said calmly, I've sealed your cultivation. Latu, you clear the way. I'll follow behind and escort them. Afterwards, in the middle of the Crimson Dry Forest, the place was extremely chaotic, with demonic beasts leaping about in disarray. Latu did a good job of clearing the path, knocking away any demonic beast that blocked their way. Veem Noyet Ni could hardly remain silent that you've worked hard. These demonic beasts are not easy to deal with. All the defeated demonic beasts dropped blood pearls, and Latu casually collected all of them. Veem Noyet Ni silently assessed. This Latu looks to be only 18 or 19 years old, with only a 3rd level Xiantian cultivation. Yet he's invincible against those at the spirit tempering realm. Perhaps he can help me succeed in my revenge if I just nurture him a little. Latu cleared the way, knocking away a boulder blocking the path. The group then saw a new location. Veem Noyet Ni said, over there is the formation that leads to the 3rd level. Latu looked ahead and said to himself, that 3rd level is definitely very dangerous. I need to raise my realm first. Latu took out a few blood pearls. Veem Noyet Ni watched him nonchalantly. Just let him be. The stronger this kid is, the greater my chances of survival on the 3rd level. Still with that air of not wanting to be beneath others, Veem Noyet Ni asked, "La Tu, didn't I give you an 8th grade martial arts manual? You can try practicing it." She shared, "The soul condensing art is a high-grade method for tempering the soul. I had to rely on this martial art to comprehend the mysteries of the blazing flame martial intent." La Tu became even more resolute and replied, "Thank you for the reminder." And so he tempered himself. 7